Chapter 3691. Tang Wuyan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. From what she said, it was obvious that she already knew the details of the matter. When my grandmaster comes, even Tu Feng will have to give him face. Tang Wuyan said through voice transmission. No need. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude towards him, but it was also because of this that he felt helpless and vigilant. Don't get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. Duan Lingtian refused Tang Wuyan's kindness. Handle it yourself? How will you handle it? Tang Wuyan frowned and said through voice transmission, you are just a higher god, and he is a lower god king. Even if you comprehend more profound laws than him, it will be difficult for you to be his opponent. Then you don't have to worry about it. When Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice again, his tone was a bit colder. There was a kind of indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Tang Wuyan was dumbfounded. The current Duan Lingtian gave her the feeling that he was deliberately distancing himself from her. And it was very sudden. She was a little caught off guard. Why did he do this? Is it because he is afraid that I will get involved and offend Tu Feng? Thinking of this, Tang Wuyan felt warm in her heart. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Otherwise, he would be speechless because he didn't mean that at all. The reason why he suddenly became cold was because of the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude towards him. If he was single, he might be happy because of this, even if he didn't like Tang Wuyan. After all, Tang Wuyan was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect. To be liked by her was an honor for any man. Of course, he also knew that Tang Wuyan might not like him now. But there were already some signs. And now, he wanted to strangle these signs in the cradle and not let Tang Wuyan have any fantasies. Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, you want to fight on the ultimate martial platform? At this moment, the two inner sect elders who were on duty at the extreme martial platform also appeared. They were not the two inner sect elders who were on duty during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. Usually, more than 10 inner sect elders would take turns to be on duty at the extreme martial platform. Two elders, please bear witness to this properly. The rules of the ultimate martial platform is that one cannot admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Don't break the rules. Tu Feng looked at the two inner sect elders on the extreme martial stage and grinned. If it is not 10 breaths of time, his surrender is invalid. If the two elders are biased, I'm afraid I'll have to ask my teacher to find the two elders and reason with them. Tu Feng heavily emphasized the words theory, and there was no lack of threat in them. As for the two inner sect elders, although they were very unhappy with Tu Feng's words, they didn't show it on their faces. Martial nephew Tu Feng, rest assured, we will do our job properly. That's right. We won't be biased. The two of them said. That's good. Tu Feng nodded with satisfaction, then flew into the arena and stood opposite Duan Lingtian, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I really admire your courage. However, in today's battle, you can't avoid humiliating me in public. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, the two inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial stage suddenly understood. It turned out that Duan Lingtian had humiliated Tu Feng in public and was forced to fight on the extreme martial stage by Tu Feng. Just now, they were thinking that Duan Lingtian was just a god realm cultivator, so how could he have the courage to fight Tu Feng, a lower rank god king, on the extreme martial stage? If that was the case, then everything could be explained. Martial nephew Tu Feng. With a loud voice, an old figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Tang Chun. Tang Wuyan's granduncle was also called over by Tang Wuyan to save the day. In fact, even now, Tang Chun was still a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian would agree to Tu Feng's challenge, so when he was about to arrive, he deliberately extended his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian's cultivation. He thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a god king, so he dared to fight Tu Feng on the extreme martial stage. However, when his divine sense fell on Duan Lingtian, the feedback he received was that Duan Lingtian was still a higher rank god and not a god king. For a time, he couldn't help but speed up his appearance, ready to stop this duel. I already understand the ins and outs of this matter. Can you give me, Tang Chun, some face? I can make Duan Lingtian apologize to you. As soon as Tang Chun appeared, he went to find Tu Feng because he knew that the key to this duel was Tu Feng. If Tu Feng was willing to call a truce, this duel could be avoided. Among the inner sect elders, Tang Chun could be considered relatively strong. If it were any other time, Tu Feng might give him some face against an ordinary person. But today, Tu Feng's opponent was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't just someone he wanted to kill, but also someone his honorable master had ordered him to kill. How could he miss this chance to kill Duan Lingtian because of Tang Chun's interference? Elder Tang Chun, I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't agree. Tu Feng glanced at Tang Chun and lightly said, "So, don't blame me for not giving you face. Of course, if you want me to stop, that's fine, you can have my honorable master send me a message. As long as my honorable master personally sends me a message and tells me to stop, I will stop." As soon as Tu Feng said this, Tang Chun's complexion turned ugly. But in the end, he still sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin. Tang Chun, an old man like you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. He thought that Wu Fengyin would give him face, but Tang Chun never imagined that he would receive such a response. I almost forgot. Duan Lingtian once refused to become Wu Fengyin's disciple. In addition, the gap between Tu Feng and Duan Lingtian isn't small. Last time, when Qiyu targeted Duan Lingtian, it was also Tu Feng who incited him. Thinking of this, Tang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps even the second elder wants Duan Lingtian to die. Should I remind him that Duan Lingtian's background isn't ordinary? Thinking of this, Tang Chun's pupils shrank. That's right. How could I forget this? With Duan Lingtian's mysterious background and the miracles he has created time and time again, if he didn't have confidence, would he have followed Tu Feng to the ultimate martial stage? Tang Chun subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian. Sure enough, he found that the latter's expression was calm, without the slightest trace of panic. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but calm down. It's me who became anxious because of that girl Wu Yan, otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten about his mysterious background. For Tang Chun, the fear and politeness of the people of Heavenly Wind City's God King Rangchong family when facing Duan Lingtian was still vivid in his mind. Granduncle, have you contacted the second elder? When she heard Tu Feng's words, Tang Wuyan's expression changed, and she immediately sent a message to Tang Chun. She thought that Tang Chun hadn't contacted the second elder because the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng was about to begin. On Tu Feng's body, the divine force of a god king was already raging. I did, but he refused, Tang Chun replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Tang Wuyan, don't worry, Duan Lingtian should be confident, which is why he agreed to this battle with Tu Feng. Don't you see his calm face, as if victory is already in his grasp? Confident? Victory in his grasp? Tang Wuyan felt bitter in her heart. Duan Lingtian was indeed calm right now, but when she thought of the difference in cultivation between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she didn't hold any hope for Duan Lingtian. Granduncle, why don't you ask Vice Sect Master Morong for help? Wasn't Duan Lingtian recommended by him to enter the sect in advance and participate in the core disciple assessment? If you tell him about this matter, he definitely won't stand idly by. Tang Wuyan thought of the Hidden Fog sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Heavenly Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. There's no need. Almost as Tang Wuyan looked at Tang Chun and sent another message to urge him, Tang Chun's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She saw Tang Chun staring blankly at the ultimate martial stage in front of him, his throat violently moving as he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. At this moment, Tang Wuyan also discovered that the originally noisy scene had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence. What happened? With curiosity, Tang Wuyan turned to look at the ultimate martial stage. What she saw was a purple figure standing in the air next to where Tu Feng had been standing. Tu Feng was nowhere to be seen, but there was a cloud of blood mist floating in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Tang Wuyan heard a slight, ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in her ears. Tu Feng is dead? Tang Wuyan's autumn eyes widened, and her beautiful cheeks were filled with disbelief. And now, she wasn't the only one who was in disbelief. Most of the other onlookers were also in disbelief. The rest of the people were basically horrified. Just now, they didn't even realize what was going on. Duan Lingtian had appeared behind Tu Feng like a ghost. Then, the moment Tu Feng reacted, he had already struck out like lightning. He defeated Tu Feng with one sword strike, and then the sword light exploded, turning into countless tiny sword lights that cut Tu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Even the two inner elders on duty at the ultimate martial stage today looked at each other in disbelief. What a fast attack! Is Duan Lingtian the owner of 99 heavenly veins? I'm afraid only the owner of 99 heavenly veins can stimulate divine power to such an extent. Also, did you notice? Just now, in addition to the fusion of the embryonic form of the sword principle and one of the three profundities of the law of space, he also fused another three profundities. I noticed. He has comprehended the fusion of two profundities of the law of space. Last time, when he fought with Qiyu, he hid his strength. His strength has already surpassed Shui Haichuan, who hadn't broken through to the Divine King stage 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3692. Duan Lingtian's attack was very fast. He teleported behind Tu Feng, who had just mobilized his divine energy and was about to attack, and killed Tu Feng before Tu Feng could react. If Tu Feng had been given a little more time, he would have been able to block Duan Lingtian's killing move. However, slow was slow. The slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian relied on the advantage of mobilizing the divine energy from his 99 heavenly veins and the element of surprise from the teleportation profundity to kill Tu Feng. Ordinary people who did not have 99 heavenly veins, even if they had comprehended the law of space, fused two of the three profundities, and the embryonic form of the sword Dao, would not have the courage to do so. Because it was too risky. The slightest carelessness could allow the opponent to block his killing move, and because of the close distance, he would be in a passive position. However, Duan Lingtian did not take any risks. After all, his true strength was not limited to this. Even if he failed to catch Tu Feng off guard, he still had the ability to turn the situation around. At most, he would just have to show more of his negatives. Of course, if he could keep his trump cards, he would rather keep them. For Duan Lingtian, this was like a gamble. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost, he would at most be more high profile. However, no matter what, Tu Feng was destined to die. It was just a question of how he would die. Fortunately, I didn't reveal too much of my strength. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he had won the gamble and killed Tu Feng without further revealing his strength. The strength he revealed when he killed Tu Feng was no different from when he had passed the core disciple assessment in Zhang Tianheng's little world. Higher God Cultivation Base. Two of the three profundities from the law of space. Embryonic form of the sword Tao. Low-grade divine sword. Of course, he also revealed the number of heavenly veins in his body. He suspected to have 99 heavenly veins, but as long as no one investigated him, they would not be able to find out whether he really had 99 heavenly veins or not. At most, they would only be suspicious. After all, 99 heavenly veins were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, there were still many of them. After all, the natives of the realms of gods had the blood of supreme powerhouses flowing in their veins. This Duan Ling Tian has definitely passed the core disciple assessment. High up in the sky, the core disciple Lin Yijian said with absolute certainty, "This is the first time I've seen a lesser deity comprehend the fusion of two types of three profound meanings of any one of the four supreme laws of nature." Although the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment is difficult for Divine Spirit level inner sect disciples, it's not difficult at all for Duan Ling Tian. The other core disciple nodded. Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, the young man in a black robe who had remained on the huge stone tablet suspended in the air had already descended. In the blink of an eye, he had landed on the ultimate martial platform. He kept the stone tablet and looked straight at Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the black-robed young man appeared, many people in the surroundings turned to look at him. "It's senior brother Shi Tongming. I didn't expect to see senior brother Shi Tongming again after so many years here." When senior brother Shi Tongming was still an inner sect disciple, he was the strongest inner sect disciple. Later on, when he entered the God King realm, he passed the core disciple assessment and became a core disciple. That's nothing. The most important thing is that after senior brother Shi Tongming became a core disciple, due to his outstanding performance, our Hidden Fog sect supreme elder, Elder Lei, took a liking to him and accepted him as a personal disciple. Elder Lei? He's one of the four supreme elders in our Hidden Fog sect? That's right. The strongest of our Hidden Fog sect's highest elders are Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud, and Elder Fog. Their seniority is also very high. Even if the sect master were to see them, he would have to respectfully bow to them. And this senior brother Shi Tongming is Elder Lei's personal disciple. The four supreme elders of Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Mist rarely accept disciples. Unless one's talent is particularly amazing, they won't even think of accepting a disciple. For senior brother Shi Tongming to be accepted by Elder Lei, his talent and perception can be imagined. As soon as Shi Tongming appeared, he didn't even need to introduce himself. Duan Ling Tian learned his identity from the surrounding chatter. The Hidden Fog sect had four supreme elders. They represented the highest combat strength of the Hidden Fog sect. He already knew this. The four supreme elders were said to be stronger than the Hidden Fog sect's sect master. They were the leaders of the Hidden Fog sect's supreme elders. Let alone the core elders, even the 19 protectors and the several vice sect masters were only little brothers in front of them. Even if the latter's seniority wasn't low and was even higher than theirs, they still had to be respectful in front of them. After all, this was a world where the strong were revered. "Senior apprentice brother Shi, are you looking for me for something?" After learning of Shi Tongming's identity, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask why Shi Tongming had called out to him and why he had appeared at such a timely moment. "You passed the core disciple test?" Shi Tongming asked. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. When Duan Ling Tian killed Tu Feng, everyone present had already guessed that Duan Ling Tian had passed the core disciple test. But now that they saw Duan Ling Tian personally admit it, they couldn't help but be shocked. "Very good." Shi Tongming looked at Duan Ling Tian with appreciation. Then, he got straight to the point and said, "Duan Ling Tian, my honorable master is Elder Lei. Are you willing to become his disciple and acknowledge him as your master? If you are willing, then from now on you will be my junior apprentice brother. In the Hidden Fog sect, if anyone dares to offend you, that is the same as offending me, Shi Tongming. Shi Tongming wasn't a talkative person to begin with. Thus, as soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. As Shi Tongming's voice fell, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Elder Lei wants to receive Duan Lingtian as his disciple? Didn't you hear senior apprentice brother Shi Tongming ask whether or not Duan Lingtian passed the core disciple test before asking? It's clear that Elder Lei has some requirements for accepting Duan Lingtian as his disciple. At the very least, Duan Lingtian has to pass the core disciple test and become a core disciple. Elder Lei is one of the 4 highest existences in the Hidden Fog sect. If one becomes his disciple, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the sect in the future? How enviable. Unfortunately, I don't have this life. Now, it wasn't just the group of inner and outer sect disciples. Even the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial arena were looking at Duan Lingtian with envy. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was about to reach the heavens in a single bound. Elder Lei, Tang Wuyan also recovered from the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Tu Feng. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Those who didn't know might have thought that Elder Lei wanted to take her as his disciple instead of Duan Lingtian. Tang Wuyan was the same as everyone else. She felt that Duan Lingtian wouldn't refuse to become Elder Lei's disciple. Even if Duan Lingtian had refused many core elders, protectors, and even people sent by the Grand Elders to find him, Elder Lei couldn't be compared to the Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders at all. Perhaps Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to take ordinary Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders as his master because he was waiting for the 4 Grand Elders to take the initiative to accept him as their disciple. And now, Duan Lingtian had waited for Elder Lei. How could he refuse? Senior apprentice brother Shi. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Tongming and faintly smiled. Please help me tell Elder Lei that I, Duan Lingtian, thank him for his kindness. It's just that I, Duan Lingtian, already have a master, so I can only miss out on his kindness. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Shi Tongming froze for a moment. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, so that's how it is. What a pity. As his voice fell, Shi Tongming stepped into the air. A giant stone tablet appeared beneath his feet, carrying him and disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It was only at this time that the surrounding people recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian rejecting Shi Tongming. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would reject Shi Tongming and Elder Lei. After all, this was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian actually rejected Elder Lei? Heavens! Should I call him honest or stupid? So what if he has a master? Elder Lei is willing to accept him as a disciple. As long as he doesn't mention it, why would Elder Lei care? Perhaps, this is the pride of a genius. Most of the inner and outer sect disciples present found it hard to understand Duan Lingtian's choice. Even Tang Wuyan was the same. Duan Lingtian, you should have agreed. Now that you've killed Tu Feng, even if the second elder won't easily act against you in the sect, he definitely won't let you off. The second elder is famous for being protective of his own people, he definitely won't let Tu Feng's death go. And if you become Elder Lei's disciple, even he will have to consider whether it is worth it to make a move against you for Tu Feng's sake. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, it will be the same as having another life-saving charm. Tang Wuyan's thoughts were simple. Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng and offended the second elder. If he had Elder Lei as a protective umbrella, the second elder wouldn't dare to make a move against him. But now, Duan Lingtian had refused, and he was putting himself in danger. Everyone has their own ambitions. Facing Tang Wuyan's dissuasion, Duan Lingtian responded with a sound transmission. His tone was indifferent, without the slightest hint of regret. You. Tang Wuyan was so angry that her face flushed red. She nearly vomited blood. She stomped her feet like a little girl and turned around to leave. Her angry appearance was like a little girl who was angry at her first love and had a conflict with her lover. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, also relaxed after learning that Duan Lingtian had rejected Shi Tongming and refused to become Elder Lei's disciple. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Stupid brat, if you become Elder Lei's disciple, I definitely won't dare to make a move against you." Chapter 3693. Several breaths of time after Tu Feng was killed by Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, received a sound transmission telling him that Tu Feng had been killed. At first, he didn't believe it. But when the second and third sound transmissions arrived, he had no choice but to believe it was true. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple with a higher deity cultivation, had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. Was he angry? Of course. Tu Feng was his first disciple. Even if he was usually strict, he still regarded him as his own. But now, he was dead. The moment he confirmed this news, he even had the impulse to rush to the ultimate martial arena and kill Duan Lingtian to take revenge for Tu Feng. But in the end, he dispelled this thought. If he did so, even if he was the Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, he still wouldn't be able to escape death. Shi Tongming, you actually publicly declared that Elder Thunder accepted Duan Lingtian as a disciple? When Wu Fengyin learned of what happened at the ultimate martial arena, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It had to be known that he was already thinking about how to find a chance to kill Duan Lingtian in the future and take revenge for his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, but now, the other disciples he sent to the ultimate martial arena told him that Elder Thunder intended to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Moreover, as long as Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could immediately become Elder Thunder's disciple. Who was Elder Thunder? He was one of the most powerful people in the Hidden Fog Sect, an existence that could kill him with a flick of his finger. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him. At that moment, Wu Fengyin had already made preparations to dispel any thoughts of taking revenge on Duan Lingtian. This was because in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to refuse. It was also because of this that when he learned that Duan Lingtian had refused Elder Thunder, he felt that Duan Lingtian was stupid. But at the same time, he was overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation. That Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension are too high. I have to find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. In this situation, even if I really don't want to be his enemy, he might not believe me. Instead of waiting for him to grow and deal with me, I might as well get rid of him now. A cold light flashed in Wu Fengyin's eyes. Duan Lingtian, with his upper divine spirit cultivation, had taken the initiative to instantly kill the lower divine king realm inner sect disciple Tu Feng. This news soon spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog Sect. As for the Hidden Fog Sect, they were naturally shocked by this. A higher deity had killed a lesser deity king. In the history of the Hidden Fog Sect, such a matter had never occurred before. It could be said that Duan Lingtian's actions were unprecedented in the Hidden Fog Sect. In addition, news of Duan Lingtian passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the Hidden Fog Sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years also spread out. In particular, after the Hidden Fog sect master personally issued an announcement, Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Sect's only spirit god realm core disciple, could be considered to have a true status. Of course, there were also people who questioned this. What qualifications does Duan Lingtian have to become a core disciple? Is there some inside story behind this? However, as news of Duan Lingtian's method spread, these questions were quickly suppressed. Higher deity. He had comprehended two different types of space laws, fusing three profound meanings. Elementary sword Dao. Low-grade god sword. With such strength, it would be inexcusable if he couldn't pass the core disciple assessment. That little fellow, he didn't disappoint me. I didn't recommend him twice in vain. Far away in Skywind City, Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Murong Suifeng was also smiling when he heard the news from the Hidden Fog sect. In truth, when he recommended Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Fog Academy ahead of time, he was hoping that Duan Lingtian would become the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years. Many people didn't know what Duan Lingtian experienced in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, but he knew. Duan Lingtian wasn't that simple. And the facts proved that this was indeed the case. At the same time that Murong Suifeng received the news, the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy also received the news. On one hand, they were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, but on the other hand, they were inner sect elders or outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They had their own network of connections within the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't difficult for them to find out what happened there. Duan Lingtian is amazing. The Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. Yes. Duan Lingtian hasn't been at the academy for long, but his achievements in the Hidden Fog sect are too shocking. Once the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy found out, the students naturally found out as well. Whether they knew Duan Lingtian or not, they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian, amazing. I'll be going to the Hidden Fog sect soon. At that time, you'll have to cover for me. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was following Tang Chun to the core disciple's residence when he received a message from the Hidden Fog Academy. It was from Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was the God King level sect's 10,000 Leaves sect's junior sect master. He was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't known him for a long time, because of his enthusiasm and sincerity, Duan Lingtian considered him one of his only two friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. The other person was Ding Yen. Ding Yen. Although he wasn't as strong as Ho Qingning, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was even more mysterious. This was because before the 10-star student trial began, Ding Yen had told him that as long as he followed him, even if he encountered someone from a God King level family, he could protect him with his status. At that time, Duan Lingtian faintly realized that Ding Yen had an extraordinary status. At the very least, that status was enough to intimidate the God King level family clans of Skywind City. Haha, since you've come to the Hidden Fog sect, feel free to look for me if you have any problems. However, the premise is that you're in the right. If you cause trouble, I won't wipe your ass for you. Duan Lingtian laughed in response to Ho Qingning. Do I look like that kind of person? Ho Qingning said somewhat angrily. You don't look like. Just as Ho Qingning let out a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment and then said again, because you are that kind of person. Can't you finish your sentence in one breath? Ho Qingning was flustered and exasperated. Oh right. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I suddenly remembered something. Before the 10-star student trial began, you said you wanted to spar with me. But I was so busy with a series of things that I couldn't find the time. Aren't you coming to the Hidden Fog sect soon? When you arrive, you and I can make up for our previous spar. Duan Lingtian's message caused Ho Qingning, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, to shiver. Spar? Who wants to spar with a freak like you? Of course, this was Ho Qingning's innermost thoughts, he didn't say them out loud. Did I promise to spar with you? Did you remember wrongly? You must have remembered wrong. I still have things to do, so let's leave it at that for now. Oh right, there is one more thing, not long after you went to the Hidden Fog sect, Ding Yen also left the academy. He dropped out ahead of time. Ho Qingning said, he didn't even tell me that he left. I only found out from others that he dropped out, then, there was no news of him. I tried to contact him but he didn't reply. Have you been in contact with him recently? Because of his relationship with Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning and Ding Yen became familiar with each other not long after they met Duan Lingtian. They even exchanged soul beads. Dropped out? After receiving Ho Qingning's message, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously sent a message to Ding Yen through the soul bead Ding Yen left with him. However, there was no response. I didn't contact him after that. I sent him a message just now but he didn't reply either. Duan Lingtian asked, did he show any unusual behavior before he left? Although he and Ding Yen could only be considered ordinary friends, he was still one of the few friends he had in the realm of gods. After hearing that Ding Yen had left the academy without any news, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but worry. No. Ho Qingning sighed. I sent a message to my father and asked him to help investigate, but he didn't find anything. That guy's origin is very mysterious. I have no idea where he came from. Ho Qingning said. After communicating with Ho Qingning, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun beside him and said, Elder Tang Chun, you should be able to contact Dean Murong, right? Yes, what's the matter? Tang Chun naturally knew who Dean Murong was that Duan Lingtian was talking about. Help me ask him if he knows the 10-star student Ding Yan's origin. Duan Lingtian said. Tang Chun quickly helped Duan Lingtian ask. Duan Lingtian, Vice Sect Master Murong said that he doesn't know where Ding Yan came from. He only knows that Ding Yan passed the 9-star disciple exam and entered the Hidden Fog Academy. I also asked other people I know in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. They also don't know where Ding Yan came from. Obviously, Tang Chun took Duan Lingtian's words to heart. Alright. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his heart sank slightly. Ding Yan should be fine, right? After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed down. He had thought it through. It was useless to think too much about Ding Yan. There was nothing he could do. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. This way, even if Ding Yan needed his help in the future, he would be able to help. Elder Tang Chun, if I follow you to the Core Disciple Registration Office to choose the Core Disciple Entrance Reward, can I change it to something else? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun and asked. Now, he was following Tang Chun to go through the Core Disciple entrance procedures. An inner disciple had to go through other procedures to become a core disciple. They had to change their identity token, and according to the rules of the sect, they could also receive a reward. The reward would be at least a middle-grade divine weapon. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't care about middle-grade divine weapons. In fact, there were many things that were equivalent to mid-grade divine artifacts that he didn't fancy or use. It's not possible under normal circumstances. Tang Chun shook his head. Chapter 3694. It won't work? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had thought that it would work. If it did not work, would he not be able to get another creation pill in the near future? Now, what he wanted the most was the creation pill. In fact, with just 1 or 2 creation pills, he was confident that he would be able to break through to become a lesser godly king. 1 creation pill would give him more than a 50% chance of success. 2 creation pills would give him a 100% chance of success. Of course, the prerequisite was that the creation pill's effect was no different from the rumored one. It could directly break through the bottleneck barrier between a higher godly king and a lesser godly king. Elder Tang Chun, is there a creation pill among the rewards I chose? Duan Lingtian asked. Creation pill? Tang Chun was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head. No. The creation pill is a divine pill for gods. Core disciples are usually already godly kings, so they have no use for creation pills. You're asking this, because you want the creation pill? Tang Chun asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. If you want the creation pill, it's actually very simple. Tang Chun said, when you receive the core disciple reward later, choose something of higher value and exchange it for the creation pill. I think someone will be willing to exchange it with you. It's also because I've given the few creation pills I've accumulated to Wuyan. Otherwise, I think she would be willing to let me transfer the creation pill to you. At this point, Tang Chun sighed. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to see if there was any change in Duan Lingtian's expression. When he realized that Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all, he could not help but feel a little disappointed and disappointed. Was his granddaughter's charm so small? Who in the sect has a creation pill? Elder Tang Chun, do you know? The kind that I can exchange with him. Duan Lingtian asked Tang Chun. I'm not too sure about that. Tang Chun shook his head. After all, something like the good fortune pill is too useful for immortals. If news of someone having a good fortune pill spreads, a group of people will immediately trade with him. Everyone wants to get more good fortune pills for their descendants. I suggest that you comprehend a valuable treasure that many people want. That way, you can exchange it for the nature pill. Within the sect, there is a specialized trading hall where you can exchange for creation pills. Speaking of the trading hall, why don't we make a trip there first? Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something. At this point, Tang Chun paused at the right time. Tang Chun's decision was approved by Duan Lingtian. Compared to becoming a core disciple and choosing a core disciple's entry reward, he cared more about the creation pill. The origin pill was what he needed the most right now. Under Tang Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Hidden Fog Sect's trade hall. It was a great hall that was several times larger than the trial hall. There were stalls neatly arranged everywhere in the great hall. And behind the stalls, there were Hidden Fog Sect disciples. Looking at the status tokens at their waists, it was clear that there were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. And in front of some stalls, there was a white cloth with some words written on it. Most of them were asking to buy something. There was no lack of people asking to buy a divine pill like the nature pill. There were also people asking to buy the Jia Yi Bing San divine pill. As for some people, they even listed a pile of things that they could take out in exchange for a certain item. Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something else. If I have it, I can trade with them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked past the stalls. Elder Tang Chun. And along the way, many people recognized Tang Chun who was leading Duan Lingtian. They respectfully greeted him. Then, when some people recognized Duan Lingtian, there was naturally a stir. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian, hello. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian, I saw your battle with Tu Feng. You are too strong. With your divine spirit realm cultivation, you were able to kill a god king. You are the first person in our Hidden Fog sect to accomplish this. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian, I admire you. One by one, the inner and outer sect disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. They were just like the fanatical fans who chased after celebrities on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to such a passionate group of people. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed and he asked in a loud voice, everyone, do you see anyone wanting to exchange the nature pill for something? I want to exchange for several nature pills. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, many people began to look in the same direction. At the same time, someone took the lead and said to Duan Lingtian, Senior apprentice brother Duan, there's an inner sect senior brother over there. He wants to exchange the nature pill for a mediocre grade divine artifact. Oh? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Mediocre grade divine artifact? He did not lack such things at all. In his possession, whether it was the mediocre-grade divine artifacts he obtained in the realms of gods or the heavenly wind city's Zhong clan, there were a few mediocre-grade divine artifacts in his possession. Senior apprentice brother Duan, that inner sect senior brother is a little greedy. He wants to exchange for a mediocre-grade divine artifact, but he only took out 2 nature pills. Senior apprentice brother Duan, under normal circumstances, a mediocre-grade divine artifact can be exchanged for no less than 4 nature pills. If someone has a mediocre-grade divine artifact and has enough nature pills, he might even be willing to take out 5 or more nature pills to exchange for a mediocre-grade divine artifact. The group of hidden fog sect disciples around Duan Lingtian seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would suffer a loss. They all spoke up to warn him. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had a mediocre-grade divine artifact, he must have obtained it from the core disciple's entrance gift after he became a core disciple. If there was only one mediocre-grade divine artifact, it would be of great significance. After all, Duan Lingtian had only used a mediocre-grade divine artifact in the past. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian smiled at the crowd and then walked in the direction they were looking at. Along the way, the group of hidden fog sect disciples consciously opened up a path for him. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is going to exchange for nature pills? He's going to do such a losing business? It can't be, right? Does he lack nature pills that much? Under the stunned gazes of a group of people, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of a stall set up by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. As he saw Duan Lingtian approach, his solemn face revealed a smile. Junior apprentice brother Duan, I've heard of you. Now that I've seen you today, you are indeed as handsome and elegant as the rumors say. Senior apprentice brother praises me too much. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. From the way this person addressed him, it wasn't hard to determine that this person was a God-King level inner sect disciple. Wu Feng. At this time, Tang Chun, who had followed Duan Lingtian, recognized the middle-aged man. I haven't seen you in a long time. When did you return to the sect? Elder Tang Chun. Seeing Tang Chun, Wu Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up and bowed to Tang Chun. I returned to the sect several days ago. I haven't had the time to visit you yet. Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. Judging from Wu Feng's behavior, it seemed like he was rather respectful to Tang Chun. 2 nature pills in exchange for a mediocre-grade god weapon. Why didn't you tell me you wanted a mediocre-grade god weapon? Tang Chun shook his head. With a raise of his hand, a 5-foot-long saber that was completely surrounded by a silver halo appeared in his hand. Take this mediocre-grade god weapon. As for the 2 nature pills in your hand, give them to Duan Lingtian. As Tang Chun spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian who was next to him. In Tang Chun's opinion, it was definitely beneficial to give Duan Lingtian a favor if he had the opportunity. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Wu Feng. Even if he gave Wu Feng a mediocre-grade god weapon, it wouldn't be a big deal. Doing this was undoubtedly pleasing both sides. Elder Tang Chun. Wu Feng smiled wryly and waved his hand. I haven't even had the time to repay you for saving my life. How can I accept your things? I'll give the 2 nature pills to junior apprentice brother Duan. As for the god weapon, I can't accept it. As Wu Feng spoke, he took out a pill bottle and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Junior apprentice brother Duan, since you have such a relationship with Elder Tang Chun, take these 2 nature pills as a gift from me. Wu Feng. Just as Tang Chun frowned and was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. He looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Wu Feng. However, I, Duan Lingtian, won't take someone's things for free. I have a mediocre-grade god weapon." As Duan Lingtian spoke, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was completely enshrouded in green light. As soon as it appeared, a fierce sword intent seemed to spread out, giving off a sharp feeling. Clearly, although they were both mediocre-grade god weapons, the quality of this sword was above the saber in Tang Chun's hand. Wu Feng's eyes could not help but light up. When Tang Chun saw this, he smiled wryly to himself and silently put away the saber in his hand. Only then did he recall that with Duan Lingtian's identity and background, it was normal for him to have a mediocre-grade god weapon in his possession. In fact, the Zhong clan might even give Duan Lingtian a few mediocre-grade god weapons as an apology. The image of the former second-in-command of the Zhong clan, Zhong Heir, humbling himself in front of Duan Lingtian was still vivid in Tang Chun's mind. Junior apprentice brother Duan. Wu Feng glanced at the mediocre-grade god sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "I've indeed taken advantage of you by using 2 nature pills to exchange for a mediocre-grade god weapon. This time, I, Wu Feng, owe you a favor." Wu Feng did indeed want a mediocre-grade god weapon. When he saw Duan Lingtian take out a mediocre-grade god weapon, he hurriedly exchanged it with him. At the same time, he also exchanged soul pearls with Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Wu Feng, you're too kind. In my eyes now, the value of these 2 nature pills is no less than a mediocre-grade god weapon." When Duan Lingtian put away the medicinal pill bottle that contained the 2 creation pills, his heart that was originally as calm as still water could not help but ripple. As long as the effects of the nature pills were not exaggerated. If he consumed these 2 nature pills, he would definitely become a god king. My words are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back. Even after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Feng still persisted. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of this inner sect senior brother he had just met. Chapter 3695. As the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples saw Wu Feng use 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for a high-quality medium-grade divine sword from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples blazed. Senior apprentice brother Duan is giving away his core disciple entrance gift just like that? In our Hidden Fog sect, every core disciple's first medium-grade divine artifact is chosen when they choose their entrance reward. If senior apprentice brother Duan misses this chance, it will be difficult for him to obtain another medium-grade divine artifact in the future. Listening to the whispers of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, it was clear that they all thought that the medium-grade divine sword Duan Lingtian exchanged for was his entrance reward for becoming a core disciple. After all, after becoming a core disciple, one had a chance to choose their entrance reward. This was something they all knew. And among the entrance rewards they could choose, there was bound to be a medium-grade divine artifact. Tang Chun stood to the side. As he heard these whispers, the corners of his lips unconsciously twitched. He was the only one who knew that Duan Lingtian had not gone through the procedures to become a core disciple and had not chosen his reward. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Lingtian had given away was merely a mediocre divine weapon that he already had. And whether it was when he killed Qi Yu or Tu Feng on the extreme martial arena, he hadn't used a medium-grade divine artifact. He had only used a low-grade divine artifact. Junior apprentice brother Duan, since you're in such a hurry to obtain the revival good fortune pill, are you about to break through and become a god king? Duan Lingtian nodded at Wu Feng and was about to call Tang Chun to leave and go through the core disciple entrance procedures when Wu Feng's sound transmission suddenly echoed in his ears. Duan Lingtian was stunned. As he faced Wu Feng, he could see a sharp light flash in Wu Feng's eyes. Finally, he responded with a sound transmission, "Yes." "How long will it take to break through?" Wu Feng continued to ask with a sound transmission, "If you can break through in a short period of time, I might be able to return your favor soon." Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, there's no need for favors. There's really no need. Duan Lingtian rejected him with a sound transmission once more. To me, the value of these 2 revival good fortune pills far surpasses a mere medium-grade divine artifact. Junior brother Duan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Wu Feng said telepathically, I think you are a trustworthy person, so I will tell you the truth. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to obtain a medium-quality divine artifact is because I'll need it soon. I need to raise my strength to a new level in a short period of time. Me and the other 4 found a divine treasury. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor. The 5 of us each hold a key to open the door to the divine treasury. We agreed to open it soon. At that time, if I want to obtain more benefits from the divine treasure trove, I will need to have stronger strength. As for my strength, I am well aware of it. If I want to increase my strength in the short term, I can only rely on external forces. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said through a sound transmission with a burning gaze, Junior brother Duan, the date we agreed on is 3 months later. However, due to the distance, we have to leave a month's time on the road. Therefore, I have to set off in 2 months. The 5 of us can each bring a companion with us. However, the companion's cultivation can't be higher than a lesser god king. At most, he can only be a lesser god king. Originally, I planned to find one of my friends who are also inner sect disciples to go with me. However, I haven't greeted anyone yet. How about this? If you can break through and become a god king in 2 months, I'll bring you along. What do you think? I'm also looking forward to seeing your strength after you break through and become a lesser god king. You're a core disciple who managed to kill the lesser god king, Tu Feng, even though you're only a greater god. Of course, I have my own selfish motives as well. You're strong, so I have an advantage over them. In Wu Feng's opinion, this junior brother Duan was able to kill Tu Feng, who wasn't much weaker than him, when he was only a greater god. Once he broke through and became a god king, he would definitely become even stronger. At that time, in the vicinity of Tongling province, apart from the top prodigies of God Emperor forces, no one with the same cultivation level would be a match for him. As for the other 4 people who discovered the suspected divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor, they were only lesser God Kings of God Emperor forces. Suspected divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He had to admit that he was tempted. In the Plains of Gods, a God Emperor was able to rule over a vast area and support an Emperor God force. In the Plains of Gods, Emperor God forces were second only to godly venerable forces. For example, in the Tongling province where the Hidden Fog sect was located, there were no godly venerable forces. The strongest forces were only a few God Emperor forces. In the Tongling province, God Emperors were definitely the strongest powerhouses. How could the divine treasure left behind by such an existence be ordinary? I don't care about divine weapons. After all, I have the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs that can increase one's cultivation level are precious treasures to me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng again with surprise in his eyes. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Wu Feng, Senior brother Wu Feng, if I break through to the God King realm, I will inform you immediately. If there are no accidents, I should be able to break through in 2 months. Duan Lingtian said. Alright, I will wait for you, Wu Feng replied. I just thought about it. 2 months later, when I depart, if you haven't broken through by then, you can come with me. Although you are not a God King, your strength is not weaker than mine. I was thinking too much into it just now. I thought that since we are both God Kings, you must also break through to the God King realm before you can come with us. In truth, there is no cultivation limit to entering the divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian naturally expressed his thanks again and again. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. This was because although he had a certain degree of confidence, he was also afraid that the medicinal effects of the revival good fortune pill wouldn't be like the rumors. He wouldn't encounter bottlenecks on the road to the God King realm. Once that happened, he might not be able to break through to the God King realm in a short period of time. Of course, under normal circumstances, 2 revival good fortune pills would be enough for him to break through. Moreover, if you were to go with me with a cultivation at the divine spirit realm, they would definitely look down on you, and from there, look down on our group. Perhaps, we could even wait for the 8 of them to start fighting and reap the benefits. Wu Feng smiled and said, "Of course, it's best if you can break through." After chatting with Wu Feng for a bit more, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, he and Tang Chun left the exchange hall to complete the core disciple entrance procedures. The core disciple entrance procedures weren't too troublesome. When they arrived at the place, under Tang Chun's arrangement, Duan Lingtian handed in his inner sect disciple identity token and received a new identity token that belonged to him. It was the core disciple identity token. Once a core disciple enters the sect, you can receive a reward. Do you want to receive it now? The core elder responsible for handling the core disciple entrance procedures for Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian. This core elder was the Hidden Fog sect's 17th elder. Even Tang Chun had to be respectful in front of him, not daring to slight him. The 17th elder was a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. He was slightly fat and looked more like a wealthy merchant. He didn't have the air of a god king at all. Of course, as a core elder, he wasn't as simple as a god king. His strength could be placed in the front ranks of the Hidden Fog sect's upper god kings. He was only a step away from the divine sovereign realm. He wasn't much weaker than the Hidden Fog sect's 2nd elder, Wu Fengyin. As for the core elders, besides a few extremely strong ones, the rest of the core elders who were ranked were all about the same in strength. In fact, some of the core elders who were ranked were already stronger than the core elders who were ranked above them. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the guidance of the core elder, he walked in and headed towards the chamber where the entrance rewards were stored. As for Tang Chun, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. Later, he would head to the core disciple residences. The 17th elder would arrange for someone to lead Duan Lingtian there. However, before he left, Tang Chun reminded Duan Lingtian. If you don't have any other rewards you want, then choose a medium-grade divine artifact. Even if you don't have any use for it, you can still maximize its value and exchange it for something you want. If you're lucky, you can even exchange it for several revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian didn't take Tang Chun's reminder to heart. This was because he felt that he had his own choice in this matter. Even if it was a treasure that was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact, as long as he needed it, he would choose it. He didn't lack medium-grade divine artifacts. As for exchanging a medium-grade divine artifact for something else, he would have to wait for someone to sell it. He didn't have the patience to wait. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for Wu Feng's 2 revival good fortune pills. It had to be known that a medium-grade divine artifact could be exchanged for 4 or more revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of you a long time ago. I also heard that you refused Elder Thunder. On the way to the chamber, the 17th elder narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I already have a master in the Devata realm, so it's inconvenient for me to acknowledge another master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were perfunctory. Previously, when they were still in the Devata realm, he had discussed this matter with Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang had told him that he didn't have to worry too much about it. If he really felt that it would be helpful to him, it was not a big deal for him to acknowledge another master. Compared to this, he was more concerned about his position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Many people would even kill their only master for their own benefits. So what if such people only acknowledged one master? Did his master not die a horrible death in the end? However, there were some people who, even if they had many masters, could still guarantee their respect for each master. They would not look down on their previous masters just because their strength was greater than their previous masters. Chapter 3696. However, despite Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian had no intention of becoming a disciple of another master. At the very least, he did not have one for now. Perhaps, he might have a master in the future, but for now, he had no intention of becoming a disciple of another master. You're from a Devata realm? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of regret flashed in 17th Elder's eyes at the same time. After all, it was almost impossible for someone from a Devata realm to be a native of a realm of gods. If he was not a native of a realm of gods, it was almost impossible for him to possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse and awaken the power of his bloodline. In the realms of gods, the power of one's bloodline was also a part of one's strength. If a person who had awakened his bloodline and a person who hadn't, as long as the former's bloodline wasn't too useless, once they fought, as long as the former's bloodline wasn't too useless, he would definitely be able to easily defeat the latter. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm sure your master will be very happy if he finds out that you're so determined. The 17th Elder said, changing the topic. This time, Duan Lingtian merely smiled and did not reply. At the same time, the 17th Elder brought Duan Lingtian to the door of the secret chamber where the core disciples' reward was kept. After the 17th Elder removed the formation, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. It was an underground secret chamber. As for Duan Lingtian, he followed the 17th Elder all the way down the stairs. Go in and pick anything you like. Anything will do. The 17th Elder said to Duan Lingtian as he stood at the door of the secret chamber. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already passed through the door and entered the secret chamber. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of land. Around the expanse of land and in the middle were rows of shelves filled with items. There were weapons, medicinal pill bottles, jade slips, divine fruits, divine herbs. Next to each item was a jade slip with the name of the item engraved on it. The memory jade slip next to each item has an introduction. You can extend your divine sense to explore it. When Duan Lingtian entered the secret chamber, his attention was drawn to the interior of the secret chamber. At this moment, the 17th Elder's voice rang from behind him, reminding him of his presence. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response and then strolled around the secret chamber. At the same time, one item after another appeared before his eyes. His divine sense could see a lot of information entering his mind, allowing him to see the introductions of the corresponding items. 3 Yuyang pills. They can aid the cultivation of a god king, and their effects are far superior to that of a godstone. This was a memory jade slip beside a pill bottle. The description of the pills in the pill bottle became more and more detailed. Any god king would probably be moved by it. After all, it was an item that aided one's cultivation. It was relatively rare. Of course, a divine pill like the Yuyang pill also had a resistance to its effects. After taking 3 pills, its effects would be greatly reduced. After taking 10 pills, it would no longer have any effect on cultivation. I'm afraid that only those who have not consumed the Yuyang pill will receive it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, the Yuyang pill was not very tempting to Duan Lingtian. This was because there were more than 10 Yuyang pills in the storage ring given to him by the Chong clan. A mere 3 Yuyang pills was not enough to catch his eye. Bone-melting jade archive. Medial-grade divine artifact. Once activated, not only can it display powerful offensive power, if it touches the opponent's bones, it can extend the power of bone melting and melt the opponent's bones. It will be more effective for those who are proficient in the water laws. This was an introduction to a jade archive with a simple design. It was covered with lines and patterns. Once one's divine sense approached the lines and patterns on the jade archive, they would be obstructed. Obviously, they were not ordinary lines and patterns. This medial-grade divine artifact is not bad. It's stronger than most of the medial-grade divine artifacts in my possession. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to take the bone-melting jade archive. When Duan Lingtian walked past the bone transformation jade archive as though he had no intention of picking it up, the 17th elder said, "Duan Lingtian, the bone transformation jade archive is one of the two most powerful mediocre divine weapons here. In fact, in terms of preciousness, the bone-melting jade archive is more valuable than the other medial-grade divine artifact. You can consider it." Upon hearing the 17th elder's words, Duan Lingtian hastily said, "Thank you for the reminder, 17th elder." Naturally, he could tell that the 17th elder meant well. However, he did not need a medial-grade divine artifact. Let alone a medial-grade divine artifact without an artifact soul. Even if it was a medial-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, he would not be interested in it. After all, he had the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, a prominent grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. Following this, Duan Lingtian walked around the secret chamber twice. At this time, he had a target in mind. The body-strengthening divine fruit. The body-strengthening divine fruit was very useful to those who had just broken through to the divine king stage. It could allow them to completely consolidate their cultivation base as a lower divine king in a day. Moreover, it was the kind that would allow them to consolidate their cultivation base very firmly. To Duan Lingtian, this was a very good choice. At the very least, there was nothing else in the secret chamber that was more tempting to Duan Lingtian than this fruit. However, he did not need it now. However, what about after he consumed the 2 revival pills? At that time, he would naturally need it. 17th elder, I'll take the body-strengthening divine fruit. Duan Lingtian took the body-strengthening divine fruit and walked up to the 17th elder. However, the 17th elder frowned. Duan Lingtian, are you sure? Although the body-strengthening divine fruit is rare, its effect is only so for a divine king. Although it can help you consolidate your cultivation on the day you break through to God King, even if you consolidate your cultivation on your own, a few months to half a year will be enough with your talent. The 17th elder said, one is several months to half a year. The other is a chance to obtain a medium-grade divine artifact. If you choose the former, are you sure you won't regret it? It was clear that in the 17th elder's opinion, Duan Lingtian's choice was not rational. The value of a medium-grade divine artifact was far greater than the body-strengthening divine fruit. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, many people had used the body-strengthening divine fruit to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact, but no one was willing to do so. There were even people who used the body-strengthening divine fruit and some other treasures to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact, but no one was willing to do so. I'll take it. Duan Lingtian confirmed. He knew what the 17th elder was thinking. The 17th elder definitely thought that the body-strengthening divine fruit was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact. But, this body-strengthening divine fruit was something that could only be found by chance. At the very least, when he went to the exchange hall, he didn't see anyone take it out. He didn't know when he would see the body-strengthening divine fruit again. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Moreover, to the current him, the body-strengthening divine fruit was far more valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact. All right. The 17th elder saw Duan Lingtian insist. Although he felt it was a pity, he didn't try to persuade him any further. Let's go out. I've already sent someone to guide you to the core disciples' cultivation area. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked the 17th elder. Thank you, 17th elder, 17th elder. The person that the 17th elder found was a thin and small old man. He looked as if the wind could blow him away. After arriving, he respectfully bowed to the 17th elder. This is the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin. At this time, the 17th elder introduced this person to Duan Lingtian. He is the inner sect elder in charge of the core disciples cultivation area. If you have any problems, you can look for him. Elder Zhang Jin. Duan Lingtian quickly greeted Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your name. However, I heard that you rejected Elder Lei's invitation to take you in as a disciple. What a pity. After saying this, Zhang Jin shook his head. You're too young and too impulsive. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, you can do whatever you want in the sect. Even the sect leader will have to give you some leeway. Zhang Jin's tone became more and more regretful. Those who didn't know better might have thought that he was the one who rejected Elder Lei's offer and not Duan Lingtian. Everyone has their own ambitions. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as ever. Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Zhang Jin to lead the way. Sure. Zhang Jin shook his head and sighed. Then, he led the way. As for Duan Lingtian, after greeting Elder 17th, he followed. A moment later, Duan Lingtian was led by Zhang Jin. They passed through a complex of buildings and arrived in the skies above a mountain range. Within the hidden fog sect station, there were all sorts of terrains. The mountains and rivers were picturesque and the scenery was beautiful. Duan Lingtian had already become accustomed to this. Duan Lingtian, you are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of our hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. Now, I will introduce you to some things that aren't recorded in the core disciple handbook. Along the way, Zhang Jin patiently introduced Duan Lingtian. But halfway through his introduction, Zhang Jin's voice came to an abrupt halt. A figure appeared, blocking Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jin's path. This was a tall and burly young man wearing a crimson robe. His face was firm and his long black hair draped over his back. A crimson ribbon was tied around his forehead. As soon as the young man appeared, he nodded at Zhang Jin. Elder Zhang Jin. Before Zhang Jin had the chance to speak, the young man once again looked at Duan Lingtian, and his originally normal voice became slightly indifferent at this moment. You're the new core disciple, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. The other party's attitude towards him had clearly changed. This made him feel uncomfortable. For a time, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Zhang Jin seemed to sense Duan Lingtian's mood. He immediately opened his mouth and introduced, this is Elder Feng's eldest disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng. In the sect, there are currently 62, with you added on, there are 63 core disciples. Amongst the core disciples, his strength can be ranked in the top 3. With a middle God-King cultivation, he can defeat ordinary upper God-King level inner sect elders. Zhang Jin deliberately mentioned Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength. He clearly wanted Duan Lingtian to be more polite to Shangguan Xiongfeng so that he wouldn't anger him. But at this time, Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke again, as if he were issuing an order that couldn't be disobeyed. Take out those 2 revival good fortune pills. I, Shangguan Xiongfeng, want them. Chapter 3697. 2 revival good fortune pills. Hearing Shangguan Xiongfeng's words, Duan Lingtian also knew why this person was blocking his path. It was because he had taken a fancy to the 2 revival good fortune pills he had exchanged for a medium-grade divine artifact at the trading hall. However, Shangguan Xiongfeng's overbearing tone left him in a bad mood. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shangguan Xiongfeng and said, these 2 revival good fortune pills are for my own use. I won't transfer them to anyone else. However, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jin's complexion changed. This little ancestor, could it be that he still didn't understand the situation? If he had agreed to become Elder Lei's disciple, then he would have been able to act tough in front of Shengguan Xiongfeng today. But the problem was that he had rejected Elder Lei and lost Elder Lei's support. Now, rejecting Shengguan Xiongfeng was no different from striking a stone with an egg. I originally wanted to use 2 low-grade divine artifacts to exchange for 2 revival good fortune pills, but since you don't know what's good for you, I'll only give you 1 now. Shengguan Xiongfeng looked at Duan Lingtian, a mocking look in his eyes and a playful smile on his face. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blue sword appeared in his hand. A faint light twined around it. Just by sensing its aura, one could see that it was a low-grade divine artifact. To be more accurate, it was a low-grade divine artifact that hadn't given birth to an artifact soul. In fact, in a divine emperor-level sect like the Hidden Fog sect, it was basically impossible for a low-grade divine artifact to give birth to an artifact soul. Even if one appeared, it would be snatched away by someone from a divine emperor-level sect. Of course, this snatching didn't mean forcibly taking it away. It could also be exchanged for something else. But, the value of what was exchanged was absolutely inferior to a low-grade divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. As for medium-grade divine artifacts that had given birth to an artifact soul, some powerful divine emperor-level sects might have them, but it was impossible for most divine emperor-level sects to have them. As for high-grade divine artifacts that had given birth to an artifact soul, it was impossible for divine emperor-level sects to have them. They could only appear in divine venerable level sections. Moreover, not everyone in divine venerable level sects had the qualifications to possess such a high-grade divine artifact. Low-grade divine artifact? Hearing Shengguan Xiongfeng's words, Zhang Jin just sighed, as if he was not surprised, but Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. The value of a low-grade divine artifact was much lower than a middle-grade divine artifact. In fact, even if he took out 10 low-quality divine artifacts to exchange for a medium-quality divine artifact, although it was the market price, it was unlikely that anyone would trade for it. In private transactions, there would often be cases where a dozen or 20 low-quality god artifacts were exchanged for a mid-quality god artifact. As for exchanging for the Fate Pill, not to mention other places, but in the Hidden Fog sect's trading hall, even if you took out 10 low-grade divine artifacts, no one would be willing to trade for a single Revival Good Fortune Pill. This was because the Revival Good Fortune Pill was far more precious than a low-grade divine artifact. In the Hidden Fog sect, almost every inner sect disciple had a low-grade divine artifact. However, those who had the Fate Pill were few and far between. Usually, even if they had it, they would use it for themselves. Even if they couldn't use it, they would exchange it for something more valuable to them. How about this? I will give you 10 low-grade divine artifacts and you will give me a single Revival Good Fortune Pill. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Shengguan Xiongfeng as he spoke. And, his words were no different from saying that Shengguan Xiongfeng was indulging in wild fantasies. A low-grade divine artifact in exchange for 2 Revival Good Fortune Pills? Even the Hidden Fog sect sovereign couldn't say such a thing, right? Duan Lingtian. On the side, Zhang Jin heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew that something bad was about to happen. His complexion changed and he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission, "You cannot afford to offend Shengguan Xiongfeng. He is Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. He is also the disciple that has followed Elder Feng since he was a child. Even his name was given to him by Elder Feng. Elder Feng has never accepted a disciple in his life. It was only after he met Shengguan Xiongfeng that he began to do so. However, even now, Elder Feng only has 3 great disciples. Among them, Shengguan Xiongfeng is the eldest disciple. Shengguan Xiongfeng is only a core disciple and his status in the sect is equal to an inner sect elder. But, the truth is that even those core elders, protectors, and vice-sect masters don't dare to rashly provoke Shengguan Xiongfeng. Today, he wants the revival good fortune pill. Just give it to him. There is no need to further offend him. Although the sect has a rule that fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other, that is only relative to ordinary elders and disciples. When it comes to Shengguan Xiongfeng, those rules are in name only. Today, even if he kills you in front of me, I won't dare to speak carelessly. Otherwise, the next one to die will be me. Even if the scene of him killing you is captured by the sect's array formation mirror image, the sect won't use it to punish him. This is only because he is Elder Feng's eldest disciple. The four great grand elders, wind, thunder, cloud, and mist, although there is no ranking, Elder Feng is definitely the most mysterious and unfathomable one. You don't have to lose your life for 2 revival good fortune pills. In the past, there were 2 core disciples who died in Shengguan Xiongfeng's hands, but in the end, the matter was left unsettled. Zhang Jin's voice transmission could be said to be earnestly and kindly. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to help Duan Lingtian. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Zhang Jin's words. At the same time, he began to calculate inwardly, a medium divine king who's capable of killing an inner sect elder who's a superior divine king, without the help of the 5 divine elements, even if I use all my means, including the superior grade 7 orifice's exquisite sword, and Huang Er's help, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take down such an existence. Moreover, that would expose Huang Er and the 7 orifice's exquisite sword. A superior grade divine weapon with an artifact soul is a precious treasure even in an ultimate god sect. If it's exposed, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian knew that if his superior grade 7 orifice's exquisite sword with an artifact soul was exposed, what awaited him would be a slim chance of survival or even a slim chance of survival. Why? You're not willing to exchange? Shengguan Xiongfeng stared at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. Now, I've changed my mind. I won't even give you an inferior grade divine weapon. You'll willingly give me the 2 creation pills. Of course, you can also refuse. However, even if you refuse, it won't change the fact that the 2 creation pills will be in my hands. Unless you want to die. If you die, your spatial ring will self-destruct, and I won't be able to obtain the 2 creation pills. However, are you willing to die? Just for the 2 creation pills? As he spoke, the mocking expression on Shengguan Xiongfeng's face became even more pronounced. The mocking look in his eyes could not be any more intense. If I insist on not giving them to you, will you kill me? Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath and stared at Shengguan Xiongfeng intently. He lowered his voice and asked in a slightly different tone. What do you think? Shengguan Xiongfeng asked with a mocking expression. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath, and then a wisp of light flashed in his eyes as he seemed to have figured something out. He casually withdrew the medicinal pill bottle that contained the 2 creation pills from his spatial ring and tossed it to Shengguan Xiongfeng. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad. Shengguan Xiongfeng took the pill bottle. After opening it and confirming it, he nodded with satisfaction. After that, he no longer looked at Duan Lingtian and left in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin glanced at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to him in a daze. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, Duan Lingtian, you did the right thing. I know you must be very dissatisfied now, but there's no other way. The situation is beyond your control. As he said just now, compared to the 2 creation pills, your life is more important. Zhang Jin said. Elder Zhang Jin, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. His eyes were calm and did not look like he had just been robbed. Huh. Seeing Duan Lingtian come out of the haze so quickly, Zhang Jin's pupils shrank sharply and his heart trembled. That Duan Lingtian will probably regret it in the future. At this moment, even he did not know why such a thought suddenly appeared. Elder Zhang Jin, please continue. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and flew in the direction of the core disciple's residence. At the same time, he did not forget to call out to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin heard this and chased after him. At the same time, he continued to introduce some things that were not in the core disciple handbook to Duan Lingtian. The whole process was very patient, and Duan Lingtian also listened patiently. Of course, while patiently listening to Zhang Jin, Duan Lingtian was trying to suppress a monstrous anger deep in his heart. Shengguan Xiongfeng. I will remember what happened this time. Today, you want 2 creation pills from me. In the future, it will not be as simple as 2 creation pills from you. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered many difficulties and setbacks. Naturally, he knew the principle of being flexible. However, there were some things that he could not be flexible about even if he died. Just like this time, although a mere 2 nature pills would slow down his progress towards becoming a god king, it was not as important as his own life. It seems that I will have to challenge the Divine Emperor's divine treasure, as senior brother Wu Feng said, as a divine spirit realm cultivation. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Just as Duan Lingtian was being led into the core disciple's residence by Zhang Jin. On the other side, Shengguan Xiongfeng, who had just robbed Duan Lingtian of 2 creation pills, came to an independent residence on the side of a huge mountain and said, Long Shao, the matter you asked me to do is done. After a while, a similarly tall and strong figure walked out from inside. He was wearing a dark golden robe. His brows were dignified and his face was handsome. He had the demeanor of a young emperor. With a glance, it was as if he was looking down on the world and all living things. That Duan Lingtian is very cowardly. He has no backbone at all. Shengguan Xiongfeng said, I threatened him slightly and he obediently gave me 2 creation pills. In my opinion, such a coward is not worthy of being Elder Lei's disciple. He is not worthy of being in the same group as us. Chapter 3698. If it weren't for Honorable Master being interested in him, I wouldn't even bother with him. The tall figure wearing dark golden robes was a young man. After hearing Shengguan Xiongfeng's words, he shook his head and disdainfully said, So what if he is a genius? If he can't grow, everything is in vain. This young man was called Long Shao. He was the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei. The last time on the extreme martial arena, Shi Tongming was the one who invited Duan Lingtian to become Elder Lei's disciple, and this was his junior apprentice brother. Last time, after Shi Tongming returned, he said that Duan Lingtian had refused to become his honorable master's disciple. Although his honorable master had only smiled and brushed it off, he had still caught a trace of displeasure in his honorable master's eyes. Because of this, from that moment on, he remembered this matter in his heart. Today, when Duan Lingtian went to the trading hall and exchanged a medium-grade divine artifact for 2 revival good fortune pills, he had also heard from others. It was also at that time that he wanted to mess with Duan Lingtian. Thus, he found his friend, Shengguan Xiongfeng, and had him snatch away Duan Lingtian's 2 revival good fortune pills to vent his anger. Shengguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's eldest disciple, and as Long Shao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple, he had always had a good relationship with Shengguan Xiongfeng. With just a message, Shengguan Xiongfeng had gone to help him with this matter. Next, are you going to ignore him, or are you going to tease him? Shengguan Xiongfeng grinned and asked. He dared to refuse my honorable master. If I let him go like this, that would be letting him off too easily. Long Shao sneered. His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Later, I'll go and humiliate him again. I'll add a handful of salt to his wound. Huh, Shengguan Xiongfeng laughed. Then you have to tell me what happened. I'm very interested to know. Also, once he breaks through and becomes a divine king, we'll find a chance to kill him. His performance today can be said to be cowardice, but it can also be said to be forbearance. If we don't kill him, then with his natural talent and comprehension ability, he might ride on our heads in the future. At that time, if he wants to settle old scores, then it won't be a good thing for us. As Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent. There's no hurry. Long Xiao smiled faintly. Let's see if he's willing to walk 10 miles on his knees and beg my master to take him in as a disciple. However, based on my understanding of my master, if that Duan Lingtian really did that, he would never take Duan Lingtian in as a disciple. Once this matter falls through, we will do as you said. After that Duan Lingtian breaks through and becomes a god king, we will find an opportunity to kill him. Killing him now would be letting him off too easily. When he breaks through and becomes a god king and feels that his future is bright, then I'll kill him. The effect will be better. A cold killing intent flashed in Long Zhao's eyes as he spoke. Indeed. Shangguan Xiongfeng nodded with a smile. I think so too. I didn't expect you to have the same thoughts as me. It was a huge blow to Duan Lingtian that the 2 creation pills were snatched away. After all, he originally had the opportunity to become a god king in a day with the 2 creation pills. However, now that the creation pills were gone, even if he still had many divine pills that aided his cultivation, their effects could not be compared to the creation pills. Under such circumstances, even the body-strengthening divine fruit that he obtained from the core disciple challenge could not be used for the time being. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten about the Zhong clan? The Zhong clan of Tianfeng City had been extremely respectful to him ever since he had eaten with Tang Chun at the restaurant. In order to make amends, they had even given him a large sum of wealth. Among the wealth, there were 5 creation pills. At that time, according to his calculations, the Zhong clan should have given him half of their wealth. If he guessed correctly, the Zhong clan should still have 5 creation pills left. Find Zhong Tiannu. Under the guidance of inner sect elder Zhang Jin, Duan Lingtian arrived at an independent mansion. Not long after he entered the room, Duan Lingtian left the room and the mansion. Then, he left the core disciples' cultivation area. The core disciples' cultivation area was located in a mountain range. Vast mansions of different shapes and sizes were scattered everywhere. There were at least 100 of them. But now, there were only a few dozen mansions with people living in them. Duan Lingtian casually found a mansion to stay in. In the Hidden Fog sect, it wasn't just the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Even the core disciples' cultivation area was the same. There was no competition like the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student dormitories. Young Master Duan, are you looking for me for something? Zhong Tiannu was flattered to see Duan Lingtian come looking for him. At the same time, he was also a bit nervous. Recently, Duan Lingtian's performance in the Hidden Fog sect had not only stunned everyone in the Hidden Fog sect, but it had also frightened him. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would have such monstrous talent and perception. In the past, he only thought that Duan Lingtian had a good background. But looking at the current situation, it wouldn't be long before Duan Lingtian relied on his own strength. He didn't need to rely on the influence behind him to suppress their Zhong clan. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. I came looking for you because I want you to ask your foster father if the Zhong clan still has creation pills. If they do, I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to take out a middle-grade divine artifact to exchange for them. A middle-grade divine artifact for 3 creation pills. Duan Lingtian offered a high price. If the Zhong clan still had creation pills, they absolutely wouldn't hide them. I'll help you ask. Hearing this, Zhong Tiannu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly sent a message to his foster father, the patriarch of Skywind City's Zhong clan. A moment later, Zhong Tiannu regained his composure. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically, "Young Master Duan, my foster father asked me to convey his apologies to you. The family originally had 5 creation pills, but some time ago, 4 were distributed to the family juniors. Now, there is only 1 creation pill left. The patriarch said that he will immediately have someone deliver it to young Master Duan. Young Master Duan doesn't need to pay anything," Zhong Tiannu said. Although he was a little disappointed, Duan Lingtian was still pleasantly surprised that there was a creation pill. "Convey my thanks to the Zhong clan's patriarch." Even though Duan Lingtian had hardened his heart towards the Zhong clan before, he couldn't help but feel his heart soften at this moment. The Zhong clan was so cooperative that he couldn't bear to target them too much. However, when he recalled the Zhong clan's men of sacrifice he had encountered earlier, he knew he would never let go of anyone from the Zhong clan who had participated in the assassination attempt. Naturally, even if that day came, he would still have to wait for a while. Currently, the Zhong clan was afraid of him because of Duan Xiaoyu's appearance in the past. She had given him the opportunity to intimidate others. If it wasn't for Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiuxuan, the Divine Emperor, the Zhong clan would not have been so afraid of him. Duan Lingtian? After greeting Zhong Tiannu, Duan Lingtian left the cultivation area of the inner sect disciples. When he returned to the cultivation area of the core disciples, he discovered someone was waiting for him outside his mansion. It was a young man dressed in a long dark golden robe. He was tall and burly and was not shorter than Duan Lingtian. He was quite handsome and had a dignified expression. The first impression he gave off was that he was arrogant. When Duan Lingtian heard the young man calling out his name, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "You are Long Shao." In a flash, the young man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and sized him up. Long Shao? Duan Lingtian's heart sank. If it was before today, he wouldn't have known who Long Shao was. However, after Shengguan Xiongfeng snatched away the 2 revival pills, he learned of Long Xiao's existence from the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin. Long Shao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Elder Lei was the hidden fog sect supreme elder who wanted to take him in as a disciple but was rejected by him. He was one of the 4 strongest supreme elders. Of course, he didn't reject Elder Lei directly. He only rejected the disciple Elder Lei sent, Shi Tongming. The reason Zhang Jin mentioned Long Shao was because he suspected that Shengguan Xiongfeng's appearance and snatching of the 2 revival pills from Duan Lingtian had something to do with Long Shao. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out why Shengguan Xiongfeng would suddenly target Duan Lingtian. In the past, there had been news of other inner sect disciples possessing revival pills, but Shengguan Xiongfeng had never tried to snatch them away. This was because if news of this spread, his reputation wouldn't be good. No matter how much Shengguan Xiongfeng didn't care about his reputation, he was still Elder Feng's eldest disciple. He had to protect Elder Feng's reputation. Because of this, Zhang Jin suspected that Shengguan Xiongfeng's appearance was incited by Long Shao. This was because the 2 of them were familiar with each other and were good friends. Of course, Zhang Jin only said that this was his guess and that he might have guessed wrong. But Duan Lingtian knew that the possibility of this was very high. Zhang Jin was only afraid of stirring up trouble, so he repeatedly said that this was just his guess and might not be correct. It seems that Elder Zhang Jin's guess was correct. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Let me formally introduce myself. Long Shao looked at Duan Lingtian arrogantly and said with a grin, Long Shao, am Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Shi Tongming, who met you last time, is my junior brother. Long Shao said. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Nothing much. Long Shao shook his head and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you exchanged a middle-grade divine weapon for 2 revival pills today. Someone actually snatched them away? That person seems to be Elder Feng's eldest disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng? Long Xiao looked as if he had just heard about it. You came here just to mock me? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm and his emotions were calm. He had already guessed Long Xiao's intention. He was here to kick him when he was down. Of course not. Long Xiao shook his head again. I'm here to show you the right way. Shangguan Xiongfeng dared to snatch your revival pills because you, Duan Lingtian, have no background and are easy to bully. If you were my master, Elder Lei's disciple, and my junior brother, do you think he would dare to do that? Even if you are my junior brother now, Shangguan Xiongfeng will have to obediently spit out the 2 revival pills. Chapter 3699. Long Zhao's face was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was fighting for justice for Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Long Xiao looked more like a clown. I'd like to hear the details. When Duan Lingtian heard that Long Xiao was going to point him in the right direction, he looked deeply at Long Xiao and slowly spoke. Become my honored master's disciple. Seeing Duan Lingtian's interest, Long Xiao's eyes flashed and he went straight to the point. However, my honored master is one of the 4 strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Since he was rejected by you, he definitely won't agree to you taking him as your master. However, you can go from 10 miles away from my honored master's cultivation area and kneel and kowtow with every step you take. You can go to my honored master's cultivation area and ask him to take you as his master. As the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. If you do this, with my understanding of my honored master, he definitely won't refuse you. Kneel and kowtow. It would be best if you could see blood every time you kowtow. Long Xiao said in all seriousness. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression didn't change and he was still as carefree as before. I'll think about it. Of course, Duan Lingtian was only saying this. In his heart, he didn't plan on paying attention to Long Xiao at all. But in order to not make Long Xiao do something desperate, he decided to use a roundabout method to avoid Long Xiao being like Shangguan Xiongfeng. According to what the inner sect elder Zhang Jin said, although Long Xiao's strength wasn't as good as Shangguan Xiongfeng's, the difference wasn't much. Among the core disciples, his strength could be ranked in the top 5. Similarly, with the cultivation of a middle god king, he could defeat an ordinary upper god king inner sect elder. In addition, Long Xiao's honored master was one of the strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. He would definitely protect him. Thus, Duan Lingtian didn't think he could play around with him right now. Alright, think about it carefully. Long Xiao nodded. If you do as I say, you can become my master's disciple and my junior brother. At that time, I'll help you get those 2 creation pills back from Shangguan Xiongfeng. Long Xiao left as soon as he finished speaking. As for Duan Lingtian, he was already thinking of a way out. It looks like my future days in the Hidden Fog sect won't be easy, whatever. I should leave the Hidden Fog sect first, lest they find a chance to attack me. My current strength is still too weak. However, I don't need to lose my status as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect for now. Once I have enough strength, I will return. After Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, he did not return to the mansion in front of him. Instead, he turned around and left again. This time, not only did he leave the core disciple residence, but he even left the Hidden Fog sect. However, before he left, he first looked for Transcendent Fury and said that he needed to immediately obtain the Revival Good Fortune pill. This was because he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave the Hidden Fog sect. As for Transcendent Fury, he immediately contacted his adoptive father, the Zhong family patriarch. He immediately recalled the person he sent to deliver the Revival Good Fortune pill and had him wait outside Skywind City's gates for Duan Lingtian so that he could pass the Revival Good Fortune pill to Duan Lingtian. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. After looking for Transcendent Fury, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to send a message to Wu Feng. I will be leaving soon. I will return in 2 months. At that time, you and I will meet outside the sect. He didn't forget his agreement with Wu Feng. In 2 months, they would head to the divine trove left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse. Alright. Wu Feng didn't know about Duan Lingtian's current situation, so he readily agreed. As for Duan Lingtian, he received Wu Feng's message and left the Hidden Fog sect. With the core disciple token, he passed through the layers of fog without any hindrance. After leaving the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Skywind City. He obtained the Revival Good Fortune pill from the Zhong family that was waiting outside. After obtaining the Revival Good Fortune pill, he didn't enter Skywind City. Instead, he turned and left. Following that, Duan Lingtian headed west. According to what he knew, the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect was located in the west, and because of the existence of that sect, the west was also very prosperous. Now, Duan Lingtian was preparing to go there and find a place to stay. Let's go to Monarch Descent City. Monarch Descent City was a relatively large city around the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect. But, it wasn't the largest city. The largest city was a subordinate city of the God Emperor level sect. Not only was it large in scale, but it was also very prosperous. The reason he didn't go to the largest city was because that city was relatively far away. A round trip would take at least a month. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city for that long. As for Duan Lingtian, he planned to stay in the city for a bit longer. If he could obtain another Revival Good Fortune pill, that would be even better. In this situation, Monarch Descent City became Duan Lingtian's best choice. The scale was large enough and it wasn't too far away. In addition, Duan Lingtian chose Monarch Descent City because he felt that there weren't too many powerful bandits on the road from the Hidden Fog sect to Monarch Descent City. This was because the surrounding area was still the Hidden Fog sect's territory. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare to casually invade. In Monarch Descent City, there were also many properties of the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian flew at full speed and was unobstructed all along the way. After spending 5 days and 5 nights of time, he finally arrived at Monarch Descent City, a city that occupied a vast area that far surpassed Skywind City that he'd been to earlier. Monarch Descent City stood tall in the mountains. Looking from afar, it was surrounded by mountains as if it were protected within. If one didn't fly to a certain height, it was impossible to see Monarch Descent City through the mountains. If this city were placed in the ancient times of Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, it would be a caged city with natural barriers on all sides. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. To the west of Monarch Descent City is the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect. As for the other 3 directions, to the east is the Hidden Fog sect, and to the north and south are a God Emperor level sect and a God Emperor level sect respectively. Including the Hidden Fog sect, these 3 God Emperor level influences all have some properties in Monarch Descent City. Monarch Descent City could be said to be the central hub of the 3 Divine Emperor level influences, including the Hidden Fog sect, as well as the God Emperor level sect. The prosperity here wasn't much worse than the great city near the God Emperor level sect. Who? Duan Lingtian's figure flickered and he appeared outside Monarch Descent City. At this time, he could see people entering and leaving Monarch Descent City. They were like carps crossing a river. Not too far away from him, there were many people stepping into the air towards Monarch Descent City. Looking at this ancient city, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed and he prepared to enter. But at this time, get out of the way. With a shout from behind him, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of rushing air breaking towards him. He subconsciously teleported to the side. It wasn't hard to see 3 identical monster beasts pulling a carriage through the air. The one driving the beast carriage was a sturdy middle-aged man. He wore brocade clothes and had a resolute face. There was an obvious scar between his eyebrows. Behind him was a carriage that looked like a carriage. Everything inside was covered by curtains and curtains. Get out of the way. It's the Ouyang family. As the beast carriage sped past Duan Lingtian, a clear voice sounded out in front of him. Immediately, more and more people opened up a path. Ouyang family? Only then did Duan Lingtian remember that there seemed to be 3 words on the side of the beast carriage. But because the handwriting was special, Duan Lingtian only recognized the last word. Now, after being reminded, he felt that the first 2 words were 70 to 80% similar to the word Ouyang. The Ouyang family is too domineering. Among the people who opened up a path, there were some who were dissatisfied. They are domineering because they have the ability. Another person shook his head and said, the Ouyang family is a God-King level family. And it is one of the stronger God-King level families. There are high-level God-Kings in the family. Most importantly, the young master of the Ouyang family is a disciple of the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect, a God-Emperor level sect. He is deeply favored by the second elder. Yes, with this relationship, the Ouyang family's position in Monarch Descent City is as stable as Mount Tai. Hearing these people's discussion, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. A figure appeared in his mind. Back then, at the Zhou family's auction in Tianfeng City, the person who wanted to attack Duan Xiaoyu was the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect. He seemed to be called Han Ligang. Then, the God Emperor expert by Duan Xiaoyu's side, Yu Xiaofan, acted and broke one of Han Ligang's arms. Then, Han Ligang knelt down and apologized to Duan Xiaoyu before leaving in shame and anger. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The young master of the Ouyang family, Han Ligang's disciple? Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little strange at this moment. After all, he had seen the embarrassing state of the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Han Ligang, with his own eyes. The beast carriage of the Ouyang family was rampaging. To the people present, it was just a farce. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Duan Lingtian didn't care. It was best to avoid conflict. After all, with his current strength, it was not enough to support the strength in his bones. Of course, it was also because he didn't care about these things. If it was something he cared about, Duan Lingtian would fight with his life on the line even if he was not strong enough. Just like when Yun Qingyan from the Yun family of the Divine Offering Land wanted to take her away. Even if he was no match for him, he would fight with his life on the line. He was fearless. Let's enter the city first and find an inn to stay in. Then, I'll take the creation pill and digest its medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people to enter Monarch Descent City, and then he casually found a relatively secluded inn that was neither large nor small before asking for a remote guest room and staying in it. He took the creation pill and began to cultivate. One creation pill isn't enough for me to become a God King. However, it should be enough to break through the bottleneck between a higher God and a lower God King. In the guest room, Duan Lingtian sat on the bed and began to cultivate after taking the creation pill. The medicinal strength of the creation pill bloomed and was completely absorbed by him. The divine power in his body increased and changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 3700. In about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the medicinal efficacy of the revival good fortune pill. Just as he had expected, his cultivation level had also successfully entered the final bottleneck between a higher deity and a lesser deity, the ultimate bottleneck. As long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would become a lesser deity. Once he became a lower God King, after consuming the body-strengthening divine fruit, his lower God King cultivation would be completely consolidated in a short period of time. At that time, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds. Even if he encountered Shengguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao, he would no longer have any misgivings. The laws he comprehended were enough to allow him, a lower god king, to fight them to a draw. In a situation where he didn't use the high-grade divine artifact 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. If he used the high-grade divine artifact 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and had Huang Er's help, even if he was only a lower god king, he was confident he could kill Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. What a pity! When Duanling Tian thought about the 2 revival pills that Shengguan Xiongfeng had snatched from him, he felt it was a pity. If it were not for Shengguan Xiongfeng's interference, he would have broken through to the primitive Divine King stage and consumed the constitution-consolidating divine fruit to strengthen his cultivation base. Shengguan Xiongfeng, and Long Shao. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. You will all pay the price for your actions, just wait, it won't take long. When Shengguan Xiongfeng had stolen Duanling Tian's 2 revival good fortune pills, had Duanling Tian been angry? Had he been angry? Of course he had been angry. Of course he had been angry. The reason he had chosen to endure was firstly because it would only delay him from breaking through to the lower God King realm. Secondly, it was because he felt that exposing his trump cards would bring about a fatal disaster. Compared to his life, that little bit of time was nothing. Next, let's see if I have a chance to obtain a revival good fortune pill in King's Descent City. If I can obtain one, I can smoothly break through to the lower God King realm before going to the divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor. That way, I can do more things in the divine treasury. Duanling Tian was looking forward to the divine trove that the hidden fog sect inner sect disciple Wu Feng spoke of. Divine vaults were created by powerful divine emperors or even god emperors in the realms of gods. When they knew they couldn't withstand the next heavenly tribulation, they would create an independent realm and leave all their wealth in it. Of course, these godly emperors and godly emperors were basically rogue cultivators. If they were not itinerant cultivators and came from a certain faction, they would choose to leave their wealth to the faction they belonged to before facing the next heavenly tribulation that they had no confidence in, so as to benefit the younger generation. In this world, no matter who it was, as long as one's cultivation reached the level of God King, one would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Furthermore, each tribulation would be stronger than the one before. If one's strength could not keep up with the speed of the heavenly tribulation, one's time limit would also come. It was said that this kind of heavenly tribulation would continue until one reached the level of ultimate God. Unless one became an ultimate God, one would still welcome the baptism of heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. It was also because of this that even the upper god venerables in the realms of gods whose strength was second only to ultimate gods weren't as old as one would imagine. This was because those who were old enough would die under the heavenly tribulation before they could break through to ultimate God. In this world, if one didn't break through to the God King realm, it would be fine. One could live as long as the world. However, once one broke through to the God King realm, one would have to prove themselves to the heavens. The heavenly tribulation that came once every 1,000 years and was stronger than the previous one would become the driving force for one to advance. If one didn't advance or couldn't advance at all, what awaited one would be the heavenly tribulation that took one's life. It was said that even ultimate gods couldn't interfere with the heavenly tribulation. Legend had it that there was once an ultimate god who interfered with the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he also triggered the heavenly tribulation that targeted him, resulting in his death. It was also at that time that even ultimate gods didn't dare to interfere when their loved ones experienced heavenly tribulation. Even if their loved ones were killed by the heavenly tribulation, they could only silently watch from the side, unable to do anything. Heavenly tribulation was the true might of the world. It reigned above ultimate gods. I'm going out for a stroll. Duanling Tian discovered that no matter how hard he cultivated, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. He thought that he might be able to obtain 1 or 2 revival good fortune pills in King's Descent City, so he directly left the inn. For the next period of time, he mingled in King's Descent City. During this process, he saw many hidden fog sect elders and disciples with identity tokens hanging from their waists. But when he saw these people, whether he knew them or not, he chose to avoid them. He didn't want Shengguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao to know that he was here. If that happened, he would have come out for nothing. Moreover, if Long Shao found out that he had only said those words to deal with him that day, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly attack him. Although the Hidden Fog sect had strict rules, Long Shao's honorable master was Elder Thunder. If Elder Thunder wanted to protect him, the others could only cooperate. At that time, they might even frame him for some crimes. In truth, as Duan Lingtian thought of this, he wondered if there was any need to return to the Hidden Fog sect. After all, to him, the Hidden Fog sect wasn't a place where he was reluctant to leave. Forget it. I'll wait until I go to the divine trove left behind by the God Emperor before considering whether or not to return to the Hidden Fog sect. Even if I don't return to the Hidden Fog sect, once my strength rises in the future, I can still go to the Hidden Fog sect and teach them a lesson. Of course, I can also kill them outside the Hidden Fog sect. As for killing people in the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was still clear-headed. He wasn't arrogant to such a degree. If he wanted to kill people in a Divine Emperor level influence, unless he had a higher Divine Emperor cultivation, it would be easy to enter but difficult to leave. This was because at that time, what he would have to face wasn't just the Hidden Fog sect's Divine Emperor powerhouses, but also the Hidden Fog sect protecting array formations. It looks like there's no hope. For an entire month and a half, Duan Lingtian inquired all over King's Descent City. He participated in 2 auctions, but he wasn't able to obtain any channels for the Revival Good Fortune pill. For this, he even contacted some of the God King level family clans in King's Descent City. He thought that since the Heavenly Wind City's Zhong family had some in stock, these God King level influences like the Zhong family should also have some. But, even if he offered a sky-high price of a medium-grade divine artifact for a Revival Good Fortune pill, they still couldn't afford it. Even so, they were very enthusiastic. They asked Duan Lingtian to wait for a period of time so that they could find a way to obtain a Revival Good Fortune pill. Duan Lingtian gave them a period of time. But when the time limit was up, they still hadn't obtained a single Revival Good Fortune pill. Now it seems that the Zhong family having so many Revival Good Fortune pills is a complete coincidence. I just happened to run into them. Moreover, in just a few months, 4 of the Zhong family's remaining 5 Revival Good Fortune pills have been sold. In truth, the value of the Revival Good Fortune pill wasn't too high. After all, it was a divine pill that was only useful to divine spirits. But, because it was rare, one could only stumble upon it by chance. Often, there was no market for it. The status of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect is really useful. When Duan Lingtian asked for a Revival Good Fortune pill in the various God King level family clans of King's Descent City, they all hung the status token on their waists to reveal their identity. And, the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple status token was specially made. In addition to the deterrence of the Hidden Fog sect, no one would think that he was fake. In every God King level family clan, if the Patriarch was present, they would personally receive Duan Lingtian. And if the Patriarch wasn't present, the 2nd or 3rd in command would personally receive Duan Lingtian. The status of a Hidden Fog sect core disciple was equal to an inner sect elder. This could be seen from the Zhong family's initial attitude towards Tang Chun. "Where are you?" Duan Lingtian received an unexpected message. It came from the Hidden Fog sect. It was a sound transmission from Tang Wuyan. During this time, Tang Wuyan had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to contact her, but she never did. In the end, she couldn't help but send him a message. "I came to find you but you weren't here," Tang Wuyan said. "I went out a while ago. I'll be back in a while," Duan Lingtian replied. "Alright, if there is anything you need my help with, feel free to contact me." Tang Wuyan said. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and no longer spoke. This was because he had already decided not to contact Tang Wuyan in the future. As for Tang Wuyan, who was in the Hidden Fog sect, when she heard Duan Lingtian's indifferent response, a bit of disappointment and frustration appeared on her beautiful face. Am I so unattractive? I'm really curious. Just how outstanding is his wife? As Tang Wuyan was feeling disappointed and frustrated, Duan Lingtian also walked out from a restaurant in King's Descent City. He bitterly smiled. It looks like I won't be able to obtain another revival good fortune pill before I go to the Divine Emperor's Divine Trove. As soon as he walked out, Duan Lingtian's gaze subconsciously looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a beast carriage pass by. The curtain on the side of the carriage facing Duan Lingtian opened and a beautiful face appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, this face was facing Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, it caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. His gaze also became unfocused in an instant. The woman in the carriage noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and also glanced at Duan Lingtian. Then, she frowned and withdrew her gaze. Then, she closed the curtains and the beast carriage went further and further away. Duan Lingtian instantly regained his senses and flew after her. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Even his originally calm face was slightly flushed. Kerr! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the beast carriage that was moving unhurriedly and blocked its path. Immediately, the beast carriage came to a stop under the control of the middle-aged man driving the beast carriage. With a sudden break, a series of demonic beast footprints were left on the road. Do you want to die? The middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted harshly. However, Duan Lingtian acted as if he didn't hear the middle-aged man's words. His gaze was infatuated with the carriage behind the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, Kerr, is that you? Is that you? Duan Lingtian's gaze also became very excited. Even his breathing became hurried. Chapter 3701. Just now, the reason why Duan Lingtian stopped was entirely because of the beautiful woman who opened the curtain and looked out of the carriage. For a moment, the woman who was facing him looked exactly like Kerr. Except for the different hairstyle, everything else was exactly the same. Duan Lingtian couldn't be more familiar with his wife, but the woman in the painting, even down to every detail of her features, looked exactly the same as his wife, Kuer. Even the temperament was similar. Because of this, Duan Lingtian caught up as soon as the other party hung up the curtain and abruptly stopped the other party's carriage. Kerr, is that you? Duan Lingtian ignored the shouts of the middle-aged man driving the carriage and turned a blind eye to the roars of the two monsters in front of him. At this moment, it seemed that only the carriage behind the middle-aged man was left in his eyes. Ah, see, what's the matter? In the carriage, an old and hoarse voice came out, Don't you know that Miss is ill and can't be frightened? This voice was obviously the voice of an old woman. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face changed, and then he said in a trembling voice, Elder Qingzai, Ah, see, didn't mean to frighten Miss, but a boy came out of nowhere and suddenly stopped in front of the carriage. Do you need this old woman to do this in person for such a trivial matter? The old woman's voice revealed a bit of impatience. I dare not, I dare not. The middle-aged man quickly responded, and then looked at Duan Lingtian who was blocking the road. His face sank, and he shouted, Boy, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for driving the carriage over you. At this time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine sense, and it was not difficult to find that the carriage was covered by a layer of array, and his voice could not be transmitted in at all. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the divine energy in his voice, the middle-aged man who was driving the beast chariot finally lost his patience when he saw Duanling Tian ignoring him again and again. He immediately urged the beast chariot to charge toward Duanling Tian. This scene caused the pupils of many onlookers to shrink. Someone is going to die. This young man seems to be absent-minded. Is he crazy? Not only did you stop other people's beast-drawn carriages, you even ignored other people's repeated reprimands and waited for other people to drive their beast-drawn carriages into you? Look at the token at his waist, he seems to be a hidden fog sect core disciple. At first, the crowd of onlookers thought that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was courting death. However, when someone with sharp eyes saw the identity token on the purple-clothed young man's waist, the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Hidden Fog Sect core disciple? In the Hidden Fog Sect, this was an existence equal to an inner sect elder. Once something happened to such a character, the Hidden Fog Sect would never give up. There were very few core disciples in the Hidden Fog Sect. Looking at past history, there had never been more than 100 core disciples. Now, there were less than 70. Hidden Fog Sect core disciple? The middle-aged man driving the beast-drawn carriage was already prepared to drive it towards the purple-clothed young man in front of him. But as he heard the discussions around him and saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clothed young man's waist, his complexion changed. In the next moment, he slammed on the brakes once more and stopped the carriage. "Ah, see!" At this time, an old voice sounded out from the carriage once more. This time, it was filled with anger. "What is going on with you? Do you think driving the beast-drawn carriage for the young miss is too easy? Do you want to go back to your family and do some heavy work?" The sound from outside could be completely isolated by the carriage's soundproof array formation. But, the turbulence of the beast carriage couldn't be isolated. This was because the person inside the carriage was sitting on the beast carriage to begin with, moving along with the beast carriage. "Elder Qing Zhe, this isn't my original intention." The middle-aged man called Ah Si was so anxious that he wanted to cry. At the same time, he said, "The young man blocking the way is a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect. Let alone the fact that he has the ability to stop the beast carriage, even if he doesn't, he shouldn't be able to run it over, right? A core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect?" Almost at the same time that the voice sounded from inside, an old figure floated out from the carriage. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the beast carriage and stood in the air. This was an old woman with a head full of white hair. She wore a plain robe and her face was full of wrinkles. But, there was an awe-inspiring heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that when she was young, she must have been a valiant and beautiful woman. After the old woman appeared, her gaze fell on Duanling Tian. More accurately, her gaze fell on the Lightning Sword Sect core disciple identity token hanging from Duanling Tian's waist. Then, the old woman lifted her hand. In the next moment, the identity token hanging from Duanling Tian's waist flew out and landed in the old woman's hand. The rope hanging from it had been cut off by an invisible force. "Duanling Tian?" After confirming the authenticity of the Hidden Fog Sect core disciple token, the old woman glanced at the name engraved on the back of the token. Then, she looked at Duanling Tian with some surprise. "You are the Hidden Fog Sect's most famous genius who just entered the sect and won first place in the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciple Celestial Stairway Struggle? You actually became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect? According to what I know, your Hidden Fog Sect only produced a single Divine Spirit Boundary core disciple 10,000 years ago. That was Elder Shui Haichuan. I never imagined that after 10,000 years, such a character like you would appear." Listening to the old woman's words, it was clear that she had heard of Duanling Tian's existence. However, she clearly didn't know that Duanling Tian had become a core disciple. The reason for this was because Duanling Tian had only become a core disciple recently. Although there were few people in the Hidden Fog Sect who didn't know about this, it hadn't spread far and wide. As the old woman spoke, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. What? He is the Hidden Fog sect's genius disciple Duan Ling Tian that everyone has been talking about recently? This Duan Ling Tian was originally a student of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He was recommended by the dean, who is also the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Murong Suifeng, to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. He was even recommended to participate in the core disciple assessment. Before the assessment, he won first place in the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciple Celestial Stairway struggle and killed one of the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciples, Chiyu. Now, many people are waiting to hear whether or not he passed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment. From what we can see, he has passed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment. He has become the second person in the last 10,000 years to pass the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment with a Divine Spirit Boundary cultivation. Then, this Duan Ling Tian has a chance of becoming the second elder Shui Haichuan. When the surrounding people mentioned Shui Haichuan, they were filled with awe and respect. This was because Shui Haichuan wasn't just a simple disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He was also an elder with an extraordinary status in a Divine Emperor-level sect. Moreover, as an elder who came from a Divine Emperor-level sect and was able to obtain such achievements, he had established an unattainable role model in the hearts of many people around Monarch Descent City. Because of this, Shui Haichuan's status in their hearts wasn't low. Duan Ling Tian, why are you blocking my Linghu family's beast carriage? The old woman looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, even if you're a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect and your status is equivalent to an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect, isn't it a little rash for you to do this? Moreover, you even want to fuse your supernatural strength with your voice to penetrate the soundproof array formation. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's actions were blocked by the old woman. As for Duan Lingtian's voice, it wasn't able to pass into the beast carriage. In this situation, the young woman who looked exactly the same as Kerr in Duan Lingtian's eyes naturally couldn't hear his voice. Linghu family? As the old woman spoke, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. So this is the Linghu family's beast carriage. The Linghu family could be said to be a thunderous existence in the surrounding regions of Monarch Descent City. Their status was no less than that of the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect. To the east of Monarch Descent City was the Hidden Fog sect. To the south was the 10,000 Demon sect. To the west was the Divine Emperor level sect. And to the west was the Linghu family. The Linghu family, the Hidden Fog sect, and the 10,000 Demons sect are the three great Divine Emperor-level influences in the surrounding regions of Monarch Descent City. As a Divine Emperor-level influence on par with the Hidden Fog sect, the Linghu family's strength and background were in no way inferior to the Hidden Fog sect. Just now, that middle-aged man called her Elder Qingze. Could she be Linghu Qingze? The Linghu family's Black Widow whose name shook Tongleng province in the past? Heavens! Black Widow? Back then, that Black Widow seemed to have already been in existence at the level of a high-level Divine King, and the number of high-level Divine Kings that died at her hands was innumerable. I had thought that she had disappeared without a trace because she had died, but I never thought that she was still alive. With the legend that Black Widow created in the past, she is likely a Divine Emperor powerhouse now. Black Widow, Linghu Qingze. 10,000 years ago in Tongleng province, she could be said to be a famous character. Even those from Divine Emperor-level influences knew of her existence, even if she only came from a Divine King-level family. The reason she was famous in the past wasn't because of how strong she was. She was only a high god king. God kings of this level could be found everywhere in Tongleng province. There were many Divine Emperor-level influences, let alone Divine Emperor-level influences. The reason she was famous was because she killed her childhood sweetheart. It was said that her sweetheart betrayed her and got together with another woman. After that, she killed everyone related to her sweetheart and her sweetheart. She killed over 1,000 people from top to bottom. Among them, there were no less than 10 high god kings. In the end, an elder of a divine emperor-level influence couldn't stand by and watch anymore and stepped forward to stop her. At this time, a divine emperor expert from the Linghu family stepped forward and apologized to the elder of the divine emperor-level influence. After promising that he would definitely punish Black Widow, Linghu Qingzi, he left with Linghu Qingzi. After that, Black Widow and Linghu Qingzi completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Senior Duan Lingtian didn't hear much of the discussion around him. The current him only wanted to confirm the identity of the woman in the beast carriage. He wanted to confirm whether or not she was his wife, Kerr. It was because they were too similar. Chapter 3702. Duan Lingtian, who had finally regained his senses, cupped his hands respectfully and greeted Linghu Qingzi. Then, he asked with a sincere expression, "May I know the identity of the young lady in the carriage?" Linghu Qingzi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly replied indifferently, "That's Miss Chuyin from our Linghu family. She's also the person that I, as an old woman, want to protect." Miss Chuyin? Linghu family? Duan Lingtian was stunned by Linghu Qingzi's words. Could it be that there really were similarities between people, and it was just a woman who looked like Kerr? However, was there really someone who looked so similar in this world? Their facial features were so detailed that they were exactly the same. Even the expression between their brows was the same. Even their temperament was extremely similar. Was there really such a coincidence in this world? Of course, it was not that Duan Lingtian had never seen two people who looked so similar. Along the way, he had met some twin brothers and twin sisters, and they indeed looked the same. Even Ku had a twin sister who looked exactly like her when she was in the mundane realm. However, there was a certain difference in their temperament. However, Kerr's background from the world of divine remains was revealed later, and her power was revealed. Although her appearance did not change much, there were still slight changes. She was also very different from her twin sister in the mundane realm. According to Kerr, her appearance became more and more similar to her previous life. In the end, she was no different from her previous life. Her previous appearance could only be said to be similar to her previous life. There was still a big difference between her and her previous life. Before Kerr awakened her memories of her previous life, there was someone who looked exactly like her. However, after she awakened her memories of her previous life, her power gradually returned to her. After her appearance changed, even her twin sister in the mundane realm only looked 60 to 70% similar to her at most. However, the person in the carriage looked exactly like Kerr, who became exactly like her previous life after she decided to awaken her memories of her previous life. Could it be that the person inside the carriage was Kerr's twin sister from her previous life? According to Kerr, she was her father's only daughter in her previous life. She only had an older brother, no older sister, and no younger siblings. Therefore, this person could be ruled out as Kerr's twin sister in her previous life. Under such circumstances, how could there be someone who looked exactly like Kerr? Perhaps Kerr encountered an accident in the world of divine offering and came to the land of profound handle. Although the realm battlefield is now open and the spatial tunnels between the realms of gods are closed, I'm still here in the Mystic Gang land. It's not strange for Kerr to come here from the world of divine remains. Just now, that young woman didn't have any special reaction when she saw me. But even so, it's not enough to prove that she's not Kerr. Perhaps Kerr encountered an accident in the world of divine offering and lost her memories and came to the land of profound handle? Duan Lingtian thought about how he had lost his memories when he was in the mundane realm. Not only him, but Tian Wu had also lost her memories temporarily due to an accident. It wasn't strange for anyone to suffer from amnesia. She's most likely Kerr. At this moment, Duan Lingtian kept telling himself this in his heart. He had even lost his mind slightly. Naturally, This was because Duan Lingtian missed his wife, Ker, so much that he missed her dearly. From the mundane realm to the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian had a clear goal in mind. He wanted to bring his wife, Ker, out of the world of divine offerings so that they could be reunited. For this reason, when he saw someone who looked identical to Ker and had a similar temperament, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Perhaps, this person was really his wife, Ker? She's more similar to Ker than Gan Ruyen and Ker. There's a big difference between Gan Ruyen and Ker's temperament. The young woman's temperament is similar to Ker's. Ker has left the mundane realm for many years, so it's impossible for her temperament to change drastically. However, it's possible for there to be some slight changes. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he was certain the young woman in the carriage was his wife, Ker. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, his brows furrowed and relaxed. An uproar broke out among the people in the surroundings. Miss Chuyin? Could it be the rumored Miss Chuyin of the Linghu family? The number one beauty of the Linghu family that the Linghu family members speak of? This Miss Chuyin seemed to have only appeared in the Linghu family in the past 200 years. It said that the missing second miss of the Linghu family brought her back. It said that she's her daughter. Before the second miss of the Linghu family disappeared, the current head of the Linghu family hadn't even become the head of the family yet. It said that this Miss Chuyin's talent and perception are extremely ordinary. Is she still a god now? I wonder how old she is. If she's old and still a god, then her talent and perception are really too ordinary. Doesn't she know that age is a woman's secret? It said that even in the Linghu family, very few people know Miss Chuyin's age. The discussions in the surroundings made Duan Lingtian's body tremble violently. He had captured two key pieces of information. One of them was this Miss Chuyin of the Linghu family. She had only appeared in the Linghu family in the past 200 years. The other was that this Miss Chuyin was only a god. Very few people knew her age. Many people felt that she wasn't young, so they thought that her talent and perception were poor. If this place was Ker, all these made sense. Ker. When Duan Lingtian looked at the beast carriage again, his eyes seemed to be emitting light. However, very quickly, from the corner of his eye, he saw Linghu Qingze looking at him with dissatisfaction. He immediately shifted his gaze, bowed, and said to Linghu Qingze, "Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for me to meet Miss Chuyin and have a few words with her? If it's not convenient on the streets, we can find a place to meet privately." "Senior, please allow me," Duan Lingtian said very sincerely. However, Linghu Qingze glanced at him in disgust and said disdainfully, "I thought that you, Duan Lingtian, were someone important. I didn't expect you to be no different from an ordinary man. Although your talent and perception are not bad, and your current performance is considered worthy of our Miss Chuyin. However, our second miss said that no one is allowed to get close to Miss Chuyin, especially men. In addition, second miss also said that Miss Chuyin will be by her side for the rest of her life. She won't consider marriage, much less find a Dao companion. So, you'd better give up on this idea," Linghu Qingze said. As soon as he finished speaking, Linghu Qingze raised his hand, and an invisible force suddenly attacked Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian hastily defended himself, he was still swept to the side and fell to the ground far away. Before Duan Lingtian fell, the crowd had consciously spread out to make way for Duan Lingtian. As a result, Duan Lingtian landed solidly on the ground. A godly emperor expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted the moment he was swept away by the force. This was because he realized that this old woman was not as simple as a godly king. She was a genuine godly emperor. "Ah, see, let's go." Following Linghu Qingze's order, the beast carriage continued to move forward. "Senior." Duan Lingtian reached out to wipe the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. He stood up shakily and caught up with the beast carriage in a few steps. "You've misunderstood. I don't mean to climb up the social ladder. I just saw that Miss Chuyin looks exactly like my wife whom I've been separated from for many years. I just want to confirm if she's my wife. If I confirm that she's not, I can make a heart demon blood oath to never see Miss Chuyin again in this life. Now, Duan Lingtian was completely anxious. Therefore, he could not help but say whatever was in his heart. This was because he subconsciously felt that as long as he explained it clearly, the other party would definitely understand. Then, he would let him see Miss Chuyin to confirm if she was his wife, If he confirmed that she was not his wife, although he would be disappointed, he would also be able to get rid of his obsession. Even if she looked exactly like his wife, as long as she was not even if he made a heart demon blood oath to never see her again, it would not be a big deal. Pfft. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Qingze, who was just about to return to the carriage, could not help but sneer. Then, he turned around and glanced at Duan Lingtian. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Kid, this old woman is already tired of hearing your excuses for hitting on girls when I was young. What do you mean by looking like his deceased wife? What do you mean by looking like his childhood sweetheart? What do you mean by looking like his fiancée who had an accident? I've heard too many of such excuses. However, it's fortunate that Miss Chuyin is unable to hear these words of yours. Otherwise, it would really dirty her ears. Don't follow me again. Otherwise, don't blame this old woman for being impolite. As she finished speaking, Linghu Qingze's gaze was filled with warning. Senior, this is not an excuse. I have no intention of hitting on you. After hearing what Linghu Qingze said, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd been misunderstood, and he explained repeatedly. Everything I said is true. It's even to the extent that I can make a heart demon blood oath for this. If anyone is able to find out and confirm that what I said is false, then I'm willing to bear all the consequences of the heart demon blood oath and bear the fury of an expert. Duan Lingtian said hurriedly. Enough. However, Linghu Qingze did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. When Duan Lingtian caught up again, she attacked again and injured Duan Lingtian, sending him flying. At the same time, she said impatiently, Duan Lingtian, you can't do things more than 3 times. If you dare to follow me again, I'll definitely kill you. So many people are watching you pester endlessly. Moreover, I've already warned you. Even if I kill you, the Hidden Fog sect will have nothing to say. As Linghu Qingze finished speaking, her tone was mixed with coldness. No one dared to doubt that her words were false. Chapter 3703. When a divine emperor was angered, 1,000,000 corpses would fall. This wasn't nonsense. It was also because of this that when the Linghu family's divine emperor powerhouse Linghu Qingze's voice filled with killing intent entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian was so startled that he shivered. Then, Duan Lingtian was thoroughly awakened. Just now, he had been completely dominated by his feelings for his wife losing all reason. Now that he had awakened, he looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away. He forced himself to stand up and didn't chase after it. This was because he knew that the other party wasn't joking. If he chased after it, the other party really would dare to kill him. It was just as the other party said. With so many people watching, he had taken the initiative to provoke others and pester them endlessly. Even if the other party killed him, even if he was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't stand up for him. Duan Lingtian. At this time, not too far away, a middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian. He shook his head and said, in truth, with your talent and perception, there is no need to hang yourself on a single tree. You are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Your future is limitless. In the future, even if you become the daughter of a high-level divine emperor-level sect, you are still worthy. There is no need to waste time on that Linghu family's Miss Chuyin. That's right, didn't your Hidden Fog Sect's Divine Spirit Realm core disciple from 10,000 years ago, the current elder Shui Haichuan, marry the granddaughter of a Divine Emperor-level sect's highest elder? Another person chimed in. Although Miss Chuyin is the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, she is the daughter of the Linghu family's second Mississippi. In the past, the Linghu family's second Miss was famous for being rebellious. Moreover, her talent and perception were high, far surpassing those of her generation. Even her older brother, the current patriarch of the Linghu family, wouldn't dare to disobey her. It's said that the second daughter of the Linghu family is even more powerful than the current head of the Linghu family. She's no weaker than the ancestors of the Linghu family, and has a lot of say in the Linghu family. Duan Ling Tian, the words of that elder Qing Zhe just now were already very clear. You don't have a chance. I suggest that you don't take the risk. Your future is limitless. If you throw your life away, it won't be worth it. Many people spoke one after another to persuade Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that these people were the same as Linghu Qingze, and thought that he had taken a fancy to the Linghu family's Miss Chuyin. However, at this time, he did not explain any further and chose to leave. Under the gaze of a group of people, Duan Ling Tian left. Not only did he leave this street, but he even left Monarch Descent City. This was because he knew that he couldn't stay in Monarch Descent City any longer. News of him being here would likely soon reach the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, Long Shao would definitely receive the news and come looking for him. Once Long Shao came looking for him, he would most likely think that he had deceived him. Long Shao would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill him. In the Hidden Fog sect, Long Shao might even kill him. Not to mention that they were outside. Looking at the current situation, I can't be impatient. If that so-called Miss Chuyin of the Linghu family is really Kerr, then according to Linghu Qingze's reaction today, there's no need to worry about her safety. I'll see if I can find a chance to meet her later. I'll think about it after I return from the God Emperor's divine treasury. At that time, I might be able to gain something from it and even break through to become a lower God King. Once I become a lower God King, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, many things will be easier than now. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian decisively left Monarch Descent City. Grandma Qingze, did something happen outside? Why did you go out for so long? As Linghu Qingze returned to the carriage, another person sitting in the carriage, the young woman who looked exactly like her that Duan Ling Tian had seen, asked in confusion. Because the carriage had a soundproof array and Duan Lingtian's divine power sound transmission had been blocked by Linghu Qingze, she didn't know what was happening outside. She only felt the beast carriage in front of her shake violently twice. Miss, it's nothing. It's just a small problem. I've already solved it. Linghu Qingze said with a smile. He looked at the young woman with a doting gaze and then sat down. Miss, when we're done, we'll go back. It won't take too long. The young woman was the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin. Along with Duan Ling Tian leaving Monarch Descent City, the incident that occurred on the streets today had completely spread out. Hey! Did you hear? The genius disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian, passed the core disciple test and became the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. First, news of Duan Ling Tian becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect spread. Then, news of Duan Ling Tian stopping the Linghu family's beast carriage on the streets was spread. Duan Ling Tian stopped the Linghu family's carriage on the streets today. Can you guess why? I've also heard about this. It's said that it's for the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Miss Chuyin. He's taken a fancy to Miss Chuyin. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's mate. Originally, with Duan Lingtian's achievements at his age, he was completely worthy of Miss Chuyin. However, Miss Chuyin was banned from marriage by the former second miss of the Linghu family. She is not allowed to marry. Because of this, the Black Widow of the Linghu family's fame in Tongling province was sent to protect Miss Chuyin, not allowing any man to approach her. Black Widow? That Linghu Qingze? That's her. Moreover, according to some people present today, although Linghu Qingze casually attacked Duan Lingtian, her divine power aura is clearly not that of a divine king. It's suspected that she has already become a divine emperor. If Linghu Qingze has really become a divine emperor, for her to willingly protect a little girl, one can imagine the status of the former second miss of the Linghu family in the Linghu family. I heard that Linghu Qingze committed a grave mistake back then and should have been executed by the Linghu family. It was only because the second miss insisted on protecting her that she was able to survive. Of course, this is just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not. Duan Lingtian stopped the beast carriage of the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, on the street. He wanted to pursue Linghu Chuyin, but he was stopped by the Black Widow, Linghu Qingze. Moreover, she revealed that Linghu Chuyin would never marry. In just one day, this news spread throughout Monarch Descent City. If an ordinary youth did this, most people would think that he was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He was someone who could become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect at the age of less than 3,000 years old with a divine spirit realm cultivation. He was not in any way inferior to Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. In their opinion, such a person was more than enough to be matched with the daughter of the Linghu family's current patriarch, let alone Linghu Chuyin. What a pity, the number one beauty of the Linghu family will never marry. Such a good cabbage, it is destined that only pigs in the world can look at it and sigh. I heard some time ago that the 10,000 Demon sect's young sect master had the intention of going to the Linghu family to propose marriage to Miss Chuyin, but now it seems that he can only suppress these thoughts. As a matter of fact, the most praiseworthy things that happened in Junlin City today, and the most talked about things, were only two things. The first point was that Duan Lingtian had become the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years with a divine spirit realm cultivation. The second point was that the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, would never marry. As for Duan Lingtian wanting to pursue Linghu Chuyin, very few people praised him. No one thought that there was anything wrong with Duan Lingtian's actions. After all, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. If they were Duan Lingtian, perhaps they would do the same thing. Duan Lingtian has come to Monarch Descent City. Within Monarch Descent City, there were many industries of the Hidden Fog sect. When the elders and disciples in charge of these industries learned of this news, they were stunned. Didn't he just become a core disciple a few days ago? Why would he come to Monarch Descent City? As for the various God-King level family clans in Monarch Descent City where Duan Lingtian had gone to ask for the revival good fortune pill, as well as the high-level figures that had received Duan Lingtian, they were all frightened. That purple-clothed youth is actually Duan Lingtian? If I knew he was Duan Lingtian, would have arranged a banquet and gotten him drunk. I would have left my daughter in his room. I missed such a good opportunity, I missed it. He is actually Duan Lingtian. I never thought. In truth, as long as these high-level figures of the God-King level family clans probe Duan Lingtian with their divine sense, they would be able to see through Duan Lingtian's higher god realm cultivation and guess Duan Lingtian's identity. However, when they saw the Hidden Fog sect core disciple token at Duan Lingtian's waist, they felt some dread. How could they dare to rashly use their divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian's cultivation? Moreover, they were able to recognize whether the Hidden Fog sect core disciple token was real or fake. Since the token was real, it meant this person was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect and a God-King powerhouse. If they used their divine sense to investigate this level of existence, they would definitely be discovered and enraged. After all, they were only god kings. At that time, they never imagined that the person they faced was a hidden fog sect core disciple with a god spirit realm cultivation. Moreover, this was the first god spirit realm core disciple of the hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. Hidden fog sect. Because there were many businesses of the hidden fog sect in King's Descent City, news of what happened in King's Descent City quickly spread back to the hidden fog sect. Duan Ling Tian, he wants to pursue Linghu Chuyin. When Tang Wuyan heard this news, she couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. Then, her vision blurred for a moment before she gradually regained her composure. Didn't he say, he has a wife? Didn't he say that he has a wife and has no intention of provoking another woman? Of course, what Tang Wuyan knew wasn't something Duan Ling Tian told her. Rather, it was something her grand-uncle Tang Chun told her. Duan Ling Tian had once told Tang Chun something similar. Finally, Tang Wuyan couldn't help but send a message to Duan Ling Tian. You, know Linghu Chuyin. Chapter 3704. After leaving the Monarch Descent City, Duan Ling Tian headed north. In the end, he settled down in a small city that was about the same size as the Heavenly Wind City that he had been to previously. He planned to meet up with Wu Feng when the time was right and head to the divine treasure that was suspected to be left behind by a divine emperor. Now, there was still half a month before the appointed date with Wu Feng. Of course, he would set off in about 10 days. After all, the journey to the hidden fog sect would take some time. Hardly had he checked in at the inn when he received a message from Tang Wuyan as soon as he stepped into his room. You, know Linghu Chuyin. Duan Ling Tian was a bit stunned by Tang Wuyan's sudden message. He immediately replied, I don't know her. Now, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses. It wasn't hard for him to guess that Tang Wuyan must have heard about what happened in Monarch Descent City. Since Tang Wuyan knew, it wouldn't be long before Long Shao knew as well. You don't know her? You fell in love with her? Tang Wuyan asked again. This time, her tone was a bit sad. Duan Ling Tian acted as if he didn't hear Tang Wuyan's question. He didn't respond. I'm in a hurry to go into closed-door cultivation. Let's talk again in the future. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he no longer responded to Tang Wuyan's subsequent messages. He knew that Tang Wuyan would definitely misunderstand. However, this kind of misunderstanding was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait for Tang Wuyan to keep a respectful distance from him. Otherwise, he would have a headache about how to deal with the imperceptible feelings she had for him. He really didn't have the slightest intention of provoking other women right now. Tang Wuyan, who was in the hidden fog sect, was naturally furious when she saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring her. She didn't send another message to Duan Ling Tian for a while. I, Duan Ling Tian, am the #1 beauty of the hidden fog sect's inner sect. You, Duan Ling Tian, are ignoring me like this? Tang Wuyan's heart was full of resentment. She, who was sought after and treated like a treasure by everyone, had become a blade of grass in front of Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, it was the kind of grass that no one cared about. Out of pride, Tang Wuyan didn't contact Duan Ling Tian again. Meanwhile, just as Duan Ling Tian had guessed, Tang Wuyan had heard about what had happened in the King's Landing City, and so had Long Shao. The only reason Long Shao knew about this was because Shengguan Xiongfeng had personally come to tell him. Long Shao, it seems like that brat was just brushing you off and dealing with you. No wonder you couldn't find him previously. It turns out that he went to Junlin City. Shengguan Xiongfeng looked at Long Shao with a mocking smile. It seems like he really doesn't care about you or Elder Lei. Long Shao's expression was ugly. Last time, he had bragged in front of Shengguan Xiongfeng, saying that Duan Ling Tian would follow his harsh requirements and kneel down for 10 miles to beg his master, Elder Lei, to accept him as a disciple. At that time, after his master rejected Duan Lingtian, he would further humiliate Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was filled with resentment, he would kill him to prevent future troubles. But who would have thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't come at all? Not only did Duan Lingtian not follow his request and kneel 10 miles away to beg his master to accept him as a disciple, but he could not even find Duan Lingtian after that. It was as though Duan Lingtian had completely disappeared from the Hidden Fog sect. When he asked others, they also said that they didn't know where Duan Lingtian had gone. It was because of this that he had been angry and aggrieved for the past month. When had he, Long Xiao, ever been teased like this? However, Duan Lingtian wasn't in the Hidden Fog sect and he also didn't return. This left Long Xiao with no place to use his strength. After nearly 2 months, with Shengguan Xiongfeng's arrival, news of Duan Lingtian finally reached the Hidden Fog sect. It turned out that Duan Lingtian had gone to Lord's Descent City. I will make a trip to Lord's Descent City and capture him. Then, I will torture him to death. Hearing Shengguan Xiongfeng's mocking words, the suppressed anger in Long Xiao's heart was completely vented, unable to be restrained. Then, without even saying goodbye to Shengguan Xiongfeng, his figure flickered and he vanished from Shengguan Xiongfeng's sight. He left the Hidden Fog sect and headed towards Lord's Descent City. With Long Xiao's God King cultivation, he rushed at full speed. In just a day and a night, he arrived at Lord's Descent City. Then, he went straight to the Hidden Fog sect's businesses in Lord's Descent City. As soon as he arrived, he went straight to the point and asked, "Our Hidden Fog sect's new core disciple, Duan Lingtian, did he come here? Do you know his whereabouts?" However, Duan Lingtian hadn't come to any of the Hidden Fog sect's businesses in Lord's Descent City. Thus, Long Xiao was destined to come empty-handed. However, Long Xiao didn't give up. He also sought out the various God King level family clans of Lord's Descent City and had them help him search for Duan Lingtian. If anyone could provide information about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, they would be heavily rewarded. In addition, he also sought out the people in charge of the 10,000 Demons sect and the Linghu family's businesses in Lord's Descent City. He asked them for help, and these people were willing to help him because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder. It could be said that in just a few days, Long Xiao had mobilized nearly all of Lord's Descent City's strength to search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Like this, it could be seen just how great the influence of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder was. Even other God King level influences gave him face and were willing to help his disciple Long Xiao search for someone. However, Long Xiao was destined to return empty-handed. This was because Duan Lingtian had already left Lord's Descent City. In fact, while Long Xiao was waiting in Lord's Descent City, Duan Lingtian saw that it was about time and left the small city north of Lord's Descent City that was the same size as Skywind City. Then, he arrived near the Hidden Fog sect and met up with Wu Feng. Before he left, he had already contacted Wu Feng and agreed on a time and place to meet up. And, the location was naturally according to Duan Lingtian's request. It was on a dangerous mountain peak outside the Hidden Fog sect station. Junior apprentice brother Duan, when I left seclusion yesterday, I heard many rumors about you. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Wu Feng laughed. I heard that in Lord's Descent City, for the sake of the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, you stopped their beast carriage in the middle of the street and even seemed to be pestering them? Duan Lingtian wryly smiled. You even heard of senior apprentice brother Wu Feng? It seems that this matter has already spread through the sect. Although Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared for this, when he heard Wu Feng mention it, he still felt a bit awkward. If he really wanted to pursue the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, then that would be fine. But, the problem was that he had no intention of pursuing her. He only wanted to confirm whether or not she was his wife. Moreover, when combined with what he had seen and heard, the chances of her being his wife were extremely high. Thus, even if he didn't succeed in getting in touch with Linghu Chuyin last time, he would definitely try his best to approach her next time and confirm whether or not she was his wife. If he didn't confirm it, he wouldn't be satisfied. If she really was his wife and she had lost her memories, wouldn't he have missed out on something? Junior apprentice brother Duan. Wu Feng's expression turned serious. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, although it said that a fair and graceful woman is the ideal mate of a gentleman, this time, you have indeed gone a bit too far. For better or for worse, you are publicly recognized as the #1 genius of our hidden fog sect in the last 10,000 years. You are a core disciple of the divine spirit realm, second only to senior Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. What you did is actually beneath your status. With the potential you've shown so far, even if you want to marry the daughter of the current patriarch of the Linghu family, it's more than enough. Wu Feng's words seemed to be speaking up for Duan Lingtian. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, let's talk as we walk. In truth, things aren't what you think they are. Duan Lingtian sighed. Oh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Feng's curiosity was piqued. He led the way while listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there was no need for him to hide the truth. He directly revealed that Linghu Chuyin from the Linghu clan looked exactly like his long-lost wife. My wife doesn't have a twin sister. Her appearance is exactly the same as my wife's, and even her temperament is similar. She looked at me and didn't seem to recognize me. However, it's also possible that she has lost her memories. In addition, the younger sister of the current patriarch of the Linghu family seems to have been brought back to the Linghu family in the last 200 years. As for my wife, she was separated from me 600 years ago. The timing matches as well. Although Duan Lingtian told Wu Feng the truth, he didn't mention that his wife had been brought to the world of divine offering. He also didn't mention anything about himself. This was because he only needed Wu Feng to know the reason why he had done that in King's Descent City that day. So that's how it is. Realization dawned on Wu Feng. I knew it. Junior sister Wuyan is such a great beauty, yet you didn't even take a fancy to her. How could you treat another woman like that? Even if the other party is the most beautiful woman in the Linghu family and is more beautiful than junior sister Wuyan, there shouldn't be such a big difference. So that's the reason. It seems that not only me, but everyone has misunderstood you. Wu Feng sighed. It doesn't matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he looked determined. One day, I'll find a way to meet Linghu Chuyin and confirm whether she's my wife or not. If she is, everyone will be happy. If she isn't, I won't have anything to do with her anymore. I heard from Elder Tang Chun that junior sister Wuyan has been in low spirits recently. I think it's because of this. If she knows the truth, she'll definitely be in a better mood. Wu Feng smiled. He was very familiar with Tang Chun, so Tang Chun had told him a lot about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Tang Wuyan. He also knew that Tang Wuyan had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't tell Elder Tang Chun and Tang Wuyan about this. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian hurriedly stopped Wu Feng. He was really worried that Wu Feng would tell Tang Chun or Tang Wuyan about this. It's absolutely impossible between Tang Wuyan and me. Instead of letting her have hope and fantasies, it's better to take this opportunity to make her give up completely. Chapter 3705. Duan Lingtian, do you know how many people in the sect view Wuyan as their dream lover? She's the #1 beauty in the inner sect, but it seems like she's worthless to you? Wu Feng was speechless. Senior brother Wu Feng, I'm already married. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. In this world where the strong are respected, how many powerful men don't have multiple wives and concubines? It's not just us men who agree with this. Even the women agree with this, Wu Feng said. Wu Feng said, in this world, there are even some powerful women who have a bunch of male pets at the same time. I can only say that everyone has their own way of living. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Forget it. Since you don't want me to say it, I won't say it. Wu Feng shook his head. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind, it would be better to make Tang Wuyan give up instead of giving her hope. Duan Lingtian's words made sense. Senior brother Wu Feng, how did the four of you discover the divine treasure that was suspected to be left behind by the God Emperor? Duan Lingtian changed the topic as they continued to travel with Wu Feng. To be precise, it wasn't the four of us. Wu Feng shook his head. It wasn't the four of us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Didn't you say it was the four of you? Moreover, the 4 keys to open the divine treasure were in the hands of the 4 of you. I only said that the 4 of us who were left had the 4 keys to the divine treasure. Wu Feng's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, there were more than 10 of us who discovered the divine treasure. However, everyone wanted a share of the loot, so a chaotic battle broke out. In the end, only the 4 of us survived. As for the divine treasure, only 8 people could enter at most. Those who were eliminated by us were basically gods. Only 2 of us were god kings. However, they were lesser god kings who had just broken through to the god king realm. Thus, after the 4 of us obtained the 4 keys to open the divine treasures, we agreed that we would each find one more person to enter the divine treasures of the God Emperor. Furthermore, the cultivation of the person we found was not allowed to be above the level of a middle divine king. The 4 of us are also lower godly kings. After listening to Wu Feng's explanation, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the situation. As for how I found the God Emperor's divine treasure, it was a complete coincidence. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence. All of us actually accepted a mission to kill a divine king-level demonic beast in Heaven Bell City. After that, we formed a temporary team and headed to the destination to kill the demonic beast. Among us, there are a total of 6 lesser deity kings, and the rest are higher deities. There are a total of 14 of us. After the mission was completed, while we were collecting the spoils of war, one of us accidentally bumped into the stone wall next to us. Immediately, the stone wall shattered, revealing a cave that led to the mountainside. After we entered the cave, we continued forward. Not long after, we saw a void door that led to a small independent plane. After that, we saw a divine residence in that plane. That was a standard divine treasure and divine residence. One could only enter through the main door. At that time, there were 4 keys stuck in the main door. The 4 of us, the strongest lower godly kings, acted immediately and obtained the 4 keys. After that, the remaining people naturally wanted to get a share of the loot, so they all went forward to reason with us. When we discovered that there was a stone tablet at the side of the main door of the divine residence that stated that only 8 people were allowed to enter, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became strange. After that, the other 3 lower godly kings who obtained the keys conversed with me for a while. After that, we came to a consensus to kill the others. After all, those people had nothing to do with us. They were all teammates that we found at the last minute. Moreover, even if we were willing to let them enter together to get a share of the loot, they could not bring so many people with them. If some of them did not die, they would definitely spread the news because they were unwilling to accept it. Thus, the 4 of us joined hands and killed the others, monopolizing the right to enter that divine residence. After that, the 4 of us each swore a heart demon blood oath that we would only tell the information about the divine residence to a person with a cultivation level lower than that of a middle godly king. We would only bring that person here. After that, we separated. As Wu Feng continued to speak, Duan Lingtian basically understood the ins and outs of the matter. So it turned out that the suspected divine residence of a god emperor was discovered in this manner. Why do you say that it's suspected to be a divine residence of a god emperor? You haven't confirmed it yet? Duan Lingtian asked. Suspected was just a suspicion. It was not necessarily true. No. Wu Feng shook his head. We haven't even entered, so how can we confirm that it's a divine residence left behind by a god emperor? However, there was a disciple of the 10,000 demons sect among us who once saw records of divine residences and divine treasures in an ancient memory jade slip. According to him, the divine residence that we encountered, based on the shape and patterns on the main door, as well as the feedback from his divine sense when he came in contact with the divine residence, that divine residence was suspected to have been left behind by an expert above the god emperor level. Of course, that's not necessarily true. After all, as a lower godly king, even when facing a divine residence left behind by an existence above the god emperor level, after his divine sense came in contact with it, he would still receive a powerful feedback. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment before continuing. If it's only a divine residence left behind by a god emperor, it depends on whether that god emperor was a lower godly king, a middle godly king, or a high godly king. Generally speaking, the lower the cultivation of a god emperor, the less valuable the divine residence left behind. However, generally speaking, it's better to have something than nothing. Therefore, we agreed on a time when we would each bring a companion below the middle godly king level into the divine residence to explore. Perhaps, we would be able to obtain some opportunities or fortuitous encounters. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with a somewhat hopeful light. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded, the anticipation in his heart increasing. Along the way, Wu Feng continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. However, they did not talk about their next destination. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Where did he come from? How could he possess such shocking innate talent and comprehension ability? Junior brother Duan, you're from a Devata realm? When Wu Feng learned that Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm, naturally, he was shocked. His reaction was much worse than Murong Suifeng, the former president of the Hidden Fog Academy in Heavenly Wind City. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Heavens! Junior brother Duan, your innate talent and comprehension ability are top-notch even in the realms of gods. I can't imagine how heaven-defying you are in the Devata realms. Although Wu Feng had never been to the Devata realms, he had heard of them. In fact, the creator of the Mystic Handle Land, a supreme powerhouse, was from the Devata realms. However, not everyone in the Devata realms could become a supreme powerhouse and create their own realms of gods. Most of the people in the Devata realms were mediocre and could not even compare to the natives of the Divine Offering Land. Wu Feng had met people from the Devata realms before. According to him, those people were considered rare geniuses in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, those so-called geniuses from the Devata realms could only be considered mediocre. Senior brother Wu Feng, you flatter me. I was just lucky and had some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. Junior brother Duan, there's no need to be so humble. I'm not a fool. I know it's rare for a genius like you to come from the Devata realms. Wu Feng did not comment on Duan Lingtian's humility. However, since you're from the Devata realms, it means you don't have the bloodline power in your body. You should know that all natives of the realms of gods have a chance to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies before they reach the age of 10,000. Only those who have not awakened the bloodline power in their bodies after they reach the age of 10,000 can be sure they won't be able to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies for the rest of their lives. Wu Feng explained. Senior brother Wu Feng, have you awakened the bloodline power in your body? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. After coming to the Mystic Handle Land, Duan Lingtian had seen the bloodline power before. For example, during his battle with Ding Yen at the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, Ding Yen had displayed the bloodline power in his body. Moreover, it was a very domineering bloodline power called the Berserk bloodline. The berserk bloodline could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also knew that even if people in the realms of gods managed to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies, it might not necessarily be useful. Some bloodline powers were useless in actual combat and could only be used as support in daily life. For example, some people's bloodline powers could help a tired person recover their strength and feel refreshed. Similarly, some people's bloodline powers could help them refine pills and forge weapons. Nope. Wu Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then, he sighed. It's not that easy to awaken the bloodline power. Moreover, my clan isn't even a god king force. I'm the first god king in my clan's history. In the realms of gods, the weaker the background of a clan, the thinner the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. It's difficult for someone to awaken the bloodline power in their clan. As for those emperor god-level clans, as long as they are direct descendants, they will be able to activate their bloodline power. Moreover, they will be able to activate their bloodline power before they are 1,000 years old. Occasionally, there will be those who are less talented, but they will be able to activate their bloodline power before they are 10,000 years old. Sometimes, I really feel that reincarnation is a skill. Wu Feng's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the situation on Earth in his previous life. Was it not the same? Some people were born ordinary. Their parents were ordinary people. They had to rely on themselves to make a living. On the other hand, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and lived a life of luxury. In Duan Lingtian's memory, there was once a young man in his early 20s who had inherited tens of billions of assets from his parents before he even graduated from university. When the news of his reincarnation was exposed, it became a hot topic on various platforms. Duan Lingtian also remembered that he could not help but pick up his phone and leave a comment on a certain platform. This reincarnation is amazing. There's no way we can reincarnate again. All we can do now is work hard and strive to give our children the best so that others will be envious of them. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 3706. Children? Wu Feng smiled awkwardly. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng in surprise when he saw this. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't tell me you're still single? Wu Feng's age, even if he intentionally revealed himself to be 200 years older than his real age, was only older than him. This was something that he could still confirm. Wu Feng might even be close to 10,000 years old. How could he still be single at such an old age? Isn't that normal? Wu Feng retorted. A man's ambition is 1,000 miles. It's normal for him not to have a family before he achieves a certain level of success. Let's not talk about others. Take me as an example. I'm just waiting. When I become an inner sect deacon from an inner sect elder, I'll consider starting a family. I've said the same thing to my parents as well. When he mentioned his parents, a gentle expression appeared in Wu Feng's eyes. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't you plan to return to your clan and lead it to become a God King clan? Even with your current strength, it's enough. Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, even if Wu Feng returned to his clan, as long as he was around, the Wu clan would still be a God King clan worthy of being called a God King clan. The entire clan would be able to obtain abundant cultivation resources. For example, the God King clans he had come into contact with before were all giants of a city. There were even some God King clans that ruled over a small city. I've discussed this with my father before. However, my father said that our Wu clan's foundation is too shallow. Even if we become a God King clan under my leadership, our foundation is still unstable. It's meaningless, Wu Feng said with a sigh. Wu Feng sighed and said, that's why my father told me to focus on cultivation. If I have the opportunity to become a God King, I'll consider leading my clan to become a God King clan. Because once I become a God King, I'll be able to easily recruit a large number of God King followers. At that time, the clan's foundation will be stable. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he heard Wu Feng's words. Well, I'm too narrow-minded. I'm not as thorough as uncle. A clan can't be supported by a single person. If a godly king-ranked clan only had one godly king, if something happened to that god king, it would be a good thing for the entire clan to return to its original state. What they feared the most was being exterminated by other God King level clans, because the wealth of a former God King level clan was enough to tempt other God King level clans. For example, Duan Lingtian had previously interacted with a few God Kings in Wind City, the Zhong family. Even if one or two God Kings met with an accident, it would not affect the entire Zhong family. In short, it's not that easy to pull up a God King level faction. Wu Feng smiled. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng chatted for a while before continuing on their journey. Along the way, they encountered several groups of bandits. However, after Wu Feng displayed his strength as a God King, those bandits retreated. That was because the leaders of these few batches of bandits were only lesser divine kings. Although there were many of them, once they started fighting, they would be the ones to suffer. And most importantly, the other party was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. If they killed him, they would have to face the wrath of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if they were bandits and didn't fear the Hidden Fog sect, they wouldn't be able to continue making a living in the surrounding areas. After considering all sorts of things, they weren't willing to fight Wu Feng. As for Wu Feng, he didn't want to waste time with them. Moreover, the other party also had God Kings. Moreover, they could summon other God Kings at any time. They posed a certain threat to him. The opening of the divine treasury was imminent. He didn't want to enter with injuries. Thus, he was able to coexist peacefully with the bandits he encountered along the way. Junior apprentice brother Duan, the nearby areas are fine, but if we continue heading west and approach that God Emperor level sect, the bandits we encounter won't be so simple. In fact, there are quite a few God Kings and High God Kings. And the leader of those bandits is often a God Emperor. Moreover, there might be more than one God Emperor. After sending away the last group of bandits, Wu Feng spoke to Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression. After Duan Lingtian spoke of his background, Wu Feng had regarded Duan Lingtian as a complete and utter hothead. In addition, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, so he kindly warned Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he was aware of this. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect by himself. There was no need for him to enter a God Emperor level sect like the Hidden Fog sect. The reason he entered the Hidden Fog sect was because he wanted to rely on the protection of the Hidden Fog sect to approach that God Emperor level sect and even enter it. The next several days were calm and peaceful. Whoosh! Loud and clear sound of something breaking through the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng looked in another direction. There was a ship heading in the same direction as them. It did not take long for it to reach them. On the side of the ship, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Thousand Devil Sect. The Thousand Devil Sect's divine artifact flying ship? After arriving in the realm of gods, Duan Lingtian learned that similar to the flying shuttles, celestial shuttles, and celestial shuttles in the mundane realms and Devata realms, the realm of gods also had divine artifact flying ships. Unlike the flying ships on Earth in his previous life, the divine artifact flying ship in the realm of gods was indeed a ship. However, this ship did not swim on water. Instead, it flew in the sky. Divine artifact flying ships were different from ordinary divine artifacts. Ordinary divine artifacts were divided into primitive divine artifacts, mediocre divine artifacts, and prominent divine artifacts. However, divine artifact flying ships were not divided like this. Divine artifact flying ships were divided into god-grade flying ships, God King flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, and even God Venerable's flying ships. If a god-grade flying ship was supplied with enough divine stones, it could travel at the maximum speed of a high-rank God Emperor flying ship. On the other hand, a God King flying ship could travel at the maximum speed of a high-rank God King flying ship. It was the same for God Emperor flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, and God Venerable's flying ships. Naturally, the higher the grade of the divine artifact flying ship, the more divine stones it would consume. The speed of the divine artifact flying ship was comparable to a low-rank God King flying ship. To maintain this speed, it would consume at least 50 divine stones a day. If it traveled at the speed of a high-rank God King flying ship, it would consume at least 200 divine stones a day. If it traveled at the speed of a high-rank God King flying ship, it would consume 500 divine stones. It would only take a day. When Duanling Tian found out about all this, he was shocked as well. This divine artifact flying ship was simply something that burned money, a waste of money. Naturally, it was not easy to obtain a divine artifact flying ship because the crafting process was extremely complicated. Even God King forces did not have one. Only God Emperor forces would have a few divine artifact flying ships. Whoosh! When the God King grade divine artifact flying ship approached Duanling Tian and Wu Feng, it suddenly slowed down and flew toward them. Both of them were on high alert. Huh! Wu Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Along with a burst of laughter, a tall young man in brocade clothes with a jade-like face flew out of the spaceship. Behind him was a middle-aged man in gray robes. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were unfocused as though he was ignoring everything around him. Du Yen? Wu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the young man in brocade robes leading the group. He looked at him deeply. It seems like you're not an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Thousand Demon sect as you said. To be able to travel in a divine artifact flying ship of the Thousand Demon sect, your status in the Thousand Demon sect must be quite high, right? Du Yen. I'm afraid that's not your real name, right? Du Yen. This was the name that Wu Feng knew of. Naturally, Wu Feng had never heard of this name before. However, he did not think too much about it in the past because there were so many inner sect disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. It was impossible for him to know every single one of them. The only ones he had heard of were some of the more famous inner sect disciples and core disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. Is this important? Du Yen asked with a smile. In any case, I swore a heart demon blood oath in front of you. It's impossible for me to tell anyone about the divine treasure other than someone with a cultivation base lower than a middle god king. No matter how high my status is, it won't affect you or them at all. Du Yen said. Moreover, Wu Shan might not be your real name, right? When Du Yen asked this, his gaze turned deep as he looked at Wu Feng. Wu Shan. It was the pseudonym that Wu Feng used in front of Duanling Tian and the others who discovered the divine treasure together with him. Wu Feng had told Duanling Tian about this beforehand. Therefore, Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard this. This person beside you is the person you found to enter the divine treasure together with? Seeing that Wu Feng was ignoring him, Du Yen was not angry. His gaze fell on Duanling Tian. After sizing him up for a while, he swept out his divine consciousness and shrouded Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian sensed it, Wu Feng shouted, Du Yen, are you looking for trouble? Calm down. Du Yen withdrew his divine consciousness with a smile. I just extended my divine consciousness subconsciously. I mean no harm. But Wu Shan, can't you find a lower god king companion? Why did you find a higher god? If you follow a higher god into the divine treasure, you might have to take care of him. If you had told me that you were so unpopular that you don't even have a lower god king friend, I could have introduced you. In the Thousand Demon sect, there are many lower god kings who are on good terms with me. Although Du Yan said that he was thinking for Wu Feng's sake, the bright smile on his face completely betrayed him. To him, the weaker Wu Feng's companions were, the better. That way, even if they discovered some treasure in the divine treasure together, they would not be able to snatch it from him. You don't have to worry about that, Wu Feng said indifferently. At the same time, he glanced at the middle-aged man behind Du Yan. However, the middle-aged man's eyes were unfocused, and he did not even look back at him. Since we've met, why don't you, Wuishan, and this person beside you take my flying ship? Du Yan was clearly in a good mood as he invited Wu Feng enthusiastically. Chapter 3707. Wu Feng stared deeply at Du Yan's invitation. That's fine. However, I don't think my friend and I will bear the cost of the divine stones you need to build your flying ship, right? As far as I know, this godly king-grade spaceship will cost 50 divine stones a day even if it travels at the speed of a lower godly king. Du Yan was stunned when he heard what Wu Feng said. Then, he laughed and said, Wuishan, why didn't I notice that you have such a humorous side to you? What kind of person do you think I am? I can even take out a godly king-grade spaceship. Do you think I lack divine stones? If not for the lack of time, I would have driven this godly king-grade spaceship to the divine treasure at the speed of a higher godly king. A godly king-grade spaceship would cost 500 divine stones a day if it traveled at the speed of a higher godly king. Because of this, Du Yan's words could be said to be rich and overbearing. Thank you very much. Wu Feng smiled faintly and called out to Duan Lingtian. The two of them followed Du Yan and the middle-aged man behind him into the spaceship. The spaceship was very spacious. It could easily accommodate dozens of people. If they were to stand and squeeze, it could accommodate hundreds of people. Now, there were only 4 people, including Duan Lingtian, so the spaceship was very spacious. After Du Yan brought the middle-aged man into the spaceship, he activated the spaceship. At the same time, in the void of the spaceship, 4 images appeared. It was obvious that they were formed by an array. They showed the surroundings of the spaceship. Under such circumstances, even if they were in the spaceship, they could clearly see the scenery outside. Wuishan, after I went back, I checked other memory jade slips about the divine mansion and divine treasure. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng sat down cross-legged on one side of the spaceship, Du Yan, who was also sitting cross-legged not far away, looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "Now, I can confirm that the divine mansion and divine treasure was left behind by an emperor god expert. However, I can't confirm which cultivation level the emperor god expert was at." Wu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Du Yan's words. Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged at the side. When he heard Du Yan's words, he guessed that the 10,000 demon sect disciple that Wu Feng had mentioned earlier, who had guessed that the divine-dwelling divine treasure was left behind by a divine emperor expert, was none other than Du Yan. However, even if it's a divine dwelling or divine treasure left behind by a lesser god emperor, it's still a heaven-shaking opportunity for us. Du Yan's eyes suddenly surged with an incomparable burning heat. Even the 1,000 demon sect behind him was only a divine emperor sect. It had never produced a divine emperor sect. But now, he was about to enter the divine palace divine treasure left behind by a divine lord powerhouse. That was a place that anyone in the 10,000 devil sect, including the sect master and the supreme elder, could squeeze their heads to enter. Wuishan, you and I shouldn't have made the decision to swear the heart demon blood oath with the 3 of them. With our strength, even if we were unwilling to swear the heart demon blood oath, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to do anything to us. When Du Yan spoke of this matter, he seemed to feel that it was a pity. If we could share this news with our elders, we would definitely be able to obtain more benefits in the divine treasure. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the divine treasure, Du Yan said. Wuishan nodded. However, Wu Feng did not comment on Du Yan's regretful words. I know what you're thinking, but do you think that if we don't agree, they will be willing to make an agreement with us to open the divine dwelling and divine treasury together? At that time, the three of them were obviously in a group. They couldn't do anything to us, and we couldn't take the other three keys from them. Under such circumstances, didn't we still have to compromise? When Wu Feng said this, Du Yan immediately fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. Among the three of them, I'm actually most afraid of that guy who looks like a dog. If it wasn't for him, we could have taken advantage of the loophole in the first heart demon blood oath. It's a pity that after that guy pointed out the loophole in the heart demon blood oath, we could only swear another heart demon blood oath. A hint of fear flashed in Du Yan's eyes. He was afraid of one of the three people. When we accepted the mission together, he was the one who commanded us throughout the entire process. His commands were also acknowledged by us. That's why we were able to complete the mission so easily. At that time, we could actually feel that he was not ordinary. He might not be as strong as us in a one-on-one battle, but when it comes to brains, it's very difficult for us to win against him. When Du Yan mentioned that person, a hint of fear appeared in Wu Feng's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting next to Wu Feng, had a confused expression on his face. He had no idea what the two of them were talking about. Junior brother Duan. As though he sensed Duan Lingtian's confusion, Wu Feng said to him in a timely manner, actually, at that time, we only swore a heart demon blood oath. It's what I told you earlier. We can only tell a person with a cultivation base below the intermediate god level about the discovery of the divine palace divine treasure. Moreover, we can only bring that person here. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard Wu Feng mention this before. However, at that time, one of the five of us pointed out a loophole in the heart demon blood oath. He said that if we wanted to supplement the heart demon blood oath, we had to make the companion who entered the divine treasure with us swear a heart demon blood oath as well. He said that he would not tell anyone what he heard next. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the heart demon blood oath. However, as Wu Feng spoke, his thoughts suddenly became clear. Of course, he also knew that this was because he was not the person involved. Therefore, he did not think too deeply about it. Otherwise, he would also have discovered this loophole in the heart demon blood oath. For example, with the heart demon blood oath at the beginning, even if Wu Feng swore that he would only tell Duan Lingtian about the discovery of the divine treasure and not tell anyone else, Duan Lingtian would still be able to spread the news. As long as it was not Wu Feng who spread the news, it would not be considered a violation of the heart demon blood oath. That person had pointed out the loophole in the heart demon blood oath and asked Wu Feng and the others to supplement the heart demon blood oath. Under such circumstances, when the appointed day arrived, there would be at most 10 people who knew about the location of the divine treasure and those who entered the divine treasure. The heart demon blood oath was a deterrent in all realms of gods. It was impossible for anyone to violate it. Wu Yishan. Du Yan glanced at Wu Feng before he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Wu Feng. Initially, before I met you and went out to greet you, I was wondering if we could work together in the Divine Emperor's divine treasure to obtain the greatest benefit. However, I've dismissed that thought now. This is because the companion you found to enter the divine treasure with is too weak. He's only a greater deity. After we enter the divine treasure, I advise you not to leave his side so easily. Otherwise, the other 6 people might find an opportunity to kill him. After all, one less person to fight for the treasures in the divine treasure is the dream of everyone who enters the divine treasure. A mocking smile appeared on Du Yan's face when he reached the end of his sentence. You want to work with me, but I might not be willing to. Wu Feng was not affected by Du Yan's words at all. He glanced at Du Yan indifferently. Du Yan, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Perhaps, I might have considered it in the past. But now, it's impossible for me to be willing. After all, your identity isn't simple. I don't want to ask a tiger for its skin. As Wu Feng spoke, he glanced at the God King grade flying ship beneath him. Du Yan was stunned when he saw Wu Feng's gaze. Then, he laughed heartily. Wu Yishan, it seems like you really think my status in the Myriad Demon sect is high. Let me tell you the truth. I borrowed this God King grade flying ship from a senior brother of mine to play with for a while. That senior brother of mine is the proud son of heaven of the Myriad Demon sect. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's Yang Qinya. Du Yan said. Yang Qinya. As for Wu Feng, when he mentioned Du Yan's name, his pupils had already rapidly contracted. Duan Ling Tian revealed a surprised expression as well. This was because he had heard of this name in the Hidden Fog sect. He had heard several Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciples talking about the Myriad Demon sect's Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya was the son of the Myriad Demon sect's sovereign. He was also the proud son of heaven of the Myriad Demon sect. He was the number one core disciple of the Myriad Demon sect. He wasn't even 10,000 years old, but he was already an upper god king. Looking at the current generation of the Myriad Demon sect, including the core elders, there were very few that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It was said that several of the strongest god-emperor level influences in Tongleng province had already thrown out olive branches to him. Yang Qinya was an even more outstanding character than the Hidden Fog sect's Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. Within the Myriad Demon sect, he was recognized as a peerless genius that appeared once every 100,000 years. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at Du Yan. If Du Yan was able to borrow a God King grade flying ship from Yang Qinya, then he must have a close relationship with Yang Qinya. Otherwise, why would he so easily lend out such a precious item? Even if that's the case, you aren't an ordinary disciple of the Myriad Demon sect. At this time, Wu Feng finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Du Yan with a dignified expression. To be able to make Yang Qinya lend you such a God King grade flying ship, it's enough to see that your relationship with Yang Qinya isn't shallow. You probably aren't a nobody in the Myriad Demon sect. If your surname is Du, if I'm not wrong, you should be the grandson of the Myriad Demon sect's supreme elder, Du Zhan, Du Pejuan. As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Du Yan with even more vigilance. Chapter 3708. What else do you know? Du Yan asked with a smile as he looked at Wu Feng. He seemed unperturbed by Wu Feng's words. It was as if he had nothing to do with it. Wu Feng couldn't help but frown. Are you not Du Pejuan? You don't know what Du Pejuan's cultivation is now? Du Yan asked. Wu Feng fell silent again when he heard this. He knew that although Du Pejuan was weaker than Yang Qinya, he was about the same age as Yang Qinya. Moreover, he was also a high god king. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect. It was because of this that Wu Feng had heard of him. Even if I am Du Pejuan, how do you know that Yang Qinya is willing to lend something as precious as a god king grade flying ship to Du Pejuan? Du Yan asked again as he looked at Wu Feng with interest. When Wu Feng heard this, he looked at Du Yan and said bluntly, when I was wandering outside, I once met a few disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect and heard them chatting. According to them, although the young sect leader of the 10,000 Demon sect, Yang Qinya, has always been cultivating beside the sect leader of the 10,000 Demon sect, but when he was young, it was the supreme elder of the 10,000 Demon sect, Du Zhan, who initiated him. It is because of this that he treats Du Zhan like a grandfather. Under such circumstances, he and Du Zhan's grandson, Du Pejuan, are like brothers. If you are Du Pejuan, it is normal for him to lend you the God King grade flying ship. However, after what you said, I am certain that you are not Du Pejuan. Du Pejuan is a high god king. You are only a low god king. Wu Feng shook his head as he spoke. You can be considered well-informed to know all this. Du Yan said with a smile, after all, you are not from the 10,000 Demons sect but the Hidden Fog sect. Fine, there is no harm in telling you. My real name is Du Qianjun. I am Du Pejuan's younger brother. Even my name is a combination of my brother's and brother Qianye's names. As for the God King Grade flying ship, it was a gift from brother Qianye on my birthday a month ago. When Du Yan said brother Qianye, there was a smile on his face. However, there was a sincere reverence in the depths of his eyes. Young Qianye was his goal and idol since he was young. I see. Wu Feng was enlightened. No wonder you have a God King Grade flying ship. So it was given to you by Yang Qianye. It seems that Yang Qianye has a good relationship with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a precious thing. Of course. My relationship with brother Qianye isn't any worse than my brother's relationship with brother Qianye. Du Qianjun said proudly. Your brother and Yang Qianye are very famous. As for you, I have never heard of you. Wu Feng shook his head and said. Du Qianjun didn't mind. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Forget about you, even in the Thousand Devil sect, there are very few people who know of my existence. In the Thousand Devil sect, although I have the identity of an inner sect disciple, very few people know of my existence. All this time, I have been cultivating by my grandfather's side. The last time I went on a mission with you, I was the one who sneaked out. Speaking of which, I also snuck out this time. Also, because of the previous incident, my grandfather can speak and keep a close eye on me. If it wasn't for my quick wits, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come out this time, and you guys wouldn't have been able to enter the God Emperor's divine treasure. Du Qianjun said. Hearing Du Qianjun's words, Wu Feng was enlightened. As for Duan Lingtian, he had more or less figured out the identity of this Thousand Devil sect disciple in front of him. He was actually the grandson of the Thousand Devil sect's highest elder. After hearing Du Qianjun's words, Wu Feng looked at him with more vigilance and dread. You were the one who insisted on guessing my identity. Seeing Wu Feng dread him, Du Qianjun shrugged and said, in truth, sometimes it's better if we don't know each other's identities, just like you shouldn't be Wu Yishan. In this situation, even if I wanted to deal with you, I would have to deal with you myself. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find you in the massive Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, without a proper reason, even if I have an extraordinary status in the Thousand Devil sect, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't easily hand you over. After all, your Hidden Fog sect and my Thousand Devil sect have never been on good terms. We have always been enemies. As Du Qianjun spoke, he chuckled. If my old man were to know that I was in cahoots with a Hidden Fog sect disciple, he would definitely scold me, but the conflict between the Hidden Fog sect and my Thousand Devil sect began a long time ago. Moreover, I have never had a dispute with a Hidden Fog sect disciple before, so I don't feel anything about it. Now, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a collaborator. After all, I have no confidence that I can join forces with the people around me to capture you and seize the key to the divine treasure. As Du Qianjun spoke, it could be said that he spoke whatever came to his mind. It was clear that he was inexperienced in the ways of the world, otherwise he wouldn't be so frank and naive in front of outsiders. Of course, he was being frank and naive. If someone who had been in the ways of the world said these words, it would give off a different feeling, open and honest. At least you know your place. Wu Feng faintly smiled. Then, seeing Du Qianjun not speak again, he also closed his mouth. Of course, although he closed his mouth, he still communicated with Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. Junior apprentice brother Duan, if they ask for your name later, just make up a name. Moreover, this Du Qianjun has an extraordinary status. After we enter the divine treasure trove, try not to take the initiative to start a dispute with him. Of course, if he provokes us first, we don't need to be polite to him, although he has the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder Duzhan behind him, the Thousand Devil Sect and our Hidden Fog Sect are enemies. Even if we kill Duzhan's grandson, it is impossible for the Hidden Fog Sect to hand us over. We only need to pay attention to not be targeted by the Thousand Devil Sect when we go out. Wu Feng said. Is the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder Duzhan's status in the Thousand Devil Sect very high? Duan Lingtian curiously asked. Duzhan's status in the Thousand Devil Sect is equal to any one of our Hidden Fog Sect's 4 highest elders. What do you think? Wu Feng asked in reply. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. When he looked at Du Qianjun again, there was a slight change in his eyes. Now, he finally understood why Wu Feng looked at Du Qianjun with such dread after learning of his true identity. It turned out that Du Qianjun was actually the grandson of one of the strongest highest elders in the Thousand Devil Sect. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng took turns to cultivate. When Duan Lingtian cultivated, Wu Feng protected him. And when Wu Feng cultivated, Duan Lingtian protected him. Several times, when Duan Lingtian protected Wu Feng, he could feel Du Qianjun's restless gaze sweep over, as if he wanted to take advantage of the time Wu Feng was cultivating to attack them, but in the end, Du Qianjun didn't attack and both sides were at peace. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over half a month passed. As for the God King level flying ship, under Du Qianjun's control, they arrived at their destination. In the skies above a mountain range. We're here. As soon as Du Qianjun spoke, Duan Lingtian who was cultivating heard Wu Feng's voice transmission. He immediately woke up and sighed in his heart. Just a little more. During this period of time, although Duan Lingtian had been cultivating intermittently, he had never stopped trying to break through to the God King level. He thought that if he could break through to the God King level before the Divine Treasure opened, it would definitely be smoother when they entered the Divine Treasure. However, even when they arrived at their destination, he still couldn't break through. The final bottleneck was like a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. Whoosh! After Du Qianjun greeted Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, he waved his hand and kept the God King level flying ship. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "It's better not to let those fellows see my God King level flying ship. Otherwise, they'll join forces to attack me after we enter the Divine Treasure. Even if you don't show them the God King level flying ship, I'm afraid they'll join forces to attack us." Wu Feng said indifferently. "At least I have you to share their attention." Du Qianjun said with a smile. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun. However, the middle-aged man did not say a word. His eyes were unfocused as he followed behind Du Qianjun like a walking corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen Du Qianjun staring at Wu Feng a few times while Wu Feng was cultivating, he might have really thought that Du Qianjun was just a soulless puppet. "Du Qianjun, how should I address the person behind you?" When Duan Lingtian was looking at the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun, Wu Feng also looked at him and asked curiously. Du Qianjun smiled faintly when he heard Wu Feng's question. "This is a senior brother of mine. He's also the direct disciple of one of my grandfather's disciples. He can be considered as my grandfather's grand disciple. However, this senior brother of mine is a little dull and doesn't like to talk much. Therefore, I won't introduce him to you. After all, even if you see him and greet him in the future, he won't respond to you." Wu Feng frowned. However, he did not continue to dwell on this topic. "Let's go over. Even if not all of them are here, there should be at least 1 or 2 of them." Under Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's lead, Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man followed closely behind them. They traversed a huge stretch of lofty mountains and precipitous ridges before they descended from the sky and flashed towards the bottom of a gorge. As soon as they entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures standing at the bottom of the canyon. 4 silhouettes stood in 2 pairs. "It seems like not everyone is here yet." When the four of them noticed Duanling Tian's group of four and raised their heads to look at them, Du Qianjun said with a smile. The four people standing at the bottom of the canyon were two middle-aged men, a young man, and an old man. Only the two of you are left. One of the middle-aged men glanced at Du Qianjun and Wu Feng before he said, Sima Han and the person he brought with him have already entered the Void Gate and are waiting for us outside the Divine Dwellings. Chapter 3709. Sima Han, he is the fellow I mentioned to Du Qianjun before, he is also the dog-like fellow that Du Qianjun spoke of. Wu Feng looked at Duanling Tian and said with a sound transmission. Duanling Tian was enlightened. At the same time, he remembered the name Sima Han. Although he hadn't met him, according to what Wu Feng and Du Qianjun said, Sima Han was an extremely intelligent lower god king. He might not be stronger than Wu Feng and Du Qianjun, but Wu Feng and Du Qianjun feared his intelligence. If they feared him, it meant that they were subconsciously ashamed of their inferiority. This is Wu Yishan, a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. This is Du Yen, a disciple of the 10,000 Demon sect. When Duanling Tian and the other three descended from the sky and arrived near the four people in the canyon, one of the middle-aged men and the young man introduced Wu Feng and Du Qianjun to the people next to them. Of those present, only Duanling Tian knew Wu Feng's true identity. As for Du Qianjun's true identity, only the middle-aged man behind him, Duanling Tian, and Wu Feng knew. Of course, Duanling Tian and Wu Feng wouldn't be so bored as to openly reveal Du Qianjun's identity at this time. Moreover, even if they wanted to reveal it, they would wait until they entered the Divine Trove and see if they needed Du Qianjun to attract attention for them. This is Lu Dongming. This is Yu Ling. At this time, Wu Feng also looked at the middle-aged man and the young man and introduced them to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he said to Duanling Tian with a sound transmission, the two of them are most likely using fake names. In addition, although they say they are rogue cultivators, that might not be the case. However, the strength that the two of them displayed earlier is slightly inferior to mine or Du Qianjun's. What Wu Feng told Duanling Tian through voice transmission was his own thoughts and guesses. His purpose was to let Duanling Tian be careful and not underestimate them. After all, anything could happen in the Divine Treasure. If the Divine Treasure was truly left behind by a God Emperor expert, after entering the Divine Treasure, not only would they have to deal with the possible tests left behind by the God Emperor expert, they would also have to deal with the threats from others. After all, everyone wanted good things. It's fine if you hide the good stuff in time, but if you don't hide it well, you'll become the target of everyone's attacks. Whether it was Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, the middle-aged man Lu Dongming, or the young man Yu Ling, none of them introduced the people around them. It was as though the names of the people around them were not worth mentioning. In fact, they all knew that even if they mentioned it, it would be a waste of time because they were basically using aliases. Beside Lu Dongming was another middle-aged man who seemed to be around his age. Beside Yu Ling was an old man. He was following behind Yu Ling respectfully like a servant. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Du Qianjun smiled and then took the lead to walk into the fog at the bottom of the canyon. He easily passed through it. Clearly, the existence of this fog was only the effect of an illusory formation. After Du Qianjun took the lead and entered the fog, the middle-aged man with unfocused eyes naturally followed closely behind him. After that, Wu Feng did not hurry to bring Duanling Tian with him. Instead, he looked at Lu Dongming and Yu Ling and said, "Both of you, bring your companions and follow. My friend and I will bring up the rear." The group of 8 people was divided into 4 groups. Since Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's group was backed by a Divine Emperor sect, they were still on the same side in the eyes of the other 2 groups even if they did not come to an agreement in private. Due to this reason, Lu Dongming and Yu Ling exchanged glances when they heard Wu Feng's words. Then, they followed Du Qianjun's footsteps and passed through the fog. Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng followed closely behind. After passing through the fog, Duan Lingtian felt his eyes brighten up. A huge pit appeared before his eyes. In the huge pit, there was a cave entrance that emitted a faint light. It was obvious there was light inside, but it was slightly dimmer. At this moment, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man behind him had already arrived at the cave entrance. This time, Du Qianjun did not say anything. He directly led the people behind him into the cave. As for Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, they didn't need Wu Feng's reminder to follow them. Lu Dongming and Yu Ling followed Du Qianjun's footsteps from the front. Only their companions tacitly kept their backs to them and walked backwards. They were almost sticking to Lu Dongming and Yu Ling's backs. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance as they fell on Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, who were at the back of the group. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng would attack them. They are really careful. Duan Lingtian shook his head, but he did not find it funny. This was because he knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the people in front of him doing this. The key to open the divine dwellings and divine treasures had been sealed by the expert who left the divine dwellings and divine treasures. It could not be stored in a spatial ring and could only be carried around. Once the owner was killed, the key would be taken away. At this point, if they were not careful, not only would they lose the key, but they would also lose their lives. Just like now. If Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng cooperated with Du Qianjun and Wu Feng, they could kill the 4 people and seize the 2 keys. After that, they could go in and kill the 2 people inside. The 4 of them would then take the 3 keys. Then, the divine dwellings and divine treasures would be enjoyed by the 4 of them alone. People's hearts were sinister, so it was normal to be careful. Is that the void door that leads to the independent dimension where the divine dwellings and divine treasures are located? Not long after entering the cave, Duan Lingtian saw the source of the faint light. It was a door that was floating in the void in the deepest part of the cave. It was flickering with a faint gray light. This door was neither big nor small. When opened, it could accommodate 3 people side by side. However, it was suspended in the void. In addition, there were countless patterns and lines engraved on the door. It seemed to be covered by a layer of mysterious veil, making it difficult to see through. Wu Yishan, bring your friend over. At this moment, Du Qianjun, who had stopped in front of the void door, turned around and looked at Wu Feng. I don't want you and your friend to be surrounded and killed by the 4 of them after the 2 of us go in. At that time, I'm afraid the 2 of us will be surrounded and killed by Sima Han and his friend as well as the 4 of them. We don't have the confidence to deal with the 6 of us. Du Qianjun smiled as he voiced his concerns. Junior brother Duan. At Wu Feng's beckoning, Duan Lingtian followed Wu Feng and went around the 4 people in front of them before they arrived next to Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man next to him. They stood opposite Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. Do you want to go in first, or should we? Wu Feng asked bluntly as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. We'll go in first. Lu Dongming said in a deep voice, if we let the 4 of you go in, we're worried you'll attack Sima Han and his friend before we go in. If the 4 of you join forces, Sima Han and his friend won't be able to hold on for long. That's right, let's go in first. Yu Ling chimed in at the right time. I have no objections. Wu Feng shrugged and looked at Du Qianjun at the same time. Du Qianjun also spread his hands and said he had no objections. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and the people they brought with them entered the void gate together. In just a blink of an eye, their figures were submerged in the void gate. They're really careful. Du Qianjun smiled faintly before he looked at Wu Feng and said, Wu Yishan, let's go in as well. All right. Wu Feng nodded before he led Duan Lingtian and Du Qianjun into the void gate. The void gate. There were 2 different realms inside and outside the void gate. The Void Gate was connected to the realms of gods, the Xiangang land, and the independent realm created by the person who left behind the divine treasure. If the Void Gate was destroyed, those who entered would be trapped inside as well. Naturally, the Void Gate was not that easy to destroy. If one wanted to destroy it, one would have to be stronger than the person who left the Void Gate behind. Moreover, even if one was trapped inside, it was not impossible to escape. Take the independent realm where the divine treasure was located as an example. Although it was an independent realm, it relied on the stability of the realm of gods, the Xiangang land. If the Void Gate between the two realms was destroyed, many spatial rifts would appear in the independent realm. Any of those spatial rifts would allow one to travel through space and return to the realm of gods, the Xiangang land. Naturally, at that time, it would be equivalent to a transporting formation. Nobody would know where they would be sent to in the Xiangang land. The realms of gods are different from the Devata realms. There are many transporting formations in the Devata realms. Anyone who is skilled in formations can set up a transporting formation. In the realms of gods, apart from the supreme powerhouse who controls the realm of gods, no one can set up a transporting formation. This is because the realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. Apart from the supreme powerhouse, no one else can control or interfere with the space in the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. Even if one wants to go to a realm of gods from a Devata realm, there's no direct transporting formation. One has to travel through a spatial rift to enter a realm of gods. Duanling Tian had heard about this from the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, before he came to the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. As for the transporting formations in the realm battlefield, they were set up by the supreme powerhouses. For example, the transporting formation Duanling Tian used to travel from the realm battlefield to the realm of gods was set up by the supreme powerhouse in the realm of gods. No one else was capable of setting it up. Only the supreme powerhouses had the ability to set up transporting formations that led to or from a realm of gods. The Void Gate we passed through earlier is actually a spatial rift that leads from the realm of gods to the independent realm where the divine treasure is located, Wu Feng explained. Theoretically speaking, a divine emperor should be able to set up a spatial rift like that. Wu Feng's voice sounded out by Duanling Tian's ears, and he explained to Duanling Tian. Chapter 37:10. After passing through the void door, what appeared in front of Duanling Tian was a vast world. From top to bottom, from left to right, it was as though he could not see the end of it. At the same time, after entering, Duanling Tian turned around and saw the void door that he had passed through. It was exactly the same as the void door that he had seen at the other end. There was no difference at all. At the same time, above the vast land not far away, he saw a huge palace that was suspended in mid-air. It was like a giant beast that was crawling in the void. The palace was facing him. A huge door was tightly shut, occupying nearly 1/3 of the palace's surface area. Everywhere in the palace, the workmanship of the construction was uncanny. Many details had clearly been meticulously carved, especially the materials above. From small beads to large palace doors, there were complex patterns and patterns all over them. The vicissitudes of life and the ancient aura greeted them as though it was telling them that the palace had existed for a long time. At this moment, in front of the palace, there were 6 people standing in the air. The 6 of them were standing in 3 groups. Duanling Tian had seen 2 of the groups before. They were Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions. In addition to the 4 of them, there were 2 other people. One was a young man in white who was so handsome that he looked like a woman. He was thin as though a gust of wind could blow him away. He stood there with a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a lively scholar, giving off a scholarly feeling. Beside him stood a young man in red with a long saber in a scabbard at his waist. The young man in red had a handsome appearance. He was tall and strong. Between his eyebrows, there was a strong sense of masculinity. When the two of them stood together, they were like two extremes. That young man in white is Sima Han. When Duan Lingtian looked at the two unfamiliar faces, Wu Feng's voice had already entered his ears in a timely manner. In fact, before Wu Feng spoke, he had already guessed that the young man in white was Sima Han. This was because he had heard Du Qianjun mention Sima Han before and called him a dog-like guy. Among the two people in front of him, it was obvious that only the young man in white fit this description. Although the red-clothed young man wasn't ugly, he could only be considered as ordinary because he didn't meet Du Qianjuan's standards. The two of you, long time no see. You look as good as ever. Sima Han stepped into the air and nodded at Wu Feng and Du Qianjun with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun. The smile on his face was so natural that it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Sima Han stood there. He was so handsome that he looked like a girl. He gave people a feeling that he was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But now, when he stood out, he gave others the feeling that he was as still as a pine tree, towering and tall. It was as if there was no flaw in his entire body. If they wanted to attack him, they would not be able to do so at this moment. This strange feeling was fleeting, but it was still captured by Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid this Sima Han is not that simple. Although Duan Lingtian had heard about Sima Han from Wu Feng and Du Qianjun, he knew about him. However, now that he saw Sima Han with his own eyes and felt the energy, and spirit on Sima Han, as well as the unconcealable confidence in the depths of his eyes, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel wary. Even if Lu Dongming and Yu Ling were to join forces, it was not enough to make him feel wary. This Sima Han gave him the feeling that he was a smiling tiger. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had noticed something else a moment ago. When Sima Han stood out, the red-clothed young man behind him instinctively looked at Sima Han's back. A hint of reverence flashed in his eyes. Although it was fleeting, Duan Lingtian could still see it clearly. It was a sincere reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. If this kind of gaze appeared in the eyes of a friend, it meant that this friend not only recognized your character, but also your strength. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from Wu Feng and Du Qianjun that it was difficult for Sima Han to be a match for any one of them with his own strength. He could only rely on Lu Dongming and Yu Ling to barely contend with the two of them. This Sima Han is either hiding his strength, or he is a dangerous person whose intelligence is close to that of a demon. Duan Lingtian became wary of Sima Han. At this moment, he felt that Sima Han was even more dangerous than Du Qianjun, the grandson of one of the few strongest supreme elders in the Thousand Demon sect, Du Zhan, who owned a God-King grade spaceship. After experiencing 2 lives, Duan Lingtian had always believed in his intuition. In both his previous and current life, no one who could make him feel such a sense of danger was a simple character. Sima Han, stop talking nonsense. Du Qianjun did not seem to like Sima Han. At this moment, he was no longer as calm as before, and his emotions became somewhat restless and impatient. Since everyone is here, let's open the divine treasure trove and enter directly. After entering, it's up to fate. Du Qianjun went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. However, almost the moment Du Qianjun's voice sounded, a sigh sounded in his ears. What kind of calm person is Martial Uncle Du Zhan? How did he teach such a rash grandson like you? Du Qianjun, if you don't change your temper, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. This sound transmission caused Du Qianjun's pupils to shrink rapidly, and his expression changed instantly. When he looked at Sima Han again, his gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, he asked, "How do you know my identity? Did Wuxia tell you? Or the person beside Wuxia?" As his voice sounded, Du Qianjun could not help but turn his head to look at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. His eyes flashed with vigilance, and there was some anger on his face. Du Qianjuan's sudden gaze also caused Wu Feng to be puzzled. He could not help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes narrowed as he thought of Du Qianjuan's series of reactions earlier. He seemed to be deep in thought. What exactly did Sima Han say to Du Qianjun? To actually make him lose his composure like this? When Du Qianjun opened his mouth to speak to Sima Han, Duan Lingtian's gaze did not leave Du Qianjun. It was also because of this that the changes in Du Qianjuan's expression were all seen by him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the anger on Du Qianjuan's face instantly disappear, and the vigilance in his eyes also disappeared. After which, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Sima Han again, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Then, his face could not help but twitch slightly. A moment later, he regained his composure. He looked at Sima Han and frowned as he said, "Sima Han, do you not understand human language? I don't have any objections. Just look at them." Sima Han smiled and then glanced at Lu Dongping and Yu Ling not far away. The latter quickly expressed his position, "Sima Han, we will listen to your arrangements." "That's right." From their words, it was clear that they followed Sima Han's lead. Of course, it was not because they were familiar with Sima Han. In fact, once they entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury, if they had a conflict of interest with Sima Han, they would not hesitate to attack him. And now, there was a Thousand Demon sect disciple and a Hidden Fog sect disciple here. They all felt that they should join forces with Sima Han. This was the only way to ensure their interests. "What about you two?" At this time, Du Qianjun looked at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng and asked. "Let's open it directly," Wu Feng said. Didn't he bring Duan Lingtian here for the divine dwelling and divine treasury? At this time, he did not want to waste any more time outside. "Since that's the case, the 5 of us who have the key will go forward to open the door, and the other 5 will stand guard. How about it? This way, we can ensure that no one will sneak attack us from behind," Sima Han suggested. Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, and the others naturally had no objections to his words. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others who had entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury with Wu Feng and the others retreated. They watched helplessly as Wu Feng and the others approached the divine dwelling's door. Then, each of them took out a giant bronze key. Then, they inserted it into the 5 keyholes above the divine dwelling's door. These 5 keyholes emitted 5 different lights: gold, green, blue, red, yellow. They corresponded to the colors of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As they retreated, Duan Lingtian's eyes swept back and forth between Sima Han and Du Qianjuan's backs. The scene he saw just now left him feeling strange. He even had an illusion Sima Han and Du Qianjun knew each other. Du Qianjun looked at me and senior brother Wu Feng with an angry and vigilant expression. It's obvious that he thinks we've done something unfavorable to him, but what can we possibly do to him? Duan Lingtian thought for a moment before he asked Wu Feng through voice transmission, "Senior brother Wu Feng, did you tell the others present about Du Qianjuan's true identity?" Wu Feng, who had just inserted the key into the divine dwelling's door, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and replied through voice transmission, "No." "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Wu Feng asked curiously. However, this time, Duan Lingtian did not reply to Wu Feng. This was because he began to think about other things after he received Wu Feng's reply. Sima Han might have already found out about Du Qianjuan's identity and exposed him through voice transmission. Otherwise, Du Qianjun wouldn't have acted that way. Later on, Du Qianjun stopped glaring at us. Sima Han must have told him, and we didn't expose his identity. Then, the 2 of them pretended not to know each other. When he thought of this, He thought of how Du Qianjun seemed to have lost his composure when he looked at Sima Han again. At the same time, he seemed to be a little agitated. From this, it was not difficult to see that Sima Han's identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could Du Qianjun, the grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's supreme elder, Du Zhan, act like that? Retreat! Sima Han's shout rang out. When Wu Feng and the others retreated, a series of earth-shattering booms rang out, interrupting Duan Lingtian's train of thought. Chapter 37:11. Boom! Rumble! While Wu Feng, Sima Han, and the others were retreating, the door of the divine dwellings slowly opened under their watchful eyes. Then, a huge black whirlpool appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It completely blocked the view inside the divine dwellings, making it impossible for them to see what was behind it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was not surprised by this. The divine dwellings and divine treasures were naturally different from ordinary mansions. When the door was opened, one would be able to see the inside of the mansion. This divine dwellings looked like a huge mansion, but in reality, it might not be the interior of the mansion. It might be a separate space or realm. However, when the door opened and the black whirlpool appeared, Wu Feng, Sima Han, Du Qianjun, and the others retreated to Duan Lingtian's side. Wu Feng returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Sima Han and the others also returned to their companions' sides. Junior brother Duan, why did you suddenly ask me that earlier? Wu Feng asked curiously through voice transmission after returning to Duan Lingtian's side. Since Duan Lingtian had asked through voice transmission earlier, it meant that he did not want others to overhear him. Therefore, Wu Feng asked through voice transmission. Senior brother Wu Feng, I suspect that Sima Han's identity is not simple. He might even know Du Qianjun's identity. Moreover, Du Qianjun should know about his identity as well and is respectful toward him. Duan Lingtian shared his guess through voice transmission. What? Duan Lingtian's words naturally shocked Wu Feng. Was Sima Han not a rogue cultivator? Not only did he know Du Qianjun's true identity, but Du Qianjun was also very respectful toward him after his identity was exposed. What did this mean? Who was Du Qianjun? He was the grandson of Du Zhan, one of the strongest grand elders in the 10,000 Demon Sect. His position in the 10,000 Demon Sect was so high that he could even look down on ordinary core disciples. In the Thousand Devil Sect, the only people of the same generation that he respected were probably his own brother, Du Pejuan, and the Thousand Devil Sect's young sect master, Yang Qinya. Even if there were others, they would definitely be at least on the same level as Du Pejuan. However, this was also because those people were from the 10,000 Demon Sect. If it was someone not from the 10,000 Demon Sect, unless their background could subdue him, it would be difficult for them to gain Du Qianjun's respect even if they were stronger than him. At the same time, I suspect that he might be hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian voiced his conjecture again. And this was truly his own guess. Everyone. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Wu Feng again, Sima Han spoke before Wu Feng could respond. Now, the door to the divine mansion has opened. Next, my companions, Du Yan and his companions will protect us. The other 6 people will go in first. Do you have any objections? As Sima Han spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian, Wu Feng, and the others. I have no objections. I have no objections either. When Lu Dongming and Yu Ling heard Sima Han say that they and their companions could go in first, they were too happy to have any objections. One had to know that this was the divine mansion and divine treasure that was suspected to have been left behind by the divine emperor. Those who went in first would have a better chance of obtaining more and better treasures. They might even obtain the inheritance left behind by the suspected divine emperor. If it was before Duan Lingtian's reminder, Wu Feng would have the same idea as Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. But now, after hearing Sima Han's words, he did not say anything. Instead, he subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, the two of us should stay behind with the two of you to guard the door. Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Han and said indifferently, I don't want to be killed by the four of them after we go in. After all, nobody knows if we'll appear in the same place after we go in or if we'll be scattered all over the place. Besides, aren't you, Sima Han, afraid that the two of them will kill you if you leave them outside? I won't be much of a threat to you if you leave me behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine energy of a higher deity appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. As his divine energy swept across the area, his aura spread out and completely exposed his cultivation base to everyone present. A higher deity? Upon sensing Duan Lingtian's divine energy, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions' eyes narrowed simultaneously. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Wuxia, you actually only brought a higher deity with you? Lu Dongming looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, don't you even have a lower god king friend? There are many lower god kings among the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciples, but you didn't bring any? It seems that your social relations aren't that good. Lu Dongming, who knew that Wu Feng was a hidden fog sect disciple, couldn't help but mock him. Although Yu Ling didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Wu Feng. Sima Han frowned slightly. Whether it was him or his companions, from beginning to end, they clearly weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian was only a higher deity. It was as if they already knew about this. Humph. At this time, Du Qianjun coldly snorted. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I, Du Qianjun, that kind of person? If Sima Han and the others are worried that I'll kill them, I can make a heart demon blood oath that I won't kill them outside the divine dwellings and divine treasures. Not only me, but the people around me can also make the same heart demon blood oath. As soon as Du Qianjun spoke, Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, who were originally frowning, heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they were also worried that Du Qianjun would kill Sima Han and the people around him after the six of them went in. If they all went in together, without Sima Han and Yu Ling, the four of them would be very passive against Du Qianjun's group. I don't think that's necessary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Du Qianjun indifferently and said, even if I have to make a heart demon blood oath, I'd rather see Sima Han. As far as I know, this Sima Han made my senior brother Wu make an additional heart demon blood oath last time. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Han, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. At this time, Du Qianjun did not know what to say. After all, Duan Lingtian's request did not have any loopholes. Anyone who heard it would feel that it made sense. If he had not reached an agreement with Sima Han in private, he would definitely agree with Duan Lingtian's words. Therefore, he did not know how to deal with Duan Lingtian at this moment. If he was too unreasonable, it would instead arouse suspicion. I made Wuxia and Du Yen make an additional heart demon blood oath for the sake of the three of us. However, if you insist on doing so, I have no objections. I believe that Du Yen should have no objections as well. Sima Han looked at Du Qianjun as he spoke. Du Qianjun immediately nodded. Of course, I have no objections. However, at this moment, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian felt that he had broken some kind of conspiracy between Du Qianjun and Sima Han spoke again. How about this, since you and Wuxia are not in a hurry to go in, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and I will go in first. The six of us will go in first, and then the rest of you will follow. Du Yen, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Sima Han asked as he looked at Du Qianjun as he spoke. Du Qianjun's eyes flickered when he heard this. Then, he shrugged and said, of course, I have no objections. I have an objection. Duan Lingtian spoke again. This time, it was not only Sima Han. Even Du Qianjun and the others could not help but frown. I say, boy, what do you mean? Lu Dongming frowned and said in a deep voice, just now, you said that you don't want to go in first. Now that I'm asking you to go in later, you're not satisfied? Even Yu Ling's gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian now was slightly different. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, if we appear in the same place after we go in, we won't be able to react at all if you launch a sneak attack on us. At that time, won't we be in trouble? In my opinion, Du Yan, Du Qianjun, and the 6 of you should each choose a group to go in. My senior brother Wu and I will go in first for our group. Send a group of people to go in with us as well. After that, the remaining 3 groups will go in together. Duan Lingtian said. Of course, our group will definitely go in first. After all, my senior brother Wu and I are definitely not as strong as Du Yan and the people around him. Moreover, if Du Yan and the people around him stay behind, even if 4 of you stay behind, I think they'll still be able to deal with it. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to this point, he gave Du Qianjun and the people around him a high hat in a timely manner. Let's leave it at that. Du Qianjun said somewhat impatiently, how annoying. That's right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something and changed his mind. I think the spatial tunnel behind the Divine Mansion's entrance can accommodate all 10 of us. Why don't we all go in together? Humph. This time, the red-clad young man next to Sima Han snorted coldly and said, it's too chaotic if all 10 of us go in together. What if some of us wait for the others to go in and join forces with the others to attack one of us? Take you as an example. If Wu Shan goes in first and you're 1 step behind, the others can make a move and kill you before you go in. Therefore, it's better for us to go in separately. As soon as the red-clad young man finished speaking, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and the others nodded in unison. It was obvious they agreed with his words. Let's leave it at that. At this moment, Sima Han looked at Duan Lingtian and said, you, Wu Shan, and 2 other people will go in first. While speaking, Sima Han looked at Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, you 2, take a look. Do you want one of you and your companions to go in first, or do you want the 2 of you to go in first and your companions to go in later? Chapter 37:12. It's impossible for us to leave our companions outside. Lu Dongming and Yu Ling exchanged glances before they glanced at Duan Lingtian in disgust. It was this purple-clad young man who had caused so much trouble. They had to make a choice between the 2 of them. However, the 2 of them quickly reached a consensus. Let the heavens decide. Then, in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, Lu Dongming took out a jade slip and tossed it to Sima Han. Sima Han, throw this jade slip. If it's the front side, my companions and I will go in first. If it's the back side, Yu Ling and his companions will go in first. Yu Ling, is this okay? Lu Dongming looked at Yu Ling when Sima Han took the jade slip. The latter nodded. Let's do it. Sima Han took the jade slip and threw it out without hesitation. A moment later, his hand shot out like lightning and caught the jade slip in his hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, he opened his hand. The jade slip appeared. It was the back side. Lu Dongming, I'm sorry. Yu Ling smiled. Although Lu Dongming was somewhat unwilling, he did not say anything. He was the one who suggested this idea. Now that things had turned out this way, he could only accept it. After throwing Lu Dongming's jade slip back to him, Sima Han looked at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. Wu Shan, you and your companions, Yu Ling and his companions will go in first. The 6 of us will go in later. Sima Han said. This time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He stepped into the air with Wu Feng and flew into the entrance of the divine dwellings. At the same time, Yu Ling and his companions entered as well. After entering, Duan Ling Tian only felt the sky and earth spinning, and he felt dizzy. However, this feeling did not last for long. After a while, Duan Ling Tian felt something solid under his feet. It was as though he had landed on something hard. When he came back to his senses, he looked around and found that he had appeared in a cavern. The cavern was spacious and vast, and at the same time, there was nothing inside. There were only 2 caves that led to an unknown place. This primitive cave abode was simply 2 extremes compared to the magnificent spiritual abode from before. The primitive cave abode was like a dwelling for savages. The dazzling divine dwellings were like the residence of an emperor. It was a world of difference. Junior brother Duan. Duan Ling Tian also noticed that Yu Ling and his companions were there. At the same time, it wasn't difficult for him to sense the murderous gazes of Yu Ling and his companions. However, when Yu Ling took a final glance at Wu Feng, the killing intent in his eyes dimmed a little. It seems like if senior brother Wu's strength did not deter Yu Ling, they would not have been able to restrain themselves from attacking. Duan Ling Tian smiled and transmitted his voice to Wu Feng. Wu Feng could not help but laugh when he heard that. That's because they don't know junior brother Duan's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of attacking you. Junior brother Duan, why were you so calculative with them earlier? Wu Feng asked curiously. Let's talk as we walk. Duan Ling Tian beckoned to Wu Feng before he took the lead and walked into one of the caves that led to an unknown destination. When Wu Feng saw this, he naturally followed closely behind. Young master, should we follow them as well? The old man next to Yu Ling looked at him and asked. Yu Ling shook his head. Although we're all lesser god kings and Wu Yishan's companions are only greater god spirits, Wu Yishan is extremely powerful. Even if we join forces and have a chance of seriously injuring him, we'll have to pay a hefty price. It's not worth it. Let's wait for Sima Han and Lu Dongming to come in before we leave together. It's too dangerous for the 2 of us to enter this divine abode and divine treasure. We'll just follow behind them and reap the benefits. Yu Ling said. The old man could not help but smile bitterly when he heard that. I'm afraid they're not stupid. Then, let's see who's more impatient. Yu Ling smiled faintly as though he was very confident in himself. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Dongming and Sima Han had yet to come in. Yu Ling could not help but frown. Why aren't they in yet? Normally speaking, they should have come in after we came in. Even if someone was ambushed by the Thousand Devils sect's disciple, Du Yen, and his companions, it's impossible for the 4 of them to not come in. Yu Ling said in puzzlement. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng walked in the cave while keeping an eye out for their surroundings. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Wu Feng. Senior brother Wu Feng, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Dongming and his companions won't be able to come in. Wu Feng agreed with Duan Ling Tian's words. If Sima Han and Du Qianjun really know each other, they'll definitely kill Lu Dongming and his companions to reduce the competition. In the beginning, they actually wanted the 3 of us to come in first while they stayed outside. If I'm not mistaken, they want to kill those who are too slow after some of us have entered to reduce the competition. Wu Feng said. That's what I think as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's why I kept pestering them. It seemed like I was pestering them endlessly, but in fact, I didn't want to have any conflict with them. I didn't want to make a move before I came in. This way, they'll still treat me as an ordinary divine spirit. When we meet in the divine treasury in the divine dwelling, my true strength will be our greatest trump card at the critical moment. Wu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. No wonder I was wondering why you kept pestering them outside. It turns out that you had such considerations. I'm the one who's stupid. I didn't think of the main point. Wu Feng smiled awkwardly. Earlier, even he felt that Duan Lingtian's actions were a little too wishy-washy and unnecessary. However, he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian here. Even if he had a problem with it, he could not say anything. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Wu Feng felt completely at ease. Outside the divine dwelling and divine treasury. When Lu Dongming saw that Duan Lingtian and the other three had disappeared into the spatial passage behind the divine dwelling's main entrance, he looked at Sima Han impatiently and urged, "We should go in as well." "There's no hurry." Sima Han smiled faintly. "Lu Dongming, don't you think it's better for 4 of us to go in instead of 6 of us? If only 4 of us go in, it means we'll have 2 fewer competitors." Lu Dongming was stunned when he heard Sima Han's words. Then, he glanced at Du Qianjun who was not far away. "You mean?" Just as Lu Dongming was about to finish his sentence, Du Qianjun and the people around him had already made their move. "Sima Han, you want to kill us to reduce the number of competitors? You deserve to die." Du Qianjun shouted as he flew in Sima Han and Lu Dongming's direction. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun followed closely behind. Divine power surged from his body as he released the strength of a lower divine king. Looking at the middle-aged man's profound law, his comprehension of the profound law was not inferior to Du Qianjun's. After realizing this, Lu Dongming cut off his unfinished words and unleashed his god power. "Du Yan, you want to fight the 4 of us with 2 people? Dream on." Lu Dongming shouted as he rushed out. He knew that if he waited until the other party was close enough to attack, he would be in a complete standstill. The other party was stronger than him to begin with. If the other party took the initiative, even if he had the advantage in numbers, he would still be under great pressure. At the moment when Lu Dongming moved, the people beside him also moved. They completely exposed their backs to Sima Han and his companions. From the beginning, they only treated Du Qianjun and his companions as opponents. In their opinion, Sima Han and his companions were on the same side as them. They would deal with the 1,000 demon sect's disciples, Du Yan and his companions. "Lu Dongming, we're here to help you." Just as Lu Dongming and his companions were about to make their move, Sima Han let out a light shout and dashed out with the red-clothed youth beside him. When Lu Dongming and his companions heard the voice behind them, their divine power surged as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if the 2 people behind them gave them the greatest confidence. Buzz! The divine saber in Lu Dongming's hand flashed and golden light raged on it. He was proficient in the metal law and merged it with his divine power. It was released through the low-grade divine weapon and its power was overwhelming. The companion beside him also took out his own divine weapon. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The spear was like a dragon as it was surrounded by the law of water. It was like a water dragon breaking through the sky. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Du Qianjun sneered as a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. He pulled out a green sword ray and attacked like a ghost. The middle-aged man beside him, whose eyes were originally unfocused, also took out a divine tool. It was actually a pair of meteor hammers. He threw them out, and they were like 2 resplendent meteors streaking across the sky. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Dongming and his companions, who took the lead, had already exchanged blows with Du Qianjun and his companions. Their divine powers that were fused with the profound laws intertwined with each other. Puff, wah! In the first exchange, Lu Dongming and his companions staggered and spat out blood. Their opponent's cultivation was similar to theirs, but their comprehension of the profound laws was stronger than theirs. In addition, the divine weapons in their hands seemed to be medium-grade divine weapons, which crushed their low-grade divine weapons. Sima Han, Du Yan's companions' divine weapons are also medium-grade divine weapons. We should hurry. After realizing the gap between the two of them and Du Qianjun, Lu Dongming and his companions glanced at each other and thought of retreating. Then, while screaming, they turned around, wanting to call Sima Han to enter the divine dwellings together. He felt that even if the four of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Du Qianjun and his companion. However, when he turned around, he saw that Sima Han and his companions were attacking him and his companions with murderous intent. Buzz! Whoosh! One saber and one sword, bright and beautiful, killed Du Qianjun and his companions in the blink of an eye. The saber light and sword light wreaked havoc, and a bloody mist filled the sky. Before they died, Du Qianjun and his companion only had time to think of one thing. Why? Chapter 37:13. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Dongming and his companion were killed. A moment ago. When Lu Dongming and his companion saw that it was not only Du Qianjun who had taken out a mediocre divine artifact, but Du Qianjun's companion had also taken out a mediocre divine artifact, they lost all will to fight. It should be known that Lu Dongming's understanding of Du Qianjun, who went by the pseudonym Du Yan, was still at the same cultivation level as him, and the inferior divine artifact he used was on par with him. The only difference was that Du Qianjun's comprehension of the laws was slightly stronger than his. But now, Du Qianjun had taken out a mediocre divine artifact. Moreover, Du Qianjun's companion was not any weaker than Du Qianjun, and he also had a mediocre divine artifact. This level of strength was not something they could contend against. Therefore, they only had one thought left, and that was to join forces with Sima Han and his companion to temporarily resist Du Qianjun and his companion. Then, the four of them would support each other and enter the divine abode. However, he would never have dreamed that, when he turned his head to ask Sima Han to enter the divine abode with him, Sima Han's sword actually swung towards him. The coldness emanating from the sword made him feel even more despair. Wasn't Sima Han most skilled in the law of water? Why was the law of ice he comprehended even more terrifying? Moreover, why? Why did Sima Han attack him? Lu Dongming, who could not figure it out, was killed in the next moment. Before he died, he was even more confused about why Sima Han had attacked him. Lu Dongming's companion also died at the hands of the red-clad young man beside Sima Han. The red-clad young man was skilled in the law of lightning. Under the thunder blade, Lu Dongming's companion who was similarly defenseless was killed in a single strike. After killing Lu Dongming and his companion, the red-clad young man's figure flashed as he casually collected their inferior divine artifacts. As for their spatial rings, they had already self-destructed after their deaths. When the red-clad young man returned to his side, Sima Han looked at Du Qianjun and shook his head. Qianjun, since you came with Wuxia and his companion, why didn't you kill them on the way here? With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Wuxia. From the beginning to the end, Sima Han had only mentioned Wu Feng who went by the pseudonym Wuxia. He did not mention Duan Lingtian at all, as though Duan Lingtian did not exist. As a matter of fact, in his eyes, a higher deity was no different from a non-existent existence. When Du Qianjun heard Sima Han's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Young Master Han, I didn't know your identity before, so I thought that keeping Wuxia and Wuxia alive would be enough to deter the six of you. I also don't know who you're looking for. Furthermore, I don't know if they're a threat to us. At this point, Du Qianjun paused for a moment before continuing. If I had known young Master Han's identity, I would have definitely gotten rid of them on the way here. It won't be difficult for the two of us to kill that Wuxia if we join forces. As for that higher deity by Wuxia's side, he's not even worth mentioning. I only need one move to kill him. Du Qianjun said confidently. Last time, there were too many people so I didn't look at you carefully. That's why I didn't notice the similarities between you and Martial Uncle Dujan. This time, I saw the similarities between you and Martial Uncle Du Zhan. In addition, my master mentioned Martial Uncle Du Zhan's 2 grandsons to me before, so I guessed it was you. Sima Han's original name was Chu Han. He was the last disciple of a God-Emperor level sect. That God-Emperor level sect was the God-Emperor level sect that bordered the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Demon sect, and the Linghu family. It could be considered the God-Emperor level sect behind the 3 great God-Emperor level forces. This was because the 3 great God-Emperor level forces would regularly pay tribute to that God-Emperor level sect every year in order to live in peace. If that God-Emperor level sect wanted to invade them, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Fortunately, that God-Emperor level sect didn't extend their hands into their territory. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also felt that paying tribute every year was worth it. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the 3 great God-Emperor level forces were willing to prioritize sending talents to that God-Emperor level sect. The 3 great God-Emperor level forces were willing to send their most outstanding talents to that God-Emperor level sect, giving up the chance to become a God-Emperor level force. To a certain extent, it could be said that they were willing to become subordinates of that God-Emperor level sect. However, although that purple-clothed youth beside Wuxia is only a higher god, his mind isn't simple at all. A sharp light flashed in Chu Han's eyes. Just now, he was pestering them endlessly. Although it seemed like he was making trouble for no reason, the truth was that he actually helped them resolve a crisis. Our original plan was to let the 6 of them enter first. Once 2 of them entered, we would attack them like a thunderbolt and kill them all. Then, we would only have 2 competitors left in the divine dwellings and divine treasures. But after he caused such a ruckus, we could only kill 2 of them in advance. Now, we have 4 competitors. Chu Han said in a low voice. That boy is truly hateful. Du Qianjun nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. That boy better pray that I don't meet him in the divine dwellings. Otherwise, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces and kill him. Let's go in as well. Who knows, maybe we'll appear in another place after entering the divine dwellings, and Wuxia, Yu Ling, and the other 2 might still be waiting for us inside. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Chu Han's mouth. Huh. If that's the case, we can kill them in one fell swoop, leaving the 4 of us to take the divine dwellings and divine treasures. Du Qianjun laughed. Then, the 4 of them moved and entered the divine dwellings. Why are there only 4 of them? Yu Ling and his companions were already impatient from waiting. They even wondered if the 6 people who entered later had appeared in another place. This was because many spatial passages and teleportation formations in secret zones would change destinations after a period of time. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed the air in the void vibrating, and then 4 figures appeared in front of them. Where are Sima Han and Lu Dongming? Yu Ling looked at Du Qianjun and Du Qianjun's companions warily before he walked toward Sima Han with the old man beside him and stood together with Sima Han and his companions. They came in with us? Sima Han, who was also Chu Han, was stunned when he heard Yu Ling's words. Then, he looked around and asked, Huh? Where are they? Just as Yu Ling and the old man behind Yu Ling were looking around, Du Qianjun and Lu Dongming who were not far away suddenly surged with divine energy. Then, a divine weapon appeared. Divine energy that was fused with the profundity of the law swept out and attacked Yu Ling and the old man. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even Yu Ling and the old man did not expect that the 1,000 demon sect's disciples would still dare to attack them when they were already standing together with Sima Han and the old man. Du Yan, what are you trying to do? Yu Ling shouted and hurriedly made his move to block Du Qianjun and the old man. The old man behind him also took a step forward and took out his divine weapon. Divine energy that was wrapped around his divine weapon rose like flames. Obviously, he was good at the law of fire. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Du Qianjun sneered and attacked together with the middle-aged man beside him. Then, the scene outside reappeared. A mist of blood splattered. The old man beside Yu Ling was killed by the red-clad young man beside Chu Han. As for Chu Han, he did not make a move this time. Bang! Even Yu Ling, who was facing the frontal attack of Du Qianjun and Yi Shiwen, was easily crushed even though he had used all his means in a hurry. He was sent flying by the violent force, and slammed into the mountain wall on one side of the cave residence, smashing a hole in the wall. Then, he fell to the ground. His aura was weak and he was in a sorry state. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yu Ling looked at the four people who were standing together and looking at him in disbelief. Sima Han, who was one of his own, was actually standing together with the two people from the Thousand Demon sect? Wasn't Sima Han a lone cultivator like him and Lu Dongming? How could he be with the people from the Thousand Demon sect? Why? Yu Ling stared at Sima Han and asked in a low voice, Sima Han, you've betrayed my trust in you. Trust? Before Sima Han could speak, Du Qianjun laughed first. Yu Ling, aren't you embarrassed to say this? You and young Master Han were just using each other before. If you found a treasure in this spiritual abode that you wanted even in your dreams, would you give it to young Master Han? Du Qianjun smiled very brightly. Young Master Han. Yu Ling's expression changed again when he heard Du Qianjun call Sima Han. His pupils constricted. Sima Han, you're also from the Thousand Demon sect? Where did Wuxia and Lu Dongming go? Sima Han glanced at the only two caves in the cave mansion, then looked at Yu Ling and asked indifferently. However, Yu Ling ignored him and asked in a low voice, Lu Dongming and Lu Dongming have been killed by you? Yes. Sima Han nodded indifferently. At this time, Du Qianjun walked in front of Yu Ling in a few steps and stepped on his chest, causing him to grind violently on the ground. As he did so, he asked coldly, didn't you hear young Master Han's question? Speak. Chu Han was the last disciple of a higher-up of a God-Emperor-level sect. Moreover, that higher-up of a God-Emperor-level sect was his grandfather's most respected senior brother. In terms of seniority, he even had to call Chu Han senior uncle. Tell me the relationship between you two. Otherwise, I won't tell you where Wuxia and Lu Dongming went even if I die. Yu Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and stared coldly at Du Qianjun. It's okay to tell you. Du Qianjun said indifferently, I'm not called Du Yan. My real name is Du Qianjun, and I'm the grandson of the Thousand Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. The grandson of the Thousand Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan? Yu Ling's pupils constricted when he heard the person in front of him reveal his true identity. He never thought that he had been asking a tiger for its skin all this time. Such a person's background alone was enough for him to look up to. Chapter 37:14. Who was Du Zhan? He was one of the strongest elders in the Thousand Demon sect. Even the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect had to bow to him. He was one of the top figures in the Thousand Demon sect. Not many people dared to provoke the grandson of such a figure, even if he was just a cripple. I didn't expect you to be the grandson of Elder Du Zhan of the Thousand Demon sect. Yu Ling's face was bitter, and there was only regret in his eyes. If I had known your identity, I would never have thought of entering the divine treasury with you. Entering the divine treasury with such a person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It's too late. Du Qianjun said indifferently. What about him? Is he also a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect? Suddenly, Yu Ling thought of Sima Han. Even with Du Qianjun's status, he still had to respectfully address Sima Han as young Master Han. This showed how high Sima Han's status was. Hearing Yu Ling's question, Du Qianjun looked at Sima Han and asked with a smile, young Master Han, do you want to tell him personally, or should I tell him? You tell him. Sima Han said indifferently. Du Qianjun looked down at Yu Ling and sneered. Young Master Han is naturally not a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect. In the Thousand Demon sect, there has never been a lower divine king that I, Du Qianjun, treat with such respect. Yu Ling's expression changed when he heard Du Qianjun's words. Then what is his identity? Since Du Qianjun said this, it was obvious that Sima Han's identity and background were more terrifying than his own. One had to know that Du Qianjun's identity and background were already shocking enough for Yu Ling. Thinking of Sima Han's even more shocking identity and background, Yu Ling only felt his heart tremble, and he regretted participating in this trip to the Divine Treasury. Young Master Han's real name is Chu Han. He is a disciple of the God Emperor level sect, the Tianlong clan. His master is an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Du Qianjun's voice suddenly became louder. At the same time, he is also the senior brother of my grandfather, Du Zhan. He came from the Thousand Demons sect and was the pride of the Thousand Demons sect when he was young. When Duan Qianjun said this, Yu Ling's face turned pale. Disciples of the Tianlong clan? The Tianlong clan was a God Emperor-ranked sect. It was also the God Emperor-ranked sect behind the 3 God Emperor-ranked forces in the surrounding region. It could be said that it could cover the sky with one hand. Sima Han, no, Chu Han, was actually a disciple of the Tianlong clan. At this moment, Yu Ling completely understood why Chu Han would join hands with Du Qianjun. It turned out that they had a close relationship with each other. In terms of seniority, Du Qianjun had to call Chu Han martial uncle. Of course, when Du Qianjun found out about Chu Han's identity, he had indeed addressed him as martial uncle. However, Chu Han did not like this form of address, as he felt that it made him sound old. Thus, he had Du Qianjun call him Young Master Han instead. After all, he was several hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. Now, I've already told you what you wanted to know. Tell me, which cave did Wuxia and his companion enter? Du Qianjun looked down at Yu Ling and asked. Cough, cough, Yu Ling gasped for breath with great difficulty. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, a strange smile appeared on his face. Now that I've managed to fool you before I die, I can die in peace. Ha! Ha ha ha! When Du Qianjun heard Yu Ling's words, he was stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Yu Ling's divine power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! Yu Ling's body was blown apart by his own divine power. However, Du Qianjun had reacted hastily and easily blocked the power of Yu Ling's self-destruction. Yu Ling's strength was originally inferior to his. In addition, he was injured and could not display his full strength. Therefore, even if Yu Ling self-destructed, as long as Du Qianjun could react in time, he would not be injured. Damn it! After Yu Ling died, Du Qianjun flew into a rage. As he could not find anyone to vent his anger on, he kept stomping his right foot on the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. That's enough. He's just a nobody. Why are you angry over him? It was only when Chu Han spoke that Du Qianjun stopped. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. Young Master Han, you're right. I was not mature enough. Young Master Han, what should we do next? Du Qianjun asked. At this moment, Chu Han had already walked to the 2 cave entrances on one side of the spacious cave. He was pacing back and forth between the entrances. His gaze swept back and forth between the ground and the cave walls near the entrances. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Look at the entrances and the ground. Otherwise, there's not even a speck of dust. It's impossible to tell which tunnel Wuxia and his companion took. In my opinion, there are only these 2 tunnels in this divine dwelling and divine treasure. The 4 of us should split into 2 groups. Each group will take one tunnel. In any case, only Wuxia and his companion are left. Whether it's the two of you or the two of us, we can easily kill them. If the four of us take one tunnel, we might miss out on some good stuff. Chu Han looked at Du Qianjun and gave his suggestion. That's what I think too. As for Chu Han's words, Du Qianjun agreed. In truth, he wasn't too willing to go with Chu Han. Not only was Chu Han's strength not weaker than him, but more importantly, Chu Han's status was higher than his. If he found something good with Chu Han, he would definitely give it to Chu Han. Therefore, after entering this divine dwelling and divine treasure, he wanted to part ways with Chu Han even more. Now, Chu Han's suggestion was undoubtedly what he wanted. Since that's the case, you guys can choose one tunnel. Junior brother Chen and I will take the other one. Chu Han smiled and said to Du Qianjun, letting him choose first. Young Master Han, you should choose first. Du Qianjun was already very happy to be able to part ways with Chu Han. Now that he heard Chu Han let him choose first, even though he was not thin-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. No matter what, Chu Han was still his martial uncle in terms of seniority. There's no need to decline. It's about the same. You go first, Chu Han said, shaking his head. In the end, seeing Chu Han's insistence, Du Qianjun had no choice but to lead the middle-aged man beside him into a random cave entrance. He did not know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. The cave entrance that he chose was not the one that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng had taken. The cave entrance that he left for Chu Han was the one that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng had taken. After Du Qianjun and Wu Feng's figures disappeared into one of the caves, Chu Han called out to the red-clothed youth beside him and led him into another cave entrance. After Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the cave entrance, they continued to move forward without any obstructions. However, the cave passageways that they passed through were full of twists and turns, and they did not know where they led to. It was only when a ray of light lit up in front of them that they were able to see the light of day again. One had to know that not long after they entered the cave entrance, they were plunged into darkness and needed to ignite their own flames to illuminate the way. However, Duan Lingtian knew the laws of fire and extended his divine power. It was not a problem for him to use it to illuminate the way, and there was almost no consumption. This was because the consumption was negligible to Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was able to recover his divine power in just a few breaths. Junior brother Duan, I feel that this is the calm before the storm. This divine dwelling is not as simple as it seems. With the light of day in front of them, Wu Feng slowed down his footsteps. At the same time, he reminded Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. I'm mentally prepared for this. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. After all, although we've entered the divine dwelling without any obstructions, we haven't gained anything yet. If we want to gain anything in this divine dwelling, I'm afraid we'll have to go through some difficulties. Since those powerhouses chose to leave behind their divine dwellings and divine treasures instead of finding a place to remove the ownership of their spatial rings and leave them for the fated ones, it's obvious that they wouldn't give their belongings away so easily. Perhaps, after the light of day in front of us, the powerhouse who left behind the divine dwelling and divine treasures set up a test for us. I just don't know what kind of test he left behind for us. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with anticipation. After all, this divine dwelling and divine treasure had been confirmed twice by Du Qianjun, a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, and suspected to be left behind by a God-Emperor powerhouse. The treasures hidden in a divine dwelling and divine treasure left behind by a God-Emperor powerhouse were definitely not simple. We'll know when we get out. Wu Feng, who had slowed down not long ago, quickened his footsteps. Very soon, the two of them walked out of the cave passage that felt very long, and appeared in a vast hall. In this vast hall, the most eye-catching thing was a statue in the middle of the hall. This statue was of a person, a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a loose robe. His face was resolute, and his eyebrows were sword-like. He looked straight ahead with a sharp gaze. In his raised right hand was a sword, and the sword was pointed in the same direction as his gaze. Although it was just a statue, it was lifelike and gave off a feeling of heavenly craftsmanship. This statue. Could it be the statue of the powerhouse who left behind this divine dwelling and divine treasure? Wu Feng guessed in a low voice as he stood in front of the statue that was as tall as a mountain. I don't know about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, his figure flashed and he looked around the statue. In this vast hall, other than the cave entrance that they came out of that was suspended on one side of the wall, the other places were completely sealed. In this sealed hall, other than the statue in front of them, there was nothing else. Senior brother Wu Feng, do you think there's some treasure hidden in this statue? My divine consciousness can't see through the statue to see what's inside. Duan Lingtian walked around the statue and returned to Wu Feng's side. Why don't you try to see through this statue with your divine consciousness of a lower divine king? Okay. Wu Feng replied. He then looked at the statue with a serious expression. However, after a while, Wu Feng shook his head. No. There should be a formation on this statue that completely blocks out divine consciousness. Chapter 37:15. Why don't we try attacking the statue? Wu Feng looked at the statue in front of him with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. This was because he also felt that there might be some treasures in the statue. The statue was so huge that it could hold all kinds of treasures. What if there's a killing formation on the statue that will be activated once it's attacked? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Wu Feng fell silent when he heard this. Let's look around again. Duan Lingtian said. Following that, the two of them began to carefully search the vast palace. They searched every single corner of the palace. However, they still did not find anything after searching for a while. It seems like we have no other choice, Wu Feng said with a bitter smile. Right now, we can only try to attack the statue. Otherwise, we can only go back and head to the other cave. However, the situation inside might be the same as well. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Wu Feng's words. Duan Lingtian looked at the statue again and carefully observed it again. He did not even miss the place where the statue was looking or where the sword in its hand was pointing. However, he still found nothing after searching for a while. We can only try to attack it. Duan Lingtian nodded. There were only two paths they could take at this moment. The first path was to go back the way they came. The second path was to take the risk and attack the statue. Someone's coming. Wu Feng's expression changed slightly when Duan Lingtian nodded. He seemed to have noticed something when he saw this. After all, Wu Feng was a divine king. His cultivation base was higher than Duan Lingtian's. Even though Duan Lingtian was not weak, he was inferior to Wu Feng in many aspects. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the statue at this moment. Due to this reason, he only noticed the light footsteps coming from the cave when he heard Wu Feng's reminder. Who's that? Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian looked at each other before they stood at the side and looked at the entrance of the cave in the distance. Could it be Yuling and his companions? It wasn't that they hadn't thought of hiding at the entrance of the cave and launching a sneak attack, but on second thought, it wasn't very realistic because the other party would definitely use his divine sense to check the entrance of the cave and only come out after confirming that it was safe. Therefore, in order to avoid being swept by the other party's divine sense, Duan Lingtian and Li Wuyo stood in the distance and watched from afar. Finally, two figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. However, the appearance of these two people surprised Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. It's them. Now, the people that appeared before Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were none other than Sima Han and the red-clothed young man by his side. Wu Yishan. After Sima Han and Wu Feng came out, they immediately noticed Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng standing in the air in the distance. However, their gazes fell on Wu Feng, completely ignoring Duan Lingtian. Sima Han, just the two of you? Wu Feng raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the cave passage behind them. It was as if he wanted to see if anyone else would come out. There's no need to look, it's just the two of us. After sensing Wu Feng's gaze, Sima Han said indifferently, speaking of which, both of you should thank me and Du Qianjun. It's because of us that you have 4 fewer competitors. As soon as Sima Han's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Lingtian who had an as-expected expression, Wu Feng's expression changed drastically. You and Du Qianjun killed the 4 of them? That's right. Sima Han nodded. Speaking of which, you, Wu Yishan, should thank this companion of yours. If it wasn't for this companion of yours, perhaps you, Wu Yishan, would have been unlucky and wouldn't even have the chance to enter the divine dwellings. Aren't you a sectless cultivator? Why did you join forces with Du Qianjun? Wu Feng asked with a gloomy expression. Sima Han smiled faintly. When you're outside, you can't completely disbelieve the words of an outsider. Don't tell me your elders didn't even tell you this? Who are you? Although Wu Feng was already mentally prepared because of Duan Lingtian's reminder, he still could not accept it when he learned that Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions had died. Sima Han was clearly in cahoots with Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, but why was he with Du Qianjun in the blink of an eye? It seems like you're very curious. Sima Han looked deeply at Wu Feng. Fine. Since you're going to be a dead man soon anyway. It's good to let you know the reason behind your death. It was obvious Sima Han had already regarded Wu Feng as a dead man. Wu Feng's expression darkened when he heard this. My real name is Chu Han. Sima Han had a mocking expression on his face. I'm a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and my master is a disciple of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. A disciple of the Tianlong clan. Wu Feng's expression froze when he heard Sima Han's words. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. A disciple of the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian originally had a calm expression, but when he heard Sima Han report his identity, the calm expression on his face couldn't help but ripple. This Sima Han was actually a disciple of the God Emperor level sect that stood behind the Hidden Fog sect, Myriad Demon sect, and the Linghu family, the Tianlong clan. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian had long heard of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he also knew that many of the Hidden Fog sect's older generation powerhouses had gone to the Tianlong clan. There were also some outstanding proud sons of heaven that had gone to the Tianlong clan. For instance, 10,000 years ago, Shui Haichuan had become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect with a divine spirit realm cultivation. Now, he was an elder of the Heavenly Dragon sect. To this day, to the east of the Heavenly Dragon sect, around the region where the Hidden Fog sect was located, his legend still spread. Shui Haichuan could be considered a relatively talented character that came from a God Emperor level influence to the east of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, after arriving at the Tianlong clan, he had risen to prominence and created an illustrious reputation for himself. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed that Sima Han might be a disciple of the Tianlong clan, when Sima Han said it himself, Duan Lingtian's mood was still affected to a certain extent. As for why I cooperated with Du Qianjun, as Chu Han spoke to hear, he paused for a moment and then continued, last time, before the 5 of us obtained the key to open the divine dwellings, there were too many of us. Thus, I didn't carefully look at Du Qianjun's appearance. This time, I carefully looked at Du Yan's appearance and discovered that he resembled a young man in a painting in my master's room. And the young man in that painting was my master's closest junior apprentice brother in the myriad demon sect, Du Zhan. As Chu Han spoke to hear, Wu Feng completely understood. So Chu Han's master's junior apprentice brother was actually the myriad demon sect's highest elder, Du Zhan. As for Du Qianjun, he was Du Zhan's grandson. Then, according to what my master told me about that martial uncle, and then thinking about Du Yan's cultivation, I was able to guess his identity. Of course, I even specially sent a sound transmission to Du Yan to confirm it. At that time, when I called him by his real name, he thought you had sold him out. It wasn't until I explained it to him that he realized it wasn't you who sold him out, but rather his face that was extremely similar to my martial uncle Du Zhan's. Unknowingly, Chu Han's gaze had shifted to Duan Ling Tian. At that time, I discussed with Du Qianjun that the 4 of us would hold the fort while the 6 of you would enter first. When 2 or 3 of you had entered, we would make our move and kill the 3 or 4 people who had yet to enter. This way, we would have fewer competitors. If we had followed our original plan, you, Wuishan, might have died in my hands outside. However, because your junior apprentice brother, Wuishan, kept pestering endlessly, our plan could only be cancelled. However, after you and Yu Ling entered, Lu Dongming and his companions still died in the hands of Du Qianjun and I. After that, the 4 of us entered and found Yu Ling and his companion waiting for us. This gave us a pleasant surprise. After we entered, everyone was actually in the same place. As expected, they followed in Lu Dongming and his companion's footsteps. When Chu Han said this, Duan Ling Tian spoke. After that, the 2 of you and Du Qianjun entered 2 different caves. Coincidentally, the caves you chose were the same as the caves we chose? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze deepened as he looked at Chu Han. That's right. Chu Han nodded. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and grinned. Wuishan, I've told you everything. You should be able to die in peace now. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed. His expression was slightly dark as he said, Are you that confident that you'll be able to kill us? There's only 2 of you. Du Qianjun and his companion went to the other cave. They won't be able to support you in time. Wu Feng said in a deep voice. Wu Feng, I remember that you don't even have a mediocre divine weapon. If you can't take out a mediocre divine weapon today, I alone will be enough to kill you. Chu Han sneered. Then, his divine energy surged out, emitting a bone-chilling aura. The law of ice's fundamental profundity, the ice elemental profundity, merged with his divine energy. Even the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to plummet at this moment. It looks like everyone has been deceived by you. What you excel in is not the water laws, but the ice laws. Wu Feng's pupils shrank. As for Duan Ling Tian, he was also surprised. This was because he had heard Wu Feng say that Sima Han excelled in the water laws. He didn't think that Sima Han would display the ice laws. Moreover, his attainments in the ice laws weren't low. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I didn't have a mediocre divine weapon last time, but I do now. Wu Feng lifted his hand. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Ling Tian had exchanged for 2 revival good fortune pills in the past appeared in his hand. Then, divine energy swept out from Wu Feng's body. I didn't expect you to have a mediocre divine weapon. It looks like your background in the Hidden Fog sect isn't bad. Surprise flashed in Chu Han's eyes. Then, he sneered. But, so what? Even if you have a mediocre divine weapon, the most you can do is fight me to a draw. As for this junior apprentice brother Chen beside me, he isn't much weaker than me. Could it be that you're counting on that junior apprentice brother of yours with a mere higher deity cultivation to be able to help you? Chapter 37:16. Wu Feng's strength could be considered outstanding among the lower god kings. He wasn't weaker than Du Qianjun. As for Chu Han, although he was stronger than Du Qianjun, it wasn't by much. His talent and perception might be better than Du Qianjuan's, but he was still several hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. If they were the same age, he could easily crush Du Qianjun. But Wu Feng was even older than Du Qianjun. Junior brother Duan, you've been underestimated. When Chu Han revealed his proficiency in the law of ice, Wu Feng knew that Chu Han's true strength wasn't weaker than his. Moreover, Chu Han was a disciple of a God Emperor level sect's inner sect elder. He definitely had a medium-grade divine artifact. At that moment, he couldn't help but rejoice that he had exchanged for a medium-grade divine artifact as soon as he returned to the sect. Otherwise, he might not be Chu Han's match now. Moreover, although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's strength, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng, another inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Tu Feng was also a lower god king like Wu Feng. His strength wasn't much weaker than his. Because of this, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Compared to him, this junior brother Duan's strength could only be stronger. Isn't that better? Senior brother Wu Feng, you can tangle with him for a while. After I deal with his companions, I'll come help you. Duan Lingtian responded to Wu Feng's sound transmission in a timely manner. As for Wu Feng, after hearing Duan Lingtian's sound transmission, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He was very clear in his heart a large part of the reason Tu Feng had been so easily killed by Duan Lingtian was because he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to last 10 breaths of time before admitting defeat. At this moment, whether it was Chu Han or the red-clad young man next to Chu Han, they did not even look at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, junior brother Duan is on my side. Wu Feng secretly sighed in relief. Junior brother Chen. At the same time, Chu Han looked at the red-clad youth and said, "Go and take care of Wu Yishan's higher deity junior brother. Then, come and help me. Don't worry, senior brother Chu. One move is enough to kill a higher deity." The red-clothed young man smiled confidently. Then, with a flash, the flames on his body wreaked havoc as if he had turned into a fireball, shooting straight for Duan Lingtian. However, it was a life-and-death situation after all. Even if he looked down on his opponent, he still took out his own divine weapon. It was a long awl that looked like a sword but was not a sword. The body of the awl was somewhat similar to the body of the Western sword on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Wu Yishan. The moment the red-clothed young man moved, Chu Han shouted softly. His figure flashed and he flew towards Wu Feng in the air. With every step he took, an ice lotus would appear out of thin air. Each step he took was beautiful and resplendent. His movements seemed slow, but in fact, they were ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, he was near Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Feng's figure flashed and he retreated in a timely manner. His divine energy swept out and wreaked havoc around him. Just as Chu Han's eyes narrowed and his expression turned cold and he was about to attack Wu Feng, impossible. An exclamation that was filled with disbelief suddenly sounded. It caused Chu Han's body to tremble as he subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. In the next moment, under Chu Han's gaze, his junior brother Chen was sliced into two at the waist by the higher deity that he had always looked down on. At the same time, a terrifying space storm suddenly wreaked havoc as the higher deity shook the divine sword in his hand. It completely annihilated the two halves of his junior brother Chen's body. The halves of his junior brother Chen's body turned into a pool of blood that drifted down from the sky. A lower deity king whose strength was not much weaker than his had died just like that. The fusion of the three profundities of the law of space? While feeling a chill all over his body, Chu Han glanced at the raging space storm and could sense the terrifying power of law contained in it. That's sword principle. At the same time, Chu Han sensed a sharp aura. As far as he knew, only the weapon principle of the four principles of heaven and earth could give off such a feeling. Although it was only the embryonic form of sword principle, the power it displayed was no small matter. On top of that, the fusion of the three profundities of the law of space, even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he was already not weaker than a lower deity king like himself, let alone his junior brother Chen, whose strength was slightly weaker than his. How can this be? Even with his strength, it's impossible for him to kill junior brother Chen so easily. Junior brother Chen should still be able to stand up to him as an equal. Although the strength displayed by the higher deity in front of him shocked him and was not weaker than his and his junior brother Chen's, he was still only slightly stronger. However, even with that being the case, their opponents would only be able to suppress them slightly. It would be extremely difficult to defeat or even kill them. But now, he had directly killed his junior brother Chen. In such a short period of time, he was definitely killed with a single strike of his sword. That's right. Suddenly, Chu Han thought of a problem. Be it himself or his junior brother Chen, neither of them had taken this higher deity seriously from the very beginning. They had looked down on him. Under such circumstances, why would they use their full strength right from the start? Junior brother Chen must have been killed by him because he was careless. Perhaps, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to escape such a fate. After all, it's impossible for me to use my full strength right from the start when I fight with him. At the thought of this, Chu Han felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in cold sweat. Junior brother Duan, I've only heard of your strength in the past, but now that I've seen it for myself, you're even more powerful than the rumors say. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and said with a laugh. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, with a sway of his body, he appeared near the entrance of the cave again and blocked Chu Han's path of retreat. After his junior brother Chen died, Chu Han came back to his senses. He knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for the two people in front of him. Wu Shan might be slightly weaker than him, but he was still able to fight him to a standstill. At most, he would be slightly suppressed. But this higher deity was able to suppress him. If the two of them joined forces, he would undoubtedly die. Duan Lingtian stood near the entrance of the cave, blocking Chu Han's path of retreat. On the other side, Wu Feng also stepped into the air, blocking Chu Han with Duan Lingtian. Chu Han, I'm afraid things won't go as you wish. Wu Feng grinned. Wu Shan, if you dare to kill me, my master won't let you off. You should know that the rage of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder isn't something your hidden fog sect can withstand. Chu Han said in a deep voice as he stared at Wu Feng with an ugly expression. Huh, Wu Feng laughed. Chu Han, even if we kill you, will your master know that we killed you? Are you joking? In this divine abode, let alone sending messages to the outside world, you can't even send messages to those inside. How will you tell others that we killed you? Just now, not long after they entered, Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian had tried and discovered that they couldn't send messages here. They could only send sound transmissions at close range. Soul beads were completely isolated from the outside world. It was clear that this divine abode had a special array formation that isolated all messages. If you weren't a deity and hadn't become one, then your master would have been able to leave a divine soul mark on your body. When you were in danger, it would appear and learn of what happened to you, but not only have you become a deity, but you are also a god king. The divine soul mark can't be attached to your body at all. Tell me, how does your master know that we killed you? As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Chu Han like he was looking at an idiot. Chu Han's complexion was ugly. Wu Shan, as the saying goes, one more enemy is better than one more friend. If you spare my life today, then I will owe you a favor. In the future, I, Chu Han, will repay you generously. If you don't believe me, I can immediately swear a heart demon blood oath. Just as Chu Han's voice fell, Wu Feng sneered. A heart demon blood oath is only effective in a plane of gods, this isn't a plane of gods. I can go out and swear a heart demon blood oath. Chu Han hurriedly said. After you go out, the first thing you will do is send a message to your master, right? Do you think I will be stupid enough to take this risk? Wu Feng sneered. Even if I don't go out, unless you kill Du Qianjun and Duan Lingtian, once they go out and report this to my grandmaster, he will still suspect the two of you. At that time, he will go to the Hidden Fog sect and drag you out. Chu Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. But just as Wu Feng was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. Senior apprentice brother Wu, what he says makes sense. Junior apprentice brother Duan? Wu Feng was stunned. As for Chu Han, his eyes brightened as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This meant that there was a chance for a turnaround. He might not die. However, his heart was filled with killing intent. As long as he didn't die, these two people would die without a doubt. Go out and swear a heart demon blood oath? Impossible. As long as he could leave this divine dwelling and divine treasury, his speed wouldn't be any slower than the two of them. When combined with the ice laws, he had a high chance of escaping from under their noses. This place was too small and the only way out was blocked. It was difficult for him to use any methods. Senior apprentice brother Wu, Du Qianjun and Duan Lingtian chose a different path from us. If we encounter them later, we can naturally silence them. But the problem is that we aren't sure if we will encounter them. If we don't, Du Qianjun will definitely report this matter to Chu Han's master, the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. In my opinion, we should spare Chu Han's life. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Chu Han and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. If we don't kill you, shouldn't you show some sincerity? For example, you, the divine artifact in your hand, and your spatial ring. A greedy fanaticism appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I can naturally give you these worldly possessions, but how do I know that you won't go back on your words? If I die, my spatial ring will self-destruct and you won't get anything. Chu Han was obviously not stupid. How do I know that you won't deceive me into removing the ownership of my spatial ring and kill me after I give you all my wealth? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Chu Han's words. His eyes narrowed into slits. You have no choice. Chapter 37:17. You don't have a choice. Duan Lingtian's words left Chu Han speechless. Just as the person in front of him had said, he had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. I hope you can keep your promise. Chu Han stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the other party just because he was a higher deity. This was because this was a higher deity that was several times stronger than him. He was an existence that could cross an entire realm to fight. An ordinary lower deity king wasn't a match for this higher deity. Under Wu Feng's stunned gaze, Chu Han removed the ownership of his storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian along with the medium-grade divine artifact in his hand, leaving him all alone. Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and dripped a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. Then, he glanced inside and directly skipped over the divine stones inside. Although Chu Han was a disciple of an inner sect elder of a god-emperor level sect and possessed a considerable amount of divine stones, he still couldn't compare with Duan Lingtian's wealth. He had over 1,000,000 divine stones in his possession. This was comparable to the divine stone inventory of an ordinary deity king level sect. Last time, the deity king level Zhong family of Skywind City had given him over 1,000,000 divine stones as an apology. In addition to the divine stones he already had, he didn't lack divine stones at all. In fact, in the entire Hidden Fog sect, even those inner sect elders with lofty statuses might not have as much divine stone wealth as he did. It had to be known that those inner sect elders were all higher deity kings and many of them were outstanding figures among them. There are no revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian took Chu Han's storage ring not because he was interested in Chu Han's wealth, but because he wanted to know if Chu Han had any revival good fortune pills. Even a single revival good fortune pill was enough to help him directly become a lower deity king. However, after opening all the pill bottles in Chu Han's storage ring and inspecting the pills inside, he quickly discovered that there were no revival good fortune pills. There wasn't even a single one. You really are poor. Duan Lingtian weighed the storage ring in his hand that he had just obtained from Chu Han. Then, he casually tossed the storage ring and the medium-quality divine artifact that Chu Han had handed over to him. When Chu Han saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "I'll return your things to you. I'm going back on my word." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Chu Han's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to reach out and take his medium-quality divine artifact, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped him. Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! When the medium-quality god sword stabbed out, the streak of light condensed from the spatial storm immediately tore apart Chu Han's hand that was about to touch the medium-quality god artifact. It turned into a bloody mist before being sent into Chu Han's body as soon as his divine force surged out. Everything happened so suddenly that the speed at which Chu Han mobilized his divine power could not keep up with the speed at which Duan Lingtian attacked. Duan Lingtian had made the first move, so he was in charge of the island. Moreover, everything happened so suddenly and he had the advantage of having 99 heavenly veins that allowed him to mobilize his divine power quickly. Before Chu Han could react, he had already sent the sword in his hand into Chu Han's body. "You're toying with me." At the moment of life and death, Chu Han's furious voice rang in the air. His voice was filled with rage. In the next moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Waves of raging spatial storms bloomed in Chu Han's body. In just an instant, Chu Han's body exploded and transformed into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He followed in the footsteps of his junior brother Chen. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng was dumbfounded after seeing this. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian said he would let Chu Han go, he could not help but feel anxious. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would really let Chu Han go and bring disaster to them. However, what happened next made him realize his junior brother Duan's intention. As it turned out, his junior brother Duan wanted to obtain Chu Han's wealth before killing him. Moreover, he wanted to kill Chu Han while Chu Han had lost his mediocre divine artifact. It was as easy as blowing off dust. "Junior brother Duan, you're amazing." Wu Feng could not help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up when he regained his senses. "If it wasn't for your last-minute plan, we would have had to spend a lot of effort to kill Chu Han if he fought us with his life on the line. But with what you did, you killed him in one move. Amazing." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when he heard Wu Feng's compliment. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I just wanted to see if there was a creation pill in his spatial ring. Even if there was only one, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, there was no creation pill in his spatial ring." Duan Lingtian put Chu Han's spatial ring away as he shook his head and sighed. If there was a creation pill, even if it was only one, would have exchanged everything in his spatial ring for it. When Wu Feng heard what Duan Lingtian said, his eyes narrowed subconsciously. "Junior brother Duan, you don't tell me you're missing one creation pill to break through and become a godly king?" Duan Lingtian nodded. From his point of view, there was nothing to hide. No wonder junior brother Duan took out a mediocre divine weapon to exchange for 2 creation pills. It turns out that 2 creation pills were enough to help you break through to the limit of a godly spirit. Wu Feng sighed emotionally. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard Wu Feng mention the 2 creation pills. He then shook his head. Senior brother Wu Feng, I didn't consume the 2 creation pills that I exchanged from you. If I had consumed them, I would have broken through and become a godly king long ago. When Duan Lingtian said that, Wu Feng couldn't help but wonder, you didn't consume them? Did you give them to someone? I didn't give them to anyone. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Someone stole them. Someone stole them? Wu Feng was stunned. He then asked subconsciously, in the sect? Duan Lingtian nodded. Wu Feng's face darkened when he heard that. Who's so bold? Junior brother Duan, you're already a core disciple of the sect. If someone stole your things, you can ask the sect for justice. The sect leader will help you get your things back. Senior brother Wu Feng, the person who stole my 2 creation pills was Shangguan Xiongfeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng and said, I'll report this to the sect. Do you think the sect will help me get my 2 creation pills back? Shangguan Xiongfeng. When Duan Lingtian mentioned this name, Wu Feng's complexion had already changed. Shangguan Xiongfeng was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle god king, his strength surpassed many inner sect elders. He was one of the top 3 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Shangguan Xiongfeng's honorable master had the highest status in the Hidden Fog sect. He was also one of the 4 strongest highest elders, Elder Feng. Shangguan Xiongfeng was also Elder Feng's eldest disciple. Elder Feng treated him like his own grandson. This wasn't a secret in the Hidden Fog sect. Junior brother Duan, those 2 creation pills were stolen from you by Master Shangguan. Shangguan Xiongfeng? In front of Shangguan Xiongfeng, Wu Feng had to respectfully and humbly call him senior brother. Thus, when Shangguan Xiongfeng was mentioned, he subconsciously wanted to call him senior brother. But as he thought of what Shangguan Xiongfeng did to Duan Lingtian, he felt a burst of disdain and quickly changed his words. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Wu Feng was speechless. He, Shangguan Xiongfeng, is already a god king. Moreover, he's already a middle god king, the creation pills are useless to him, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Lei once wanted to take me in as a disciple. He sent his disciple, Shi Tongming, to find me, but I refused. It is said that Shangguan Xiongfeng has a good relationship with Elder Lei's disciple, Long Shao. In addition, after Shangguan Xiongfeng stole my creation pills, Long Shao came looking for me. He told me to kneel for 10 miles and beg his honorable master to take me in as a disciple. Then, he would help me get those 2 creation pills back from Shangguan Xiongfeng. As Duan Lingtian spoke, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. So it was because of this matter. After Duan Lingtian spoke so much, it wasn't hard for Wu Feng to wake up. His complexion instantly became incomparably dignified. Junior brother Duan, last time you said you had to go out, was it because of this matter? Then, you went to Monarch Descent City and met Linghu Chuyin, someone who resembled your wife? At this time, Wu Feng guessed many things. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. That day, Long Shao came looking for me and told me to kneel for 10 miles and beg his honorable master to take me in as a disciple. I perfunctorily told him that I would consider it. Then, I left the sect and planned to return when I broke through to the Divine King realm. Wu Feng's complexion became more and more dignified. Junior brother Duan, Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng are not weak. They are both intermediate divine kings. Moreover, they are intermediate divine kings who are not weaker than ordinary upper divine kings. Especially Shangguan Xiongfeng, he is even stronger. You have just broken through to the Divine King realm. Do you have the confidence to protect yourself in front of them? If you do, it will be fine. If not, I advise you to wait until you break through to the intermediate Divine King realm before you consider returning to the sect. Wu Feng advised. As long as I enter the Divine King realm, even if I only become a lower Divine King, I will not fear them. Duan Lingtian had a confident expression. What I am more worried about is their honorable masters. If their honorable masters attack me, then let alone breaking through to the lower Divine King realm, even if I break through to the intermediate Divine King realm or upper Divine King realm, it will still be useless. As Duan Lingtian thought of the two hidden fog sect grand elders behind Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng, Elder Thunder and Elder Wind, the confidence on his face disappeared. It was replaced with deep dread. Junior brother Duan, you are overthinking this. Wu Feng shook his head. No matter how protective those two grand elders are, it is impossible for them to favor their disciples. As long as you have a lower Divine King realm cultivation and display combat strength in no way inferior to Long Zhao's, as long as you don't violate the rules of the sect, it won't be easy for those two grand elders to touch you. Don't forget, in our hidden fog sect, there are two other grand elders who are equally famous as them. As long as you display enough potential, even if you have no intention of taking one of the other two grand elders as a teacher, you shouldn't mind being a secret disciple, right? Chapter 37:18. Unofficial Disciple? Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly. Senior brother Wu Feng, as far as I know, the grand elders have never accepted an unofficial disciple. Unofficial disciples are not considered official disciples, but they can enjoy the same treatment as official disciples. It's like they're under their protection. Normally, they'd only accept official disciples. It's impossible for them to accept unofficial disciples, Wu Feng said. Wu Feng said, however, you're different. If you're able to fight against Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng as a lower realm god king, it means you're able to defeat ordinary higher realm god kings. Furthermore, you're not even 3,000 years old. Your future is limitless. For a genius like you who is destined to rise in the future, Elder Yun and Elder Wu wouldn't mind taking you as a nominal disciple. That's because your glory will be their glory, even if you're only their unofficial disciple. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed. Once you become Elder Yun's or Elder Wu's unofficial disciple, you'll be under their protection. It'll be up to you how you fight against Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. However, if Elder Lei and Elder Feng behind Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng interfere, they won't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, as far as I know, the four grand elders don't get along well with each other. Elder Ru Feng has a very good relationship with Elder Lei. However, his relationship with Elder Yun and Elder Wu is only a so-so. It is even said that when they were young, they were sworn enemies. As for whether or not they have let go of their old grudges, only they themselves know. Of course, Elder Yun and Elder Wu have a very good relationship. If you become one of their unofficial disciples, the other one will take care of you out of respect for the other one, Wu Feng said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly when he heard Wu Feng's words. He was tempted as well. However, he calmed down after a while. If I want Elder Yun or Elder Wu to accept me as their unofficial disciple, I'll have to show my potential. At the very least, I'll have to break through to become a lower divine king and display strength on par with Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. The most important thing right now is to break through to the God King realm. A hint of anticipation appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he thought about this. I hope I'll be able to break through to the Divine King stage after I obtain a fortuitous encounter in this divine dwelling. Junior brother Duan, after we leave this divine treasury, I'll think of a way to get you a revival pill. I often hang around outside and know many people. I can ask them after we leave. Wu Feng said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he looked longingly at the statue in front of him. However, we have yet to obtain any treasures in this god's abode and divine treasury that is suspected to have been left behind by a god emperor expert. Perhaps, I will have already broken through by the time we leave. That would be for the best. Wu Feng smiled. At the same time, Wu Feng followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the statue in the spacious hall. He frowned slightly and said, "Junior brother Duan, I think it's better if we try to attack it. We can use a little less strength at the beginning. This way, even if we trigger the offensive formation inside, it shouldn't be able to destroy us directly. It's better to be careful." Duan Lingtian said solemnly, "How about this, senior brother Wu Feng, let's return to the cave's passageway and stand near the cave's entrance to attack the statue. If anything happens, we'll retreat to the cave abode immediately." "All right." Wu Feng agreed with Duan Lingtian's plan. The two of them returned to the entrance of the cave and looked at the statue in the distance. "Junior brother Duan, look at the ground." Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng stood near the entrance of the cave. Duan Lingtian's gaze was still on the statue when Wu Feng's voice sounded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Wu Feng's gaze and saw that there were countless specks of red light gathered together on the ground of the Great Hall. In the end, they converged into a small red stream. The water of this small stream flowed toward the statue in the distance. "It's Chu Han and Duan Lingtian's blood," Wu Feng said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also smelled the stench of blood. The red specks of light that automatically gathered together on the ground of the Great Hall were the blood of Chu Han and Duan Lingtian who had died in his hands earlier. Now, the two people's blood had strangely gathered together and turned into a small stream that flowed along the tiles on the floor of the hall, straight to the human-shaped statue. "What's going on?" While Duan Lingtian was still puzzled, the blood gathered at the foot of the human-shaped statue and circled around the foot of the statue. Then, from the bottom to the top, it turned into a blood-red light that gradually spread and enveloped the entire human-shaped statue. In this way, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng watched the human-shaped statue in front of them being enveloped by the blood-red light and becoming hazy. When the human-shaped statue was completely enveloped by the blood-red light, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng only felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. It was the human-shaped statue that was trembling violently. The blood-red light around it surged and then disappeared into the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that the human-shaped statue had become more real. The human-shaped statue actually became more realistic. Although it was still a statue, the feeling it gave off was more three-dimensional and clear. "Congratulations on unlocking the divine treasure I left behind." In the next moment, something that shocked Duan Lingtian even more happened. The huge human-shaped statue in front of them opened its mouth and spoke. The statue's mouth moved slightly, and a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. This, Wu Feng, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. "My name is Qin Wu. I'm a sectless cultivator who came to Tongleng province from afar. In the past, I joined a few forces, but after that, I didn't join any forces. I'm all alone and free. After becoming a god king, I'm like the other god kings in the realms of gods. I'm fighting against the heavens. The heavenly tribulations that come once every 1,000 years spurred me to move forward. I didn't dare to stop or look back." The statue spoke again. This time, it began to introduce itself. Furthermore, it began to talk about its life. "I've overcome the heavenly tribulations over and over again. I've improved my cultivation base and strength over and over again. Every time I've improved, I'll feel relieved. Speaking of which, other than the fact that I don't have many friends and I didn't take in any disciples, my life has been smooth sailing. After all, with my background, it's already a miracle that I've come this far. When I left this divine treasure behind, I had a premonition that I won't be able to overcome the next heavenly tribulation in 30 years. For this reason, I left this divine treasure behind as a gift to a fated person. In my life, I'll stop at the Lesser God Emperor stage." After listening to the statue's words, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng exchanged a look. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's really a divine treasure left behind by a god emperor. Even if a god emperor was just a seckless cultivator, the wealth he possessed was unimaginable. At this moment, the statue continued to speak. I've spent all the divine stones in my wealth to support this divine palace and divine treasure. Therefore, if a fated person wishes to obtain a large number of divine stones, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. What I left behind are all the treasures I've collected throughout my life. There's also the high-grade divine weapon that has followed me for many years. It has already developed half a soul. In the end, I couldn't wait until the day it developed a complete soul. This is one of my biggest regrets. In addition, I also left behind many cultivation techniques that I found. The best one was an incomplete Emperor God-level cultivation technique. I also relied on that cultivation technique to become an Emperor God. Give me a few more 1,000 years and I'm confident that I'll be able to break through to become a God Emperor stage. However, the heavenly tribulation waits for no one. In the end, the speed of my growth still can't catch up to the speed of the heavenly tribulation. Alright, since I've said so much, I won't waste any more words. There's no other way. I've been alone for so long and have no one to talk to. I don't like to talk to people either. Before I die, it's inevitable that I'll talk too much. Now, let's get to the main topic. After entering the Divine Palace, the first thing you'll see are the two paths that I've left behind. Even though they lead to two different places, everything inside is the same. The moment you enter, you'll be restricted from leaving. If someone takes both paths, then the person who opens the statue that I've left behind first will have the chance to obtain the various treasures other than the divine stones that I've left behind. As for the person who takes the other path, they'll be forcefully sent out of the Divine Palace. The various treasures that I've left behind, other than the divine stones, are all in the inner palace of this Divine Palace. Next, I'll open the spatial passage for the fated person who opens the statue first. From here, you'll head to the inner palace. As the voice of the statue fell, the sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the void. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. And it was this seemingly casual stab that caused a black vortex to appear in the void. It was exactly the same as the situation inside the Divine Palace. The black vortex was exactly a spatial passage. In that case, Du Qianjun and his companion will be forcefully sent out? Wu Feng, who recovered from the words of the statue with great difficulty, had his eyes lit up, and a gloating expression involuntarily appeared on his face. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded as he looked at the black vortex in the void in front of him with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that we'd accidentally open the statue first and obtain the opportunity to fight for the treasures left behind by this Emperor God powerhouse. Huh. If Du Qianjun finds out that we're the ones who obtained this opportunity, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood. Wu Feng smiled brightly. While Wu Feng was smiling brightly, after passing through another cave passageway, they also arrived at a spacious hall. Du Qianjun and Lu Yi, who were at a loss for what to do with the statue in front of them, were frightened by the statue that suddenly seemed to come alive. This statue came to life? Du Qianjun was shocked. Even the middle-aged man beside him had a rare change of expression. Chapter 37:19. Du Qianjun led the people around him through the long and narrow cave passageway and appeared in a spacious sealed hall. There was a human-shaped statue in the hall. Everything was exactly the same as the place Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were at. The two were almost identical. In the beginning, Du Qianjun also tried to use his divine consciousness to spy on the statue. As expected, he was blocked outside. Then, Du Qianjun also wanted to use his divine power to attack the statue. However, he hesitated for a long time before he made his move. He carefully extended his divine power and hit the statue. However, the statue did not move at all. However, his divine power attack was completely blocked. What should I do now? Do I have to turn back? Du Qianjun continued to activate his divine power and joined forces with the middle-aged man beside him to attack the statue with all their might. However, they still could not do anything to the statue. However, when he brought the middle-aged man back to the cave passageway, he realized that the passageway was blocked after taking a few steps. It was as though the passageway had been blocked since the beginning. It seems like there's no way to turn back. Under such circumstances, Du Qianjun could only bring the middle-aged man back to the spacious hall. He stared blankly at the motionless human-shaped statue before he started to look for clues. Whoosh! Whoosh! Now, as the human-shaped statue moved on its own as though it was alive, Du Qianjun and the people around him were shocked. The statue, an inanimate object, had actually come to life? The same path, the same place, the same method of opening. However, you're one step slower than me. I can only say that you're not fated to meet me. However, since you're able to come here, I can't let you leave just like that. At the very least, out of courtesy, I should introduce myself. My name is Qin Wu. I'm a rogue cultivator who came from afar to Tongling province. I joined some forces in the past. After that, the human-shaped statue said the same thing as it said to Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. In the end, it said, in my life, I'll stop at the level of a lower emperor god. As soon as the human-shaped statue said that Du Qianjun was not fated to be with him, the expressions of Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him changed. This was because they also heard that they had missed the opening of the divine dwelling divine treasury. Evidently, the divine treasury they had entered was a divine treasury that needed to be opened a second time. Furthermore, there were two paths to take. The path they took was one of those paths. But now, the person who took the other path had opened the divine treasures ahead of time, causing them to lose the opportunity to open the divine treasures. Now, I'll send you out. As the humanoid statue spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled and pointed at the void. It seemed to be a casual gesture, but it caused a black vortex to appear in the void and sweep toward Du Qianjun and Jian Wushuang. No. If I don't open the divine treasure, I won't go out. Du Qianjun was unwilling to accept this and wanted to dodge. However, before he could dodge, the ridiculously fast black vortex had already swept him and the middle-aged man beside him into it. It directly sent them out of the divine dwelling divine treasury, causing them to appear outside the door of the divine dwelling. At this very moment, the door to the divine residence had already closed. The 5 keys that were inserted into the door, as well as the 5 keyholes, were no longer there. Damn it! After Du Qianjun regained his senses, he wanted to open the divine dwelling again, but no matter how he struggled, the door of the divine dwelling remained tightly shut, and there were no signs of it opening. For a moment, Du Qianjun's expression was very ugly. In the end, when he realized that he had really missed the divine dwelling divine treasury in front of him, Du Qianjun gradually calmed down, and at the same time, his thoughts became clear. That human-shaped statue is obviously the person who left this divine dwelling divine treasury behind. Based on what he said, he should be a lower god emperor. Thinking of this, Du Qianjun felt a pang of pain. It was really a divine dwelling divine treasury left behind by a god emperor expert, but now he had been sent out, and he did not even get a single strand of hair. In addition, he said that someone opened the divine dwelling divine treasury inside before us. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Is it young Master Han and the others? In Du Qianjun's opinion, he did not meet the hidden fog sect disciple Wuxia and the other person on the path he chose. It was clear that Wuxia and the other person were on another path, and that path was the one he chose for Chu Han and the others to take. If the path was the same, Chu Han and the others would meet Wuxia and the other person sooner or later. If the 4 of them met, the result was self-evident. Wu Shan and the other person would definitely be killed by Chu Han and the other person. It seems that the divine dwelling divine treasury was opened by young Master Han and the others. Du Qianjun sighed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Then, he subconsciously extended his divine sense into his storage ring, and for some reason, he looked at the soul bead that Chu Han had given him when they exchanged soul beads. However, his expression froze when he saw what was in front of him. How is this possible? At this moment, the soul bead that he was looking at was no longer there. More accurately, the complete soul bead was no longer there. What replaced it was a pile of soul bead fragments. The soul bead had shattered. Du Qianjun was well aware of what the shattering of the soul bead meant. Young Master Han is dead? What's going on? Du Qianjun couldn't figure out why Chu Han would die no matter how hard he racked his brains. That Wu Shan duo definitely couldn't be young Master Han's match. Could it be that after the opening of the divine treasure trove, that person beside young Master Han launched a sneak attack on young Master Han and killed him? That person is young Master Han's junior brother, surnamed Chen. Thinking of this, Du Qianjuan's eyes narrowed, and his expression became stern. If young Master Han obtained all the treasures in the divine dwelling divine treasury, then so be it. No matter what, he is still my martial uncle. But if that brat surnamed Chen sneakily killed young Master Han and obtained those treasures, I will not let him have an easy time. I have to go out and tell grandfather about this. Of course, because of the heart demon blood oath, I cannot tell grandfather about this divine dwelling divine treasury. However, I can fabricate some background and say that the brat surnamed Chen killed young Master Han. In that case, even if that brat surnamed Chen returns to the Tianlong clan, he will not have a good ending. Du Qianjun said goodbye to the middle-aged man beside him. Then, the two of them left the independent realm where the divine palace and divine treasure were located through the void gate and returned to the mystic Handle land in the realm of gods. After returning to the profound Handle land, he took out the divine king grade flying ship, activated the speed comparable to a high divine king, and headed in the direction of the Thousand Demon sect. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message to his grandfather. Grandfather, your senior brother's disciple, Chu Han, has died. Following Du Qianjuan's message, his grandfather, the Thousand Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan, also quickly responded. What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of thing cannot be said carelessly. If your martial granduncle knows that you said this, he will not be happy. When Du Zhan sent a message to Du Qianjun, his tone was reprimanding, but more than that, it was still concern. Also, you brat, you actually snuck out again? Where are you? Hurry up and come back. Grandfather. Du Qianjun replied with a bitter smile. As I have made a heart demon blood oath, it is not convenient for me to say where I am exactly. However, I did meet Chu Han and exchanged soul orbs with him. Now, his soul orb has shattered. When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan was silent for a long time before he asked, You have never met him, so how do you know him? After he found out from me that I was a disciple of the 10,000 Demon sect, he guessed my identity from the similarity between my appearance and yours when you were young. He said that there was a portrait of you when you were young in Martial Granduncle's room. It was vivid and lifelike, no different from a real person. Du Qianjun said. Wait. This time, Du Zhan could not remain calm. Du Zhan, who was in the Thousand Demon sect's estate, was filled with anxiety even though he had already become a medium divine emperor. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and sent a message to his senior brother, who was also Chu Han's master. Senior brother, did something happen to Chu Han? Du Zhan asked. Junior brother, you know about it too? Almost as soon as Du Zhan sent the message, a reply came. Yes. My disciple, Chu Han, has died. Right now, I'm investigating the cause of his death. I'll look for you when I'm done. Senior brother, Du Zhan had a bitter smile on his face. Although his senior brother's tone was calm, he was still able to detect traces of oppression from his senior brother's calm tone. Let's not tell senior brother about what Qianjun said. After all, we can't be sure if it's true. We'll talk about it when that brat comes back. After the human-shaped statue opened the space tunnel, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered it in a timely manner. Then, both of them arrived at the lower Divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine palace before he died. He left behind all his treasures in the divine palace's inner mansion. Based on what Divine Emperor Qin Wu said, it seems like he even left the prominent grade divine weapon that gave birth to half of his soul in the divine palace. It seems like he's really planning to go through the next heavenly tribulation alone. Wu Feng said to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived at the inner mansion of the divine palace. He almost didn't make it through the previous heavenly tribulation. Maybe he hasn't recovered from his injuries even after thousands of years. That's why he knows he can't make it through the next heavenly tribulation. Under such circumstances, it's useless no matter how much he prepares. If the prominent grade divine weapon gave birth to half of its soul, not only will it be destroyed, but the soul of the weapon that gave birth to half of its soul will also be destroyed. Duan Lingtian said. This was because he possessed a high-quality god artifact, and the god artifact possessed an artifact soul. As a result, he knew much more about this than ordinary people. His own divine weapon gave birth to a weapon soul. In the eyes of Divine Emperor Qin Wu, who was lonely all his life, he must have treated the weapon soul as his own child. Duan Lingtian recalled Divine Emperor Qin Wu's message earlier. When he mentioned the prominent grade divine weapon that gave birth to half of its soul, his tone became much gentler. It gave off a fatherly feeling. Chapter 37:20. High-grade divine artifact. Wu Feng's eyes were burning with desire when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly looked at Duan Lingtian, and the desire in his eyes subsided a little. Senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian noticed Wu Feng's gaze and said with a faint smile, if we obtain Divine Emperor Qin Wu's high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul, I'll give it to you. Junior brother Duan, Wu Feng was taken aback when he heard that. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the sincerity in Duan Lingtian's eyes, a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. This was because he had coveted the high-grade divine artifact earlier. However, junior brother Duan wanted to give the high-grade divine artifact to him as soon as he opened his mouth. Junior brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this. Although Wu Feng really wanted the high-grade divine artifact, he felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity and completely dispelled the desire in his heart. I think we should look at the contributions later. Whoever makes the greatest contribution will get the high-grade divine artifact. This is fair to both of us. Of course, although Wu Feng said that, he had already given the high-grade divine artifact to Duan Lingtian in his heart. He knew his strength was not as good as Duan Lingtian. His performance would definitely not be as good as Duan Lingtian's. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior brother Wu Feng, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything else. Since I said I'll give the high-grade divine artifact to you, I'll give it to you. Even if I obtain it myself, I won't take it. However, I have a request when I give the high-grade divine artifact to you. That is, other than the high-grade divine artifact, I'll have the priority to choose the other items. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked. Junior brother Duan, of course, there's no problem with that. However, the wealth in Celestial Emperor Qin Wu's possession, even if all the other items were added together, I'm afraid it's still not comparable to the high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul. I can't take such a huge advantage of you. The more Duan Lingtian was giving in, the more Wu Feng felt guilty. He felt that his greed for the high-grade divine artifact was unforgivable. Senior brother Wu Feng, I won't take my words back. It's settled then. If you obtain the high-grade divine artifact, it's yours. I'll have priority to pick 3 items first. Duan Lingtians. Of course, if I don't obtain that high-quality god artifact, our agreement will be nullified as well. I will no longer have the right to choose the spoils first. Senior brother Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian, am a person with a temper like this. If it wasn't for you asking me to join this time, it would be impossible for me to appear here. Therefore, I definitely won't accept that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although part of the reason he did not want the high-grade divine artifact was because he had another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, it was mostly because of Wu Feng that he was able to come to the god's estate and divine treasury left behind by a god emperor. Otherwise, even if he did not keep the high-grade divine artifact for his friends and family, he could still exchange it for other treasures outside. With the value of the high-grade divine artifact, he could exchange it for many rare treasures. In the end, the reason why he did this was because he had always hated owing people favors. In his opinion, as long as he gave the high-grade divine artifact to Wu Feng, he would be returning the favor. Seeing Duan Lingtian become serious, Wu Feng bitterly smiled and said, "Junior apprentice brother Duan, you don't need to think like that. The reason I told you the location of the God Emperor's divine treasury left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse and was willing to bring you here was mostly because I used 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for your medium-grade divine artifact. Even if I didn't ask you to come with me, I would have found someone else, but the person I found might not be as strong as you. Speaking of which, the fact that you came with me is a blessing for me. Let's not talk about anything else, just now. If it wasn't for you and another lower god king inner sect disciple of our hidden fog sect came with me, we might not have been able to defeat Chu Han and Duan Lingtian. We might have been killed by them just now." As Wu Feng spoke, his expression was earnest and sincere. But this time, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wu Feng with a stubborn and firm gaze. Finally, Wu Feng compromised. He bitterly smiled and said, "All right, I can do as you say. But, I also want to add 2 more points. If you can do it, I will agree. If you can't do it, then I won't agree." As Wu Feng spoke, his tone was firm and resolute. "Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, please speak." Duan Lingtian listened attentively. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, "First, even if you and I aren't fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, you will have the priority to choose 3 items from the harvest." Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. "That's not a problem." Although he spoke in a straightforward manner, he was actually thinking that the things he chose were things he could use and might not be the most precious. Even if he did as Wu Feng requested, it wouldn't cause too much of a loss to Wu Feng. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed to the first point, Wu Feng continued to say, "Second, if you and I are fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, I'll take that high-grade divine artifact. However, I won't take any of the other items. They'll all belong to you." Senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Feng's second point. He could not help but smile wryly. "You don't have to do this. Actually, there are so many items. I might not need all of them. How about this? I'll only take the items I need and leave the rest to you?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Even if you don't need them, you can still exchange them for other items you need outside." Wu Feng was unmoved. "If you don't agree to the second point, I won't take that high-grade divine artifact." Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Wu Feng again. However, Wu Feng was unmoved. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. "All right, I agree. If that's the case, then let's go. If I'm not wrong, as long as we step into the array formation ahead, the test left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu will begin. And if we pass the corresponding test, we will be able to obtain the items left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Although this was Wu Feng's first time entering the divine abode, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Wu Feng had seen similar records in some of the memory jade slips left behind by the hidden fog sect since ancient times. Now, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were in the divine abode's inner mansion. It was a grand hall with an open door. The surroundings were resplendent and luxurious, far surpassing the grand hall where Divine Emperor Qin Wu's statue was. There was an open door in the main hall. It was grand and imposing, and behind the open door, there was a clearly visible array formation formed by the spiritual energy of the God's Stone. The array formation was circular and had a diameter of over 10 meters. Traces of spiritual energy from the God's Stone twined around it, like a group of snakes dancing. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng walked side by side into the array formation suddenly trembled. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, the grand hall's door and the entire grand hall in front of them strangely sank. Not long after, it completely sank into the ground. Then, even the ground sank. The place where they landed turned into a barren land. I won't make things difficult for you. A familiar voice resonated in the air. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, both of them saw a humanoid silhouette suddenly appearing in the distant sky. The humanoid silhouette's appearance was no different from the humanoid statue they had seen earlier. Even the voice was the same. Obviously, this was an illusion left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu, who left behind this divine abode. I'll let the array formation that I left behind automatically form a test for each of you by checking the number of people and cultivation level of all of you. As long as you're stronger than people of the same cultivation level, you'll be able to pass more tests. If you want to get the most precious thing that I left behind, the high-grade divine weapon that gave birth to half a soul, you'll have to pass all the tests. If everyone passes all the tests, then only the person who passes all the tests the fastest will be able to get the high-grade divine weapon that I left behind. However, it won't be easy to pass all the tests that I left behind. At least, in this era when I was alive, in Tongling Province, there's absolutely no one who can do this. If any of you is an Emperor God, just pretend that I didn't say anything above. The test formed by the array formation that I set up, even if it's the most difficult one, won't be difficult for an Emperor God. After all, I'm only a lower Emperor God. As Divine Emperor Qin Wu spoke, there was suddenly an invisible force that swept past Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng like a breeze. However, it gave the two of them a feeling that they had nowhere to hide, as though everything about them was seen through. There's a total of 2 people. A higher god and a lower god king. Good luck. After Divine Emperor Qin Wu said that, his phantom gradually disappeared in the void as though it had never appeared. Set the test based on the number of people and cultivation level? No matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, they were first stunned when they heard Divine Emperor Qin Wu's words. Then, they came back to their senses and looked surprised. Junior brother Duan, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass through all the tests created by the formation left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. That superior grade divine weapon is already in your bag, Duan Lingtian said. Wu Feng was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect each of us to go through our own tests. This time, I'm really going to take advantage of you, junior brother Duan. With my ability, the rewards that I'll get will definitely be far less than yours. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Wu Feng. Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his ability, he still didn't know how difficult the tests that Divine Emperor Qin Wu left behind for higher gods were. Therefore, he didn't dare to make any guarantees in front of Wu Feng. Chapter 37-21. Junior brother Duan, you just have to do your best. Regardless of whether you can pass all the tests and obtain the upper grade divine weapon, I will not change my promise to you. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said, "Moreover, I will do my best to obtain the treasures that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind." Anything that could be left behind by an emperor god, no matter how ordinary it was, would definitely be a treasure to them. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. If you can't pass the tests, just think of a way to give up. Now, we don't know if the tests that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind will be life-threatening. Duan Lingtian said. When Wu Feng heard this, his face turned even more solemn. However, as an invisible force swept in from the surroundings and split into two forces between Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, they felt as though they were unable to break free. They knew that the tests were about to begin. Junior brother Duan, if you can't do it, just give up. Wu Feng hastily reminded Duan Lingtian. You too. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, both of them disappeared completely. They were taken away by the invisible force. A lower celestial emperor was a lower celestial emperor after all. Even though he had been dead for many years, the power of the formation that he left behind was still something that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng could not resist. The force that enveloped them gave them the feeling that it was comparable to the strength of a lower celestial emperor. It might even be stronger than they had imagined. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the Divine Mansion Divine Treasure and passed the test set by Emperor God Qin Wu, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him boarded the Divine King-grade spaceship and returned to the Thousand Demons sect at the speed of an upper celestial king. They had spent slightly more than a month on the journey. However, that was when the Divine King-grade spaceship was traveling at the speed of an lower celestial king. Now, with the speed of an upper celestial king, the efficiency of the Divine King-grade spaceship was at least 10 times faster than before. The journey that would have taken a month was completed in 3 days and 3 nights. Grandfather. After Du Qianjun returned to the 10,000 Devils sect's encampment, the first thing he did was look for his grandfather, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil sect, Du Zhan. Du Zhan was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Although his hair was completely white and even his eyebrows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. When he stood together with Du Qianjun, they looked more like father and son than grandfather and grandson. Du Zhan was dressed in blue and had a tall stature. It could be seen that Du Qianjun's appearance was inherited from him. In reality, Du Qianjun was more like him than Du Zhan's son and even his eldest grandson, Du Pejuan. It was precisely because of this that he especially doted on and spoiled this little grandson of his. Since a young age, he never allowed Du Qianjun to leave his side, and he wanted to personally protect Du Qianjun. Until the last time, when his little grandson sneaked out, he was extremely anxious. He even personally went to find the sect leader of the Thousand Devils sect to settle the score. The sect leader of the Thousand Devils sect also punished the elders and disciples of the Thousand Devils sect who were guarding the entrance and exit. You little brat, I just punished you the last time you came back. This time, you actually dared to sneak out again. It seems like you didn't take the previous punishment to heart. Du Zhan glared at Du Qianjun angrily. However, the gentleness and doting in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. Du Qianjun, on the other hand, did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the angry Du Zhan. This was because he knew that his grandfather had a sharp tongue but a soft heart in front of him. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this now. He looked at Du Zhan and said with a solemn expression, "Grandfather, Chu Han has really perished. Not long after the two of us separated, he perished and his Tao vanished. These are the soul orbs that he exchanged with me." Du Qianjun said as he took out a pile of soul orb fragments from his spatial ring. "After I exchanged soul orbs with him, I even tried to communicate with him. I can confirm that there is no problem. What happened?" Du Zhan's expression also became serious. He asked with a serious expression, "Qianjun, you should know that this kind of thing is not a game. Although that martial granduncle of yours and I are as close as brothers, it is also because of this that I, your grandfather, will definitely not play tricks on him. Du Qianjun shook his head. Grandfather, you should know that although I am usually a little mischievous, I will definitely not joke about serious matters. Grandfather, I have heard about the relationship between you and martial granduncle since I was young. Naturally, I know that this kind of thing cannot be said carelessly. Du Qianjun had a serious expression. When Du Zhan heard this, he also looked at Du Qianjun seriously. In the end, he said with a serious expression, "Then tell me the ins and outs of this matter now. Do not miss a single detail." Martial granduncle. Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan with a serious expression. The last time I sneaked out, I went to a city outside and accepted a mission with a group of people. After that, we discovered a ruin. Most of the people died, and in the end, only 6 people were left. Then, the 6 of us agreed that each of us would bring a companion whose cultivation level could not exceed the lower divine king realm. 3 months later, we would explore that ruin together. At the same time, we swore a heart demon blood oath that we would not tell a third person besides the companion we were looking for. At the same time, we had to let the companion join us after he swore a heart demon blood oath that he would not tell anyone about this matter. This is also the reason why when you asked me where we were, I said that it was not convenient to tell you because of the heart demon blood oath. Du Qianjun's words completely changed the background of this trip. At the same time, he did not plan to say where they were going. Naturally, this was to avoid the heart demon blood oath. Although he was unwilling to be eliminated from the God Emperor's divine treasure, he did not forget the heart demon blood oath he swore before. If he violated it, he would definitely die. Of the 6 people who survived that time, one of them was Chu Han. However, I did not know him at that time, and because there were too many people, he did not look at me carefully. He only felt that I was a little familiar. Of course, the main reason was that we used aliases at that time, so we did not think that each other was the person we knew. Until later, when we met again, he carefully looked at my face and found that I looked extremely similar to grandfather when you were young. Furthermore, my aliases were also surnamed Du, so he tried to sound me out and called me by my real name. It was also at that time that I found out that he was Chu Han, the youngest disciple under senior granduncle, and also the disciple that he doted on the most. When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan asked, "What happened after that?" Du Qianjun continued, "After Chu Han and I acknowledged each other, he sent me a voice transmission and said that he wanted to join forces with me to annihilate the other 8 competitors. Everything that happened after that went very smoothly. We joined forces to annihilate 6 competitors, and the remaining 2 competitors were pursued by Chu Han and the red-clad young man he called Junior Brother Chen. Not long after, I discovered that Chu Han's soul bead had shattered. In addition, I didn't find anything in that ruin, so I hurried back to tell grandfather about this matter. I even greeted grandfather on the way back." As Du Qianjun spoke to hear, Du Zhan asked, "How strong were the 2 people that Chu Han and that person were hunting down? Is it possible that Chu Han and that person were hunting them down but were instead killed by them?" Du Zhan voiced his guess. Just as Du Zhan's voice fell, Du Qianjun shook his head and denied it. "Impossible." "Why?" Du Zhan asked. "Grandfather, those 2 people should be disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. One of them is called Wuxia, but I suspect that is his alias. This Wuxia is quite strong. His cultivation is similar to mine and his comprehension of the laws and profound meanings is similar to mine. I only saw him take out a low-grade divine artifact. If he took out a medium-grade divine artifact, I would at most be able to fight him to a draw. If he had a medium-grade divine artifact, with Chu Han's strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, according to what Chu Han said, the youth surnamed Chen is also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. His strength isn't much weaker than his. If the 2 of them join forces, that hidden fog sect disciple Wuxian won't be their match. Du Qianjuan's words were filled with confidence in Chu Han and that person. Doesn't that hidden fog sect disciple have a companion who is also a hidden fog sect disciple? Du Zhan frowned and asked. That person can be ignored. Du Qianjun said with disdain. He is just a higher deity. Normally, a lower god king can kill him like a dog, much less lower god kings like us. Higher deity? Du Zhan frowned. According to what I know, the hidden fog sect recently produced a higher deity core disciple. He once killed a lower god king inner sect disciple on the hidden fog sect's extreme martial arena. Moreover, that inner sect disciple was a disciple of the hidden fog sect's second elder. I've heard of this. Du Qianjun didn't care. Even if this is true, it can only be said that the hidden fog sect's second elder's disciple was careless and was killed by a sneak attack. Moreover, what is the name of the hidden fog sect's second elder's disciple? I think his name is Tu Feng. If he didn't die at the hands of a higher deity, I wouldn't even know his name. He clearly can't be considered a genius in the hidden fog sect. He is just a mediocre person. In Du Qianjuan's opinion, he had heard of almost every outstanding inner sect disciple and core disciple in the hidden fog sect. But, he had never heard of Tu Feng. This meant that Tu Feng wasn't famous outside and couldn't be considered an outstanding disciple of the hidden fog sect. Even so, we can't be careless. Otherwise, how could Chu Han have died? Du Zhan shook his head. He couldn't help but frown. He was clearly thinking of something. Grandfather, I suspect that the boy surnamed Chen by Chu Han's side was the one who killed him. Du Qianjun voiced his guess. Did Chu Han introduce the youth surnamed Chen to you? What is his full name? Du Zhan asked after hearing his grandson's guess. Chapter 37-22. Chen Helian. When Chu Han and Du Qianjun met, Chu Han had introduced the red-clad young man who was also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Therefore, Chu Han knew the young man's name. I'll immediately contact your martial granduncle about this matter. I think your martial granduncle is currently furious and impatient because of this matter. After Du Zhan finished speaking, he sent a message to his senior brother in the Tianlong clan. Du Zhan's senior brother was also a disciple of the Thousand Devil sect in the past. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven in the Thousand Devil sect. Before he even went to the Sky Dragon sect, he was already famous outside. Later, when he entered the Sky Dragon sect, although his performance was not as dazzling as before, he still became an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect. It should be known that it was not easy to become an inner elder of the Tianlong clan. At the very least, one had to be a medium divine emperor. Du Zhan's senior brother was called Kuang Tianzheng. Like Du Zhan, he was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, he was not as tall and burly as Du Zhan. He was of medium height and seemed more reserved. Chen Helian. When Kuang Tian received a message from his junior brother, Du Zhan, who was far away in the myriad demon sect, he was a little surprised. He never thought that his junior brother would provide him with a lot of valuable information when he couldn't find any clues. Senior brother, although my grandson is naughty, he has a sense of propriety when it comes to important matters. I believe his words. After Du Zhan finished his message, he added another sentence to convince his senior brother Kuang Tianzheng. The reason for this superfluous action was because his senior brother had never personally interacted with his grandson. However, he had often complained about his grandson's naughtiness and unreliability in their daily communication. You're such a cautious person. Since you've personally sent a message, the news can't be wrong. Kuang Tianzheng replied with a smile. However, in the next instant, his voice suddenly changed. The clues I have found so far are that Chu Han left the Tianlong clan for the last time with Chen Helian. However, like Chu Han, Chen Helian has also perished. Furthermore, in terms of time, Chen Helian died before Chu Han. This is the result of my investigation, and the trail ends here. Now, the clues you gave me have unconsciously connected with the clues I found that were originally cut off. Kuang Tianzheng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Kuang Tianzheng's words, Du Zhan's expression naturally changed. Du Qianjun, who was in front of him, saw his expression and couldn't help but be startled. Grandfather, what's wrong? Du Zhan glanced at Du Qianjun. I just confirmed from your martial granduncle that Chen Helian is also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. When Du Qianjun heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Chen Helian was also dead? This was completely different from what he had imagined and guessed. In his imagination, he guessed that after Chu Han and Chen Helian killed the two hidden fog sect disciples, because of the uneven distribution of benefits, Chen Helian launched a sneak attack and killed Chu Han. Then, he took everything for himself. But now, his grandfather was telling him that Chen Helian was also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. What was going on? Could it be that after they killed the two hidden fog sect disciples, they also encountered danger and died in that god, ruin? Du Qianjun was aghast. However, upon hearing Du Qianjun's words, Du Zhan frowned. Then, he asked Du Qianjun, do you know the name of the higher deity realm hidden fog sect disciple who was with the hidden fog sect disciple you mentioned? He always felt that there was something strange about that higher deity. This was because not long ago, he heard that an extremely monstrous higher deity had appeared in the hidden fog sect. Moreover, with a higher deity cultivation, this higher deity had passed the hidden fog sect's core disciple test, becoming the first deity-level core disciple in the hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. I don't know. Du Qianjun shook his head. I only heard Wu Yishan call him Junior Apprentice Brother Duan. His surname should be Duan. As for his specific name, Wu Yishan didn't mention it and he didn't mention it. Grandfather, do you think he has the ability to cooperate with Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han and Chen Helian? That's impossible. He is just a small higher deity. I can kill him in a single move. As Du Qianjun spoke, his face was full of disdain. The Divine Spirit Stage Core Disciple that was recently born in the Hidden Fog Sect is also the first Divine Spirit Stage Core Disciple in the Hidden Fog Sect in 10,000 years. His surname is Duan, and his name is Duan Ling Tian. Du Zhan looked at Du Qianjun and said, that Duan Ling Tian is said to have comprehended the fusion of two profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, because of his good luck, he grasped the elementary form of one of the four Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons, the Tao of sword. This level of strength surpasses an ordinary lower god king. As Du Zhan spoke, Du Qianjun furrowed his eyebrows. Grandfather, you mean, that youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan might be the first hidden fog sect core disciple in 10,000 years to reach the divine spirit realm? It is possible. After all, they are both surnamed Duan. Du Zhan said. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Even if his strength is as grandfather says, his strength is at most equal to mine. In this situation, even if he and Wu Yishan join forces, I fear they will barely be able to fight Chu Han and Wu Yishan to a draw. You have overlooked a problem. Du Zhan said in a low voice. Don't forget. Even you looked down on him when you learned he was a higher deity. It is normal for Chu Han and that Chen Helian beside him to look down on him. If they underestimate their opponent, even if they attack, it is impossible for them to use their full strength. If they aren't careful, it is possible that their opponent will seize the opportunity and kill them instead. Du Zhan had lived for many years. He naturally knew that sometimes, in a life or death battle, strength wasn't everything. There were certain unstable factors. For instance, if the opponent's true strength was formidable and you didn't understand it, you would underestimate them and be defeated or even killed in the end. In his life, although he hadn't seen many such scenes, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen them before. Once, a careless person was defeated and killed by his opponent. And another time, although that careless person managed to react in time and didn't die, he was still defeated by his opponent. Thus, he was well aware that in a life-or-death battle, a moment of carelessness could cost one's life. Du Zhan's words caused Du Qianjun to fall silent. He carefully thought about it. If he was the one facing the youth surnamed Duan beside Wuxia, he would definitely underestimate his opponent and not take him seriously. If the other party also seized this opportunity and pretended to be weak before attacking with his full strength at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would also fall for it. When he thought of this, Du Qianjun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he muttered, "No wonder that Wuxia didn't bring a lower deity with him and instead brought a higher deity. So it is to make us lower our guard. Despicable." Du Qianjun cursed loudly. "There is nothing despicable about it." Du Zhan shook his head. "This can't be considered despicable. It is merely a strategy. If I were Wuxia, I wouldn't miss out on such a person that I could use. A higher deity and a lower deity with the same strength. The former is much more useful than the latter." Du Zhan's eyes flashed as he spoke. "Grandfather, do you mean that Wuxia and his companions killed Chu Han and Chen Helian?" Du Qianjun asked. "That is possible." Du Zhan nodded. "But, that might not be the case. As long as no one saw it with their own eyes, no one would dare to say that Chu Han and Chen Helian died at their hands, not to mention that their combined strength is only equal to Chu Han and Chen Helian. Even if they are stronger than Chu Han and Chen Helian, they might even be able to crush them. After all, you also said that it is a ruin. In a ruin, there are often killing arrays. They might have been killed by the killing arrays." Du Zhan said. "Grandfather, shouldn't you tell Grandmaster Martial Uncle about this? Chu Han is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's youngest disciple. You also said that he is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's most beloved disciple. Grandmaster Martial Uncle probably won't let his death go." Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan. "I've already told your Grandmaster Martial Uncle." Du Zhan nodded. "Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle said that once he finishes his urgent matters, he will return to the Myriad Demon sect. At that time, he will personally go to the Hidden Fog sect to confirm whether or not those two Hidden Fog sect disciples also died in that ruin. If they die, then that's fine. They can be considered as accompanying Chu Han in death. If they don't die, then he will find a way to confirm whether or not those two people killed Chu Han. If they did, then neither of them will be able to escape." Du Zhan said. "Grandmaster Martial Uncle is coming back." Du Qianjun's pupils shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. He never imagined that Grandmaster Martial Uncle would return to the Myriad Demon sect for his disciple Chu Han. It had to be known that his Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned to the Myriad Demon sect for a long time. At the very least, ever since he was born, that Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned. As for his grandfather, after he was born, he had gone to the Tianlong clan alone to look for that Grandmaster Martial Uncle to reminisce about the past several times. Du Zhan nodded. "Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle wants me to investigate the true identities of those two people in the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. After all, the Hidden Fog sect disciple surnamed Duan you encountered might not necessarily be the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian. As for that Wuxia, he might just be an alias. Come with me to the sect master's residence. Let the sect master investigate this matter." As Du Zhan spoke, he brought Du Qianjun away from his cultivation area and headed to the Myriad Demon sect master's cultivation area. Not long after, the Myriad Demon sect master gathered some people and issued a series of orders. The Myriad Demon sect and the Hidden Fog sect had been mortal enemies for many years. The Myriad Demon sect had placed many people in the Hidden Fog sect. Now, through these people, they could confirm the identities of the two hidden fog sect disciples that Du Qianjun encountered. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.